Chapter 1. In the Apocalypse, engaging in live streaming, Three Foxes has entered the live streaming room. Brother, don't speak, kiss me. Has entered the live streaming room. Mental Health Rehabilitation Center has entered the live streaming room. At this moment, Xiao was entirely absorbed in his melancholic reverie, oblivious to the system panel flickering beside him. The winds howled, and the waters of the river chilled. A valiant soul once departed, never to return. In such a poignant moment, Xiao felt an insurmountable sense of loss, believing he could never return. Just moments prior, he had enjoyed a sunny day, carrying a blanket to the rooftop of his dilapidated rented apartment, intending to air it out. Relishing the gentle breeze and bright sunshine, he leaned against the parapet, hoping to catch a brief nap. However, upon awakening, he found the sky above him still a pristine blue, yet the ground beneath was undeniably altered. He stood atop what appeared to be a towering structure, no longer the six-story building he had rented, but a high-rise of several stories. Surrounding him were similarly towering edifices. Yet none remained intact. The walls were peeling, windows shattered, and most strikingly, a verdant mass of plants clung to the buildings like the hands of a demon, enveloping them. The thick stems and leaves, in stark contrast to the architecture, presented an unfathomable scale, with leaves as large as a person. In every direction, there was no sign of human activity. The streets lay in utter ruin, vehicles abandoned and rusting into mere scraps of metal. The pavement bore the scars of some great upheaval, fissured like a spider's web, with cracks and breaks rendering it impassable. Enormous, unidentified plant branches sprawled across the thoroughfares and the derelict structures. Three Foxes, what on earth is this? Is it a movie? The special effects are impressive. Brother, don't speak, kiss me. What does the title of the live stream mean? Is this a gimmick about the apocalypse? Mental Health Rehabilitation Center. Is there no host? As the comments flickered on the side, Xiao silently raised his hand. Here I am. Indeed, the reason for his inexplicable transmigration was this wretched apocalypse live streaming system. In the streaming room, a tall figure appeared, clad in a hoodie and sweatpants, sporting athletic shoes, a buzz cut, and strikingly bold features. A handsome young man in his 20s. Little 606. Wow, the host looks quite dashing. Why not head to the beauty section? Ah, how utterly futile is handsomeness now. Xiao felt tears welling up, regretting his impulsive prayer to his ancestors the previous night, wishing for his live streaming career to flourish. Indeed, Xiao was a small content creator on a major streaming platform in Huagua, and how small. He had just crossed into triple-digit followers today. Little did he know that this fervent wish would hurl him into an apocalypse. Nevertheless, now that he was here, according to the system's assertions, there was no turning back. This incessant live streaming room was his sole connection to his former world. Fortunately, the streaming system possessed a semblance of integrity. Reaching a certain number of followers and receiving donations could yield rewards. Xiao took a deep breath and forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears for the viewers in the live stream. Ha ha, welcome everyone to my live stream. As you can see, I am in a post-apocalyptic world. Xiao extended his hand to showcase the surroundings, then covered his face, exclaiming, Indeed, I am in the apocalypse. Woe is me. The comments began to flood in. This streamer is wilder than I am. The scripts for live streams are becoming increasingly absurd. The green screen is quite well done. What else with the apocalypse gimmick? Show us a zombie if you can. Why just stand on the rooftop? Drinking in the wind? Move around. Is the streamer truly in the apocalypse? The scenery looks so realistic. Haha, astonishingly, some people actually believe this. Those upstairs. Hurry and come check in at my rehabilitation center. Why are there so many people in the live stream today? Where's the streamer? Xiao glanced at the flurry of comments, feeling a twinge of astonishment. Usually, it was just him performing a solo act, or perhaps one or two voices chiming in. Today, however, an unexpected surge of viewers had him feeling out of his element. I'm not deceiving you. I truly am in the apocalypse. But I am uncertain of my exact location. Just as he uttered those words, Xiao furrowed his brow and stepped closer to the wall, gazing at the building across from him. Wait, there seems to be someone over there. In the opposite structure, a figure stood by the window, vigorously waving their arms, seemingly beckoning him. Is there an extra? Could it be that someone was there? A flicker of joy crossed Xiao's face as he enthusiastically waved back. The silhouette in the window appeared to be a woman, her hair cascading over her shoulders, clad in a gray t-shirt. He opened his mouth to speak, but something felt amiss. At this distance, she should be able to hear him, yet she was merely flailing her arms, pointing frantically in his direction with an anxious expression. What was that rustling sound? Xiao frowned in confusion. It seemed to be emanating from below the building. Curiously, he leaned out over the wall to peer down. Suddenly, A massive eye, reminiscent of a car's headlight, was merely 2 meters away, locking onto his gaze, and behind that eye was a grotesque, insect-like texture and a colossal body. That enormous eye seemed to twitch, almost as if it were a warning, prompting Xiao to instinctively retract his head and then turn. Sprinting towards the staircase door 10 meters away, Xiao dashed away recklessly, leaving the audience in the live stream bewildered. What on earth is that? A grasshopper? Is he an idiot? Where would such a gigantic grasshopper come from? Clearly just special effects. However, before the viewers had the chance to bicker further, the camera angle suddenly elevated, revealing a colossal mutated creature resembling a grasshopper, rapidly crawling up the exterior wall of the building. On the edge of the rooftop, a colossal figure emerged, dwarfing the agile Leaf Xiao by at least threefold. With powerful hind legs, it lunged forward, its striking red and green form hurtling toward Leaf Xiao. The creature's speed was astonishing. Just as it was about to reach him, Leaf Xiao burst through the stairwell door and fled inside. Swiftly, he slammed the iron door shut and secured it with a bolt in one fluid motion. A resounding crash reverberated as the creature collided with the door, leaving a noticeable dent in its center. Leaf Xiao dared not linger, hurriedly descending the stairs, though uncertainty about the situation below compelled him to pause midway. Fixating on the iron door leading to the rooftop, after several thunderous impacts, silence finally enveloped the door. With a sigh of relief, he leaned against the wall and slid down to the floor. The stairwell was a dismal sight, its walls mottled with mold, emanating a foul odor. Chapter 2. Captain of the Ship? Real or Fake? Current viewers. For 192, the system's sudden broadcast jolted Leaf Xiao from his thoughts. He turned to glance at the live streaming panel, where comments streamed rapidly across the screen. Big Internal Spy 009. Wait, what's happening? I nearly jumped out of my skin when I entered the stream. Falling into the sea and becoming immortal. What was that just now? Special effects? Was that a grasshopper? That twisted thing is utterly grotesque. Milk, egg not mild. Oh my, is the streamer truly in the apocalypse? I'll zap you with electric cannon. Nonsense. Apocalypse? That monster is clearly man-made. Liang is me. You just arrived upstairs, huh? You're so impressive climbing up from outside. Free foxes, streamer. Please speak. Are you really in the apocalypse? Regaining his composure, Leaf Xiao glanced at the comments with a hint of exasperation. Why would I lie to you? I ended up here just as bewildered as you are. I can't return even if I wanted to. He took a deep breath, realizing that his immediate concern was not the stream, but rather survival in this perilous situation. He reached into his pockets, discovering a set of keys and a mobile phone resting quietly before him, his only possessions. Leaf Xiao powered on the phone, remembering he was still live streaming. A mute streamer was destined for obscurity. Thus, even in an empty chat room, he needed to maintain the flow. The phone displayed a mere 70 battery, uncertain of its utility in this desolate city. Nonetheless, it was better than nothing, as it could provide light in critical moments. He meticulously checked the phone's settings, muttering to himself about the danger surrounding him, and prudently silenced all volume. Once the phone was secured in his pocket, a viewer in the stream made a pertinent observation. Milk, egg not mild. By the way, I believe the streamer is in the apocalypse. The perspective shifts are quite unsettling. Free foxes. I work in programming. This could easily be video editing with voiceovers added in post-production. Smiling with hidden cotton. Exactly. Unless the streamer shows us some abs to prove it. Xiao felt a sharp tug at the corner of his eye, exclaiming, I'm not a fringe streamer. Let us suggest something else. Liang is me. Then do 10 push-ups. Upon noticing this comment, Xiao replied, all right, as Liang suggested, I shall do 10 push-ups. He promptly positioned himself and executed the push-ups with swift precision. Sanhu. Wait, I genuinely can't comprehend this. There should be an option to switch the camera, right? Liang is me. You lot are unbelievable. The streamer has done it, yet you still doubt. Yi is here. Can the intellectually challenged even access the internet? This is clearly fake. It's utterly ridiculous. I can't bear to watch. Yi is here. The streamer is foolish, and so are the fans. Just after completing 6 push-ups, a sudden loud bang interrupted Xiao's rhythm. He sprang up, clutching the keys on the floor. Xiao's gaze fixated on the iron door above. His teeth clenched in frustration. Damn it, that thing hasn't left? Looking at the keys in his hand, he noted a few metallic ones alongside a Swiss Army knife. However, the small blade was barely the size of a finger and utterly inadequate as a weapon. Bang! Another crash sent beads of sweat forming in his palms. He needed to flee. This place was no longer safe. Without hesitation, Xiao cautiously made his way towards the staircase below. At that moment, a comment captured his attention. Liang Shan's coward. Streamer, go confront it. If you defeat it, I'll promote you to captain. Xiao halted abruptly. Wait, captain? Is this for real or just a ruse? His remark ignited a flurry of excitement in the chat room. Liangshan's coward. If you truly take it down, I'll grant you that title. San Hu. Everyone bear witness. If it's genuine, I'll promote you too. Those who don't are cowards. Air Yi is here. They're just tricking you into thinking you'll earn a title, a bunch of fools. Fanasi, I want to see it. I'm all for it. Xiao Chuan overturned. It's far too dangerous. I wouldn't recommend taking that risk. Xiong Air S bitter tea. The streamer is recklessly courting danger. It's probably a hoax. The system required a reward to unlock the marketplace, yet only 1 or 2 small donations had been made, insufficient to activate it. Moreover, underage users were prohibited from donating. If someone were to promote him to captain, unlocking the marketplace would be a certainty. With nothing in hand, the system's marketplace was his sole reliance. Xiao inhaled deeply, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Fine, let us do this. You all better keep your word. However, I lack a weapon, so I must prepare first. Let us hope that thing doesn't tea. A thunderous crash suddenly reverberated above him. Xiao jerked his gaze upwards, spotting a bizarre, contorted figure barreling down the stairs. Its body swollen, mandibles agape, emitting an eerie shriek. The sound was reminiscent of serrated hooks, gritty and piercing. Damn it! Xiao hastily leaped downwards, his eyes immediately locking onto an apartment door ajar not far away. As a graduate of a prominent institution, Xiao was an avid fitness enthusiast, boasting remarkable physical prowess. With a powerful push of his legs, he propelled himself forward in an instant. In a state of panic, Xiao dashed into an abandoned apartment, where it appeared that no other dangers lurked. The place had long been neglected, covered in a plethora of moldy patches. Wooden furniture had rotted beyond recognition, and the appliances were in a state of disrepair. The fabric sofa in the living room was reduced to little more than its skeletal frame. The metal security door appeared to be broken, unable to lock. Suddenly, a tremendous force erupted from behind the door, catching Xiao off guard as he was violently thrown backwards. He slid across the hallway for several meters, while the security door was flung open. There, the grotesque figure of a locust creature was desperately attempting to squeeze through the narrow gap. Its bizarre mandibles emitted an unsettling screech, with twisted red tendrils protruding from its body, which was mottled with patches of crimson. At that moment, Xiao discerned that these were not mere patches of color, but rather bulging red tumors emerging grotesquely from the creature's form, extending into deformed appendages that were particularly repulsive. The tumors writhed, as if striving to force the creature's body through the constricted doorframe. Xiao, not daring to linger, turned and sprinted towards what appeared to be the kitchen. Upon entering, he was met with a pungent odor, the room in utter disarray, with most items having decayed. A stainless steel kitchen knife on the rack bore slight rust, yet seemed usable. He seized a sharp knife just as a cacophony erupted behind him. The locust had reached the kitchen entrance. Fortunately, the layout created a corner, limiting the creature's access, allowing only half of its head to fit through. Without hesitation, Xiao charged forward, gripping the knife firmly, and decisively plunged it into the creature's eye. With a piercing shriek, he swiftly withdrew the blade and aimed for the creature's head once more. A sharp crack resounded as the knife inexplicably broke in two at the handle. Is its skull truly that hard? Xiao exclaimed in disbelief, his gaze sweeping over a broom lying at his feet. He quickly picked it up, stomping on the bristles and yanking the stainless steel handle free. Raising the rod, he lunged again toward the locust's eye. Viscous green ichor erupted from the creature's head as its body writhed violently. The sound of tearing flesh sent chills down Xiao's spine. To his astonishment, the locust managed to detach its own head, while its body continued to move with alarming agility, grotesque tendrils extending from the severed neck. Goodness! Xiao felt a surge of horror as he cast aside the locust's head and, without a moment's hesitation, brandished the steel rod, aiming for the retreating form of the creature. With a thrust, the rod penetrated the gaping wound, eliciting a chilling wail from the creature's body. The tendrils on the crimson sarcoma writhed madly as Xiao, adrenaline surging, pressed his advantage, gripping the handle and thrusting forcefully several times until nearly the entire stainless steel tube was embedded within the body of the grasshopper creature. The green appendages clattered on the ground a few times before finally collapsing with a resounding thud. A vast pool of liquid spread across the ground, a bizarre mixture of green and a dark red, exuding a strange, pungent odor. Xiao gasped for breath, his steps unsteady as he retreated a few paces, turning to glance at the live-streaming panel that had emerged to the side. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he decisively announced, "On board." The barrage of comments erupted. Nai Danbu Dan. Wow, brother Yi Xiao is impressive. Liang Liang Jiu Shirwa. 666666. If I weren't underage, I'd definitely join the ship. Jian Zhou Pian Feng. Wait, what's going on? Where's the streamer, and what is that disgusting thing? Nyo Lu Gunyo. Seriously. Is the streamer really in the apocalypse? Yuan Fan Xian Kong. Wow, what is this? A monster? Yuan Chi Gay Gay. Incredible, this can't be special effects. I believe it. Sua Galu Lu Mei. I just arrived and saw Chong Wei fighting Lai Fu. Some in the comments had already accepted the reality of the apocalypse, while others remained oblivious, merely spectating, and some were spamming 666. However, Yi Xiao was indifferent to their chatter. Who had just declared they would board? Liang Shan's coward, get on the ship. Silence enveloped the live stream. And soon the comments began to mock. Nai Dan Bu Dan. As expected, a coward, all talk and no action, get on the ship. Liang Shan now on. It's not real, you think I'm foolish enough to board? Luo Hai Ching Xian. Perhaps you lack the funds to join the hefty crew? All talk and no action, pathetic. Huh. Yi Xiao chuckled in frustration. It mattered not, as long as he knew he was no coward. Deep down, he cursed. Indeed, they were unreliable. If these netizens failed to support him, the system would not offer much assistance. It appeared he could not rely too heavily on the system. Sanhu. It feels real, the streamer is quite brave. I mean what I say. Sanhu has become your captain. You have earned 100 points. The system mall is now open. The system mall had been activated? Yi Xiao felt a surge of joy and quickly expressed gratitude to Sanhu. Thank you, Captain Sanhu. Thank you, boss. Thank you. By the way, everyone, don't forget to hit that follow button. According to the system prompt, new fans need to reach 1,000 to unlock related rewards. And currently, the fan count was still far from adequate. Luo Hai Ching Xian sent you an exciting mystery box, revealing a heart-shaped pillow. You have earned 10 points. Thank you for the heart-shaped pillow, Luo Hai Ching Xian, much appreciated. Yi Xiao immediately opened the system mall to take a look. The items available for purchase were highlighted, while those that could not be bought due to insufficient points were displayed in gray. The mall was divided into 3 categories: weapons, recipes, and blueprints. The weapons were ready to use and could be purchased directly. Recipes included culinary and medicinal items, while blueprints pertained to mechanical constructions. Sanhu, what is this? A mall. Luo Hai Ching Xian. System mall, what does that mean? What is it for? Yi Xiao had not anticipated that the audience in the live stream could also view the store. He explained, I am grateful for the support from the Three Foxes owner. I have accumulated points to exchange for items in the system store, though the selection is rather limited at present. With his over 100 points, he could only unlock a few ordinary weapons. To be frank, after recently using a knife, Yi Xiao found himself rather uninterested in those few blades. As weapons, they seemed to lack significant utility here, especially the standard ones. The available options included a kitchen knife, a hammer, a sickle, a shovel, and a crowbar. Yi Xiao inquired of the audience in the live stream, with these few choices, what should I exchange for? Any suggestions? Nai Dan Bu Dan. The host is so unfortunate, limited to exchanging for such worthless items. Air Yi Lai Lu. The facade is evident. He is merely attempting to entice everyone into gifting him, claiming it's a system store. Truly laughable. Air Yi Lai Lu. A pure setup. Those who fall for it are fools. Air Yi Lai Lu. It's better than direct sales. I'm just here to watch you perform. Yi Xiao chose to ignore the individual known as Air Yi Lai Lu. Nevertheless, the live stream had attracted quite a number of viewers. Perhaps due to their brief viewing time, few had gifted anything substantial. Only trivial gifts were exchanged, insufficient to accumulate meaningful points. The options were meager. Yet the crowbar was an exceptional tool, long-handled, sturdy, capable of inflicting damage, and useful for breaching obstacles. Without hesitation, Yi Xiao spent 100 points to redeem a crowbar. The viewers in the live stream were astonished as they witnessed Yi Xiao tap the panel before him, and suddenly, he held a crowbar in his hand, eliciting gasps of disbelief. AI Chi Zhu 2. No way, I didn't even blink. Sanhu. Impressive, the crowbar is a fine choice. Crazy Thursday, seriously? Bu Chi Xiang Kai. Why choose such a worthless item? A knife would have been better. Nai Dan Bu Dan. You don't understand. The crowbar is a legendary tool. Air Yi Lai Lu. Can't even see the trick? Truly a bunch of fools. Current follower count has reached 898. Once it hits 1,000, the live stream's follower teleportation feature will be activated. The mention of the follower teleportation feature made Yi Xiao's eyes widen, his smile growing ever broader. Excellent. Indeed, this system intends to ensnare everyone together. A certain individual here has quite the presence. There would surely be entertainment to behold soon. Excitedly, Xiao waved the crowbar in the air. Hey, it feels quite good. He glanced at the protruding handle and pulled it free from the monster's carcass. A viscous substance, a mixture of deep green and dark red, trickled down the stainless steel pipe. Given their current lack of weapons, this long crowbar could serve as a useful backup. Just then, a small, red object, akin to a seed, slipped out from the steel pipe and slid to Xiao's feet, carried by the viscous liquid. What could it be? Xiao picked it up. The object was roughly the size of 2 fists. Its texture was neither particularly hard nor soft, tapering at both ends with a rounded middle, resembling a seed. Yet, this object is transparent, filled with a viscous red liquid. Although its nature remains a mystery, Xiao instinctively perceives its potential significance, believing it to be of great utility. He stowed the item into the pocket of his hoodie, gripping the stainless steel rod as he stepped over the corpse of the grotesque creature and made his way outside. Upon exiting the apartment, Xiao showed no inclination to scour the vicinity. He simply descended the stairs. At that moment, however, a sound emanated from below, abruptly halting his steps. He swiftly turned and concealed himself within the adjacent room. The barrage of comments flooded in, and Xiao raised his hand, signaling for silence, whispering, "Someone's coming." Chapter 4. These people are armed. Shantalia, what game is the streamer playing? A real-life escape room? Yi is here. Another act, how tedious. The charming Zhang Ergu. Isn't this a perfect opportunity to inquire about the situation? Sanhu, are you foolish? How could you dare to ask? We don't even know if they are friend or foe. Xiao cast a casual glance at the comments before redirecting his focus. This apartment building had seen better days, and the footsteps below were drawing near, quickly reaching his floor. Hey, there's a sin over here. A voice, somewhat sharp and nasal, echoed, followed by several footsteps moving towards the room he had just entered. From the sound of it, there seemed to be 4 individuals, 2 with light steps and 2 with heavy ones. Xiao leaned against the door, listening intently to the commotion next door. Hey, over here. The mutated grasshopper is dead, and the seed core is missing. That kid is somewhat capable. Liang-san, how many do you think there are? A gruff voice gradually emerged, suggesting it was just one, or else they wouldn't have directed the search to this location. You filthy wretch. A furious curse was followed by a woman's pained scream. Then the sound of dragging ensued. How dare you claim there's no one here? You must have been poorly trained. Now where is he? A trembling voice responded. I truly don't know. I only caught a glimpse, and then he vanished. Xiao's heart sank. Was this the woman who had warned him earlier? Were these individuals searching for him? For what purpose? No, regardless of their intentions, it was evident they did not harbor friendly inclinations. He needed to leave immediately. Xiao cautiously peeked around the corner, noticing the entrance was clear. In an instant, he darted towards the stairwell, leaping down several flights in one bound. Landing on a half landing, the sound of footsteps behind him quickened as they pursued. Damn it, that kid slipped away. Quick, chase him. A cacophony of footsteps thundered from above, and Xiao dared not pause, opting instead to leap down the stairs. Bang! A gunshot rang out, striking the corroded iron railing with a resounding crash, sending shards of metal flying around him. Instinctively, Xiao recoiled, shielding his head. Damn, these individuals are armed. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao bolted from the apartment building, finding himself in a courtyard of approximately 200 square meters, with a rusted iron gate collapsed to one side. Xiao dashed out without a moment's hesitation. The narrow street, flanked by modest buildings, lay shrouded in darkness, with enormous, climbing plants creeping in every corner. The figure sprinted recklessly around several street corners, finally bursting onto the main thoroughfare. Countless dilapidated vehicles lay stranded, while the ground was ruptured by rampant tree roots and vines, resembling a web of green. Ghostly hands gripping the walls and pavement tightly. The air carried a stench of decay, mingled with the fresh scent of grass and a hint of sweetness. Before him lay a scene of utter devastation, yet the abundant greenery exuded a peculiar vitality. In an instant of shock, Xiao propelled himself towards the opposite street, wary of the current situation and reluctant to run aimlessly. Once he was certain he had distanced himself from the group, he slipped into a rundown building. Perhaps due to the presence of security bars, this building remained uninvaded by plants, and the decay within was far less severe than in the previous apartment. Inside, aside from a thick layer of dust, a genuine leather sofa astonishingly retained its former appearance. Breathless, Xiao dragged his weary legs over, casually brushing off the dust from the sofa before collapsing onto it. He let out a long sigh, while the barrage of comments on one side of the screen buzzed with excitement. Sunny sky. Wow, this is truly the apocalypse. Exhilarating. Handsome young master. Look at what treasure I've discovered. Plain egg. Who was just claiming this was fake? Is this still fake? Cold river snow. Goodness, those people have guns. Thankfully, the streamer ran fast. Second master has arrived. It's all staged, just acting. Can't believe people buy it. 3 foxes. Ignore the contrarians. He's the only one awake and clever in the world. Lazy fish. Why doesn't he the streamer save anyone? Xiao scanned the rapidly scrolling comments, exasperatedly retorting. Am I out of my mind? They have guns. Why should I play the hero? This isn't a performance. Risking my life for bravado is sheer folly. After a brief moment of frustrated lament, he reclined back on the sofa. A cloud of gloom settled over his face. Relaxing slightly, Xiao recognized a grave reality. This apocalypse was far more perilous than he had anticipated. People were present, yet they were hardly welcoming. Was it not the same in the world before? With a sardonic smile, he sighed and remarked, "This place is more dangerous than I imagined. The environment is exceedingly harsh. The city is essentially in decay, and there are mutated creatures lurking. The inhabitants seem rather unfriendly. Damn, I'm feeling a bit hungry." Xiao rubbed his stomach, realizing he could not exchange for food in the system marketplace, leaving him to fend for himself. Rising to his feet, he surveyed the surroundings with a sigh, pondering where one might find sustenance in such a place. With people still roaming outside, what if he encountered them? Cautiously, Xiao approached the window, peering through the slits of the stainless steel security bars, only to be met with the same grim sight outside. Shadows occasionally flitted across the ground, and figures emerged from a distant street corner. Xiao quickly sidestepped to the wall, cautiously peeking out to observe quietly. There were 3 men and 1 woman, all clad in what resembled tattered garments befitting vagrants, exuding a distinct post-apocalyptic aesthetic. Their sun-kissed skin bore the marks of harsh exposure, while the 3 men each carried various items that clinked and clattered. One was a tall, bald man, muscular yet ordinary in appearance. Another was shorter, with sun-bleached hair topped with sunglasses, a silver chain dangling from his chest, and a face riddled with pockmarks. The third, of medium height and slender build, had a visage that seemed drained of vitality, dark circles under his eyes, and a pair of triangular eyes that lent him an exceptionally somber demeanor. He held what appeared to be a firearm, though it was unfamiliar to Xiao, resembling a gun but exhibiting notable modifications. The woman wore a tattered tank top, her exposed skin marred by significant bruising, and her face bore evidence of mistreatment. A collar encircled her neck, attached to a chain gripped tightly by the gloomy man, akin to leading a dog. Chapter 5. Drawing a fortunate audience, Xiao furrowed his brow, quietly observing the movements of these individuals at the street corner. They halted before a peculiar building, beneath which grew an odd plant. Green vines sprawled across the structure, adorned with spherical, white fruits resembling basketballs. As they approached, they raised their firearms and, with deliberate intent, pulled the triggers toward the enormous flower buds that dangled above. An eerie shriek emanated from within the buds, followed by a series of gunshots that shattered several of the giant blooms. The bald man then stepped forward, unsheathing a machete strapped to his leg, and struck down a few of the white fruits from above, tossing them back to his companions. The 2 men behind caught the fruits, and the brooding man sliced a piece off, tossing it to the woman. She hastily accepted it, devouring it voraciously. The 4 of them clutched the fruits, consuming them as they rounded the corner of the street. Can those things be eaten? Xiao felt a surge of excitement in his heart. After waiting for several minutes by the window, and noticing the absence of movement outside, he cautiously descended the stairs. He peeked out from the building to ascertain that no danger lurked nearby, and then sprinted toward the vine adorned with white fruits. Using a crowbar, he knocked a few fruits down and, clutching the large white orbs, dashed back into the building. Once back in the small structure, Xiao settled onto the sofa. He used the crowbar to pierce a hole in one of the fruits. Its outer skin was fragile, reminiscent of a sweet melon. However, the interior flesh was peculiar, laced with red veins, and its texture resembled that of raw meat. The taste was chewy, sweet, and fragrant, though he remained uncertain about the nature of this fruit. Its edibility sufficed for him. Nestled in the small building with the fruit, Xiao refrained from venturing outside as the sky rapidly darkened. The room was shrouded in darkness due to the absence of lighting, while the barrage of comments from the live streaming audience incessantly scrolled across one side, with numerous viewers clamoring for him to embark on an adventure. Hong Tian Jian, what is happening? It's so pitch black I can't see anything. Mango milkshake, is this the apocalypse? Are there zombies? I want to see some zombie fighting. Mickey's magical house. Is the streamer just going to sit there? How cowardly. Ere ye lie low, what is this? No script? Not performing anymore. Xiao could only furrow his brow in exasperation. A group that didn't even send gifts, yet only knew how to incite him to risk his life. And this Yi Lu again, always seeking attention here. By the way, he should have reached 1,000 fans by now. Xiao quickly checked his follower count. The fans here were genuine additions to his live stream. At present, his stream hadn't garnered much attention, and those who could find his live broadcast were indeed quite fortunate. Initially, he had no fans. His follower count barely reaching 2 digits, not even 40. To gain 1,000 new followers today was no small feat. Current followers, 1123. Follower count has exceeded 1,000. Player teleportation function activated. According to the system evaluation, selection will be based on argumentative nature, interaction level, and viewing duration. A lucky viewer will be drawn from the live stream and teleported to the apocalypse to share the experience with the streamer. Just as the system finished its announcement, Xiao noticed a slot machine materializing in midair before him. The barrage of comments on one side exploded in excitement. Senhu, what the hell is this? A lottery machine? Nai Dan Bu Dan. Wait, is the streamer going to hold a lottery? Hope I get picked. Luo Hai Ching Xian, win-win. Xiao furrowed his brow, confounded. Are you certain? This isn't something I set up. It's the Apocalypse live streaming system that automatically selects. The unfortunate soul chosen will be teleported here to endure this hardship with me. Leaning back on the sofa, he crossed his legs, chuckling to himself. Who would be the unlucky one? Sanhu. No way is this for real. Hanjiang Shui. Damn, I'm sweating bullets, brothers. Naidan Budan. I take back what I just said. Luo Hai Ching Xian. I was being foolish, my mistake. Yang Qi Lang. The streamer must be just trying to scare us. Yi Lu. Keep making up stories. If you have the guts, draw me. Let us see what you come up with. At that moment, the waist of the slot machine abruptly pulled down, and the 3 rolling reels began to spin, showcasing the avatars and names of the viewers in the live stream. After a flurry of rotations, the reels gradually came to a halt, revealing a single avatar. An ordinary system avatar, with the ID Yi Lu. Xiao, seated on the sofa, immediately straightened up, a smile gradually spreading across his face, magnifying in the live stream. Haha, let us congratulate Yi Lu. Boom. A figure suddenly appeared 2 meters in front of the sofa, the man crashing down onto the ground in a seated position. He sat dazed on the ground, his phone still aglow, casting light upon his somewhat plump yet bewildered face. The man was clad in a long-sleeved checkered shirt, a pair of jeans, and ordinary sneakers. He stood at just over 1.7 meters tall, his face marred by numerous acne scars, presenting the image of an exceedingly commonplace man in his 20s. At this moment, he sat on the ground with a blank expression, surveying his surroundings, seemingly yet to grasp the reality of his situation. Ah, hello there. So you are the illustrious second master? The individual lounging on the sofa, with his legs crossed and chin resting on his hand, regarded the seated man with leisurely interest, as though observing his expressions. The barrage of comments in the live stream chat had already erupted into chaos, filled with repetitive characters, exclamations, and astonished remarks, reflecting the viewer's shock at the unfolding spectacle. Where's this? The man on the ground predictably uttered the question. Xiao shrugged, gesturing with his hands. Come on, didn't you just leave a message in my live stream? Didn't you see what just transpired? The grin that spread across Xiao's face did little to convey friendliness. Rather, it bore an unsettling edge. System extracting a lucky viewer, transporting to the apocalypse, to experience this with your host. Xiao retrieved his phone from his pocket, illuminating the screen to reveal his face, and cheerfully inquired, What's wrong? Have you forgotten so soon? The man, still bewildered, stammered, Why you are that streamer, Xiao? Xiao nodded enthusiastically, Yes, indeed. That's me. The man abruptly turned his gaze to the surroundings, taking in the chaotic room steeped in decay. He clumsily rose to his feet, his steps unsteady as he approached the window. Chapter 6. What's all the noise? Do you wish to die? A colossal moon hung in the sky, its silvery light washing over the desolate city, cloaking the broken scenery in an ethereal glow. As he beheld the dilapidated streets, overrun by verdant foliage, it seemed he finally comprehended the truth. He muttered softly, No, this cannot be. Mango milkshake. What the hell? Living dead? Cold river snow. Is the second master really here? The streamer is serious? 3 foxes. This contrarian is terrified. Ha! Sea of fallen immortals. Ha ha! Congratulations. Second master has arrived. Sheep eating wolves. Congratulations. Second master has arrived. Egg not mild. Don't you love raising the stakes? Keep it up. I want to go back. I want to go back. The man at the window suddenly seized Xiao's clothing, shrieking in terror, Let me return. His sudden outburst startled Xiao, who swiftly yanked him closer, gripping the collar of his shirt and pinning him against the wall. With one hand firmly covering the man's mouth, the moonlight illuminated Yi Xiao's fierce gaze. He lowered his voice, teeth clenched, and hissed, "What is all this noise? Do you wish to die?" A sudden, eerie sound of footsteps echoed from outside the window, causing the two individuals by the wall to instantly freeze, their bodies tensing in unison. Yi Xiao cast a fierce glare at Yi, a warning evident in his eyes. The other man's face, contorted in terror, nodded in fearful acknowledgement. The unsettling footsteps quickened, accompanied by a series of sharp sounds, as if something were leaping, drawing alarmingly close to the window. No, right beside it. A jolt of fear coursed through Yi Xiao as he yanked the person near the window down, crouching beneath the sill. Outside, a security net was visible, with one pane of glass shattered while another remained intact. Suddenly, a foreign object landed on the net, and a shadow gradually emerged from one side of the window frame. This dark figure clutched the security net, inching forward and obscuring much of the moonlight. It was a humanoid silhouette, with unnaturally elongated arms and a gaunt body, its ribs starkly defined. Yet, the head, or rather, what was left of it, was utterly grotesque, shriveled like a desiccated fruit, hanging from the neck, which was split open, revealing crimson growths from which numerous writhing tendrils extended. Among these appendages, something resembling a mouth could be discerned. The creature loomed perilously close, mere centimeters from Yi Xiao and his companion beneath the window. Yi Xiao instinctively held his breath, cautiously peering out, only to discover that the entity seemed unaware of their presence. He raised an eyebrow in surprise. Was this creature blind? A sudden crack echoed from beside him. The man known as Yi was now crawling on all fours, attempting to scuttle away, the sound of glass crunching beneath him resonating sharply. A piercing, shrill cry erupted as the creature outside suddenly found a target, stretching its arms frantically toward the window, its head's tendrils slithering through the gaps, causing the security net to rattle violently. The man before Yi Xiao frantically kicked his legs, scrambling to his feet and bolting toward the door in a panic. "Fool! Don't run wildly." Yi Xiao cursed inwardly, springing up to pursue him. Bang! The door was abruptly struck, and the man, having just reached the threshold, was startled into sitting down on the floor. Before he could utter a sound, a hand clamped tightly over his mouth. "Stay silent." Yi Xiao's hushed voice pierced the tension. Just then, another loud bang reverberated, and the already flimsy door was forcibly flung open, sending dust and crumbling plaster cascading to the ground. The nauseating sound of something slithering sent shivers down their spines as a humanoid monstrosity stepped into the doorway, swaying unsteadily as it crossed the threshold. At first glance, its physical traits indicated that it had once been human. The emaciated figure resembled a desiccated corpse, with its bony limbs unnaturally elongated, devoid of any semblance of fat. The skin, a ghastly shade of blue, clung tightly to the warped skeleton beneath. Its exterior appeared coated in a thin layer of wax, while from the eye sockets protruded two writhing tentacles, undulating grotesquely. The jaw and upper mandible had completely separated, squeezing forth several flailing appendages that swayed eerily in the air. The gaunt legs trembled as they inched closer to Yi Xiao and his companion. The two individuals crouched against the wall, paralyzed with fear. The one clad in a shirt trembled violently, reduced to a quivering quail by Yi Xiao's hand covering his mouth. As the swaying figure drew nearer, both instinctively held their breath. Yi Xiao's gaze suddenly fell upon a dilapidated television cabinet nearby, from which he carefully reached for a vase. He lifted it slowly and then hurled it into the distance. The vase traced an arc through the air before shattering with a resounding crash in the corner of the living room. In an instant, the creature before them let out a piercing shriek and leapt towards the direction of the broken vase. Yi Xiao gently nudged his companion, signaling towards the doorway. The two sprang into action, their legs subtly tensing with energy. Yi Xiao raised a finger, counting down. As the countdown reached its conclusion, they bolted upright. Yi Xiao forcefully pushed his companion forward, and they raced down the stairs in a frenzy. Upon reaching the second floor, a sudden scream erupted from below. The leading figure, caught off guard, could not halt in time, charging directly towards the monster on the staircase. Just as he opened his mouth to shout, a powerful force from behind yanked him back, halting his momentum. He tumbled onto the stairs, just as a metallic crowbar whizzed past overhead, striking the beast and sending it tumbling downward. As the creature rolled down the steps and attempted to rise, Yi Xiao swiftly followed with another strike. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed downstairs, urging his companion to run. The chilling cries from behind pursued them as they fled the small building, sprinting towards the street corner. A cacophony of sounds erupted from behind, with several mutated beings occasionally leaping into view from the shadows. Turning the corner, Xiao spotted an eerie figure moving slowly down the street, prompting him to abruptly halt. He pulled his companion, pushing him into a narrow alley. With one hand firmly covering the other's mouth, they pressed against the wall, breathless. Chapter 7. Captured. The two remained tightly pressed within the alley, scarcely daring to breathe. As several grotesque mutants surged past on the street, exhaling in unison, the one in the checkered shirt felt his legs give way. Collapsing to the ground in a state of helplessness, Xiao let out a long sigh, cautiously peering out towards the street before nudging his companion, signaling him to retreat further into the alley. At this moment, Yi dared not act recklessly. He quietly followed Xiao, treading cautiously as they ventured further inside. The two of them proceeded with light footsteps, with Xiao illuminating the path ahead with his phone's flashlight, carefully surveying the situation in the alley. As they turned a corner, three figures suddenly emerged, blocking their path. The makeshift gun barrels pointed menacingly at Xiao and his companion. The flashlight's beam illuminated the silhouettes of the three men, one bald, one short, and one slender. They were the same trio from earlier in the day. Xiao silently raised his hands in surrender, while the emaciated man in tattered short sleeves let out a derisive laugh, finally relishing the capture of not one, but two individuals. Yi, at Xiao's side, wore an expression of overwhelming joy, akin to a dog wagging its tail in desperation, as he scampered towards the trio. At last, help has arrived. Bang! In response, the bald man struck without hesitation, smashing the butt of his gun against Yi's forehead, rendering him unconscious. Observing the crumpled figure on the ground, Xiao rolled his eyes in exasperation and muttered a curse under his breath. Fool! The slender man spat in amusement and exchanged a knowing glance with the bald man, aware that the gun was now pointed at him. Xiao understood that escape was futile. He chose to comply, recognizing that yielding might spare him further suffering. Most importantly, the demeanor of these men suggested they did not intend to kill them. Perhaps he could glean some information about this place. The bald man advanced, snatching the crowbar and phone from Xiao's grasp. He then shoved Xiao forward, following the other two into the building. The flashlight wielded by the man ahead illuminated the interior of an apartment building. Instead of ascending, they descended along a safety corridor to the basement level. The pitch-black hallway was flanked by iron doors, revealing a storage area filled with various items. After walking for a while, Xiao was thrust through one of the doors. In one corner of the room sat an odd-looking lantern, seemingly not powered by electricity. The lantern's glow illuminated the space, which was quite sizable, approximately 30 to 40 square meters, cluttered with debris, including broken tables and chairs that occupied most of the area. In the corner lay a tattered mattress, upon which sat the woman from earlier. Iron collars encircled her neck and limbs, chained together. Yi was dragged into a corner like a lifeless dog, while the bald man brought Xiao over, and both were firmly bound to two large paint buckets. They were secured in the corner, separated from the mattress by a pile of clutter. The iron door was locked, reinforced with an additional barrier. The slender man approached, holding Xiao's phone, and squatted half a meter in front of him, perusing its contents. Meanwhile, Xiao discreetly observed the three captors. All three had dark skin. Aside from their unappealing appearances, they bore no significant differences from one another. The only peculiar aspect is that the arms and necks of these three individuals are adorned with dark purple veins, exuding an ominous aura. The emaciated man in front raised his gaze towards Xiao, seemingly intrigued by the presence of a mobile phone in these times. With a swift motion, he grasped Xiao's chin, tilting his face from side to side for a closer inspection. To his surprise, Xiao was from beyond the high walls. It appeared that luck was on their side. A flicker of excitement crossed the man's eyes, and he gestured towards the still unconscious second master. Not only him, but the two others as well. The bald man scrutinized Xiao, a hint of perplexity evident in his gaze. How had these two managed to escape the high walls? It was baffling that they had been allowed to roam free. The emaciated man scoffed dismissively. It mattered not, as long as they could bring them back. What was there to worry about regarding their supply of medicine? He raised the barrel of his gun and pressed it against Xiao's face, the icy touch sending shivers down his spine. Kid, if you behave, the journey will be less painful. I have no desire to end your life prematurely. The trio rummaged through Xiao's belongings, issuing warnings before turning to navigate around a pile of debris towards a mattress in the corner. A murmur of conversation drifted from that direction. We had remarkable luck this time, encountering two individuals from beyond the high walls. However, with just the three of us, bringing these two along may hinder our movements. Should we utilize the radio to contact the Free Fire organization for assistance? I fear that any messages might be intercepted, leading to complications. Let us see how it goes. We'll discuss it after crossing this city. Xiao listened attentively, noting their references to the high walls, which seemed to signify a particular location, as well as an organization called Free Fire. They assumed the two of them were from beyond the high walls, likely due to certain similarities with those within. Most intriguingly, they mentioned medicine. Xiao pondered the implications. Why would they need to bring them along to obtain medicine? Were they planning to use them as leverage? Or did those from beyond the high walls possess some unique value? At that moment, a cacophony of sounds erupted from the corner, accompanied by the foul curses of a man and the cries of a woman, sending chills down Xiao's spine. He could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for the woman. Her plight was tragic. It was then that Xiao found time to glance at the barrage of comments in the live stream. 3 Fox, the host, is in a dire situation, having been captured. Wolf Eater, what is that sound? Is there something we are not allowed to witness? Cold River Snow, is the second master there? Xiao turned to see the second master awakening, kicking the other man's thigh. Shortly, the latter stirred groggily, lifting his head to realize he was tightly bound, then glanced over at Xiao, who was similarly restrained, and began to struggle. Xiao shot him a glare and whispered, "Don't bother, you fool." The second master slumped his shoulders, surveying the surroundings with a face full of anxiety and fear. The number of online viewers in the live stream has surpassed 2,000, with the addition of new followers also exceeding 2,000. The system prompts that another fortunate viewer can be selected. Xiao rolled his eyes. Given the current situation, it would be better to refrain from such actions. Chapter 8. The second master arrives. The second master weeps at this moment. The barrage in the live stream surged. Nidan Budan. Why isn't the second master being called? Keep calling. Luo Hai Ching Xian. Why doesn't the nitpicker continue? Allah Deng Shinding. He not he. Luo Ziyu Jianyi. This fool's actions are truly disheartening. Liang Jiu Shihua. What a nuisance. Without the host, this fool would have long since perished. Muo Run. This guy actually approached someone. I am genuinely impressed. Fei Hong Ziyi. What is going on here? Is there really a system? Incredible. AI and Ida Chong. Ha ha ha. He is so miserable. It brings me joy. Xian Yu Bu Hui Fan Shen. This can't be a joke. Should we call the police? Ka Fei Dobu Ku. The police have already been notified. Xiao rolled his eyes and muttered, if calling the police was effective, would I still be here? Over there. They were engrossed in some sort of group activity and would certainly not be paying attention to them. He stretched his long legs and kicked the disoriented second master. Hey, what is your name? The person across silently lifted his head, his despondent eyes devoid of any luster, appearing utterly lifeless. He opened his mouth and weakly stammered, Zhou Chirue. Xiao smirked, why so morose? Weren't you boasting about being chosen? Isn't this what you wished for? Why the long face? Zhou Chirue pressed his lips together, his eyes gradually reddening as he trembled. I was wrong. It was my fault for being glib. I shouldn't have provoked. I won't do it again, please. Send me back. I beg you. His voice quivered with a hint of tears. Xiao abruptly kicked Zhou Chirue's leg, frowning as he glared at him. Why shout so loudly? Are you afraid they won't notice? Upon hearing Xiao's words, Zhou Chirue immediately fell silent. His ordinary face was now filled with a visage of despair, far removed from the arrogance he had displayed in the live stream. He hung his head in agitation, glancing around, before suddenly glaring fiercely at Xiao, gritting his teeth. You brought me here. You have to take me back. You must be responsible. Zhou Chirue glared at Xiao, his teeth clenched, as if he wished to rend Xiao apart. Xiao regarded him with a cold stare, surprised that this fellow had the audacity to threaten him. Understand this. It was not I who brought you here, but the live stream system. I too was brought here against my will. Xiao rolled his eyes at Zhou Chirue. If you wish to perish, that is your choice. If you wish to live, then behave yourself. To those individuals, we are mere commodities. Do not naively believe they will assist us. Leaning back languidly, Xiao added, if you truly wish for demise, then by all means, pursue that path. I will not intervene. He listened to the cacophony of murmurs and noises emanating from the corner and quietly warned Zhou Qirai. I have a system at my disposal. As long as you follow my lead obediently, surviving won't be a daunting task. Xiao's words illuminated Zhou Qirai, whose previously despondent expression regained a flicker of vitality. Zhou Qirai eagerly nodded in agreement, immediately pledging his loyalty to Xiao. I will listen to you, whatever you say. I shall do. Brother, I am entirely at your command. The person on the opposite side wore a sycophantic smile, and Xiao, with narrowed eyes, responded with a sardonic nod. Let us hope you honor your word, and refrain from acting foolishly as you did earlier. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to abandon you and make my escape. Listening to Xiao's admonition, Zhou Qirai silently nodded, his head bowed and neck withdrawn. Xiao glanced at the barrage of comments in the live stream. The girl who loves milk tea. I hope he doesn't drag us down. Coke chicken wings. I wonder if certain individuals are self-aware. Invincible Monkey King. I really don't understand why we brought this burden along. Truly a saintly figure. Shadow Poet. Isn't the host responsible for this? Isn't it illegal? 3 foxes. The host doesn't have that capability. It's already commendable that he's willing to assist this fellow. Salted fish not turning. I have already reported this to the police. But they don't believe me. Blackcurrant. Is the host now captured? Will he not escape? Xiao was taken aback to discover that someone had indeed reported to the authorities. However, he was acutely aware that if reporting were effective, he would not be in this predicament. As for escaping, he shook his head, lowering his voice. The place was enclosed, making escape exceedingly difficult, especially with firearms in their possession. He needed to wait for the opportune moment. Currently bound, Xiao was relieved that the live stream system was operated through consciousness. He accessed the shop, during which several fans had sent gifts, and the system had intelligently expressed gratitude automatically. Thank you all for your generous gifts. I now have 268 points, yet the items available for redemption remain rather meager. Aside from daggers and machetes, no formidable items have been unlocked. Given the current circumstances, lacking a firearm renders one utterly insecure. Even with a gun, I might not be able to contend with the 3 assailants. A mere ordinary handgun costs 1,000 points. Everyone, I implore your support. For those who cherish my endeavors, please lend your support. Xiao shamelessly solicited gifts from the fans in the live stream. After all, the equipment points largely depended on the fans. As long as these patrons were pleased, his days here would be considerably easier. Having been captured, it was not an opportune moment to escape, and with nightfall approaching, the number of viewers in the live stream plummeted, and the barrage of comments dwindled to silence. In order to conserve sufficient energy for a potential escape the following day, Xiao closed his eyes, preparing to drift into slumber. Early the next morning, Xiao, lost in a deep and pleasant sleep, was abruptly awakened by a forceful shove. Groggily, he opened his eyes, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. Damn it. This kid sleeps quite soundly. Get up. Xiao shook his head, only to be abruptly lifted by the bald man. The shorter fellow bound his and Zhou Chirui's hands together with a sturdy nylon rope, tying them to the woman as well. And they were dragged out of the apartment building. Xiao was pulled out of the dilapidated unit, greeted by the cold, pale light of dawn. It was then that he carefully surveyed his surroundings. The plants were not all overwhelmingly large. Although the vegetation on both sides was lush, it remained quite ordinary. Yet, some flora appeared to have been enhanced unnaturally, growing wildly like monstrous entities. A layer of dew covered the surrounding greenery, and a few lizards sluggishly crawled along the branches. Clearly, some plants and animals in this world had undergone some form of mutation. Damn it, I'm out of energy. The short man suddenly cursed, fiddling with a strangely shaped homemade gun in his hand. The main body of the weapon resembled a shotgun, but where bullets should have been loaded, there was an odd apparatus containing a red liquid. However, it seemed that the liquid was running low. Additionally, at the muzzle, a sharp blade was affixed. Upon hearing the short man's complaint, the bald man gripping the rope remarked, "It's time to scavenge for some seed cores." Chapter 9 Seed Cores. The mention of this term stirred Xiao's curiosity, recalling the green liquid in the gun's container. It made him think of the mutated giant grasshopper he had slain earlier, which had dropped something. Could that possibly be the seed core these individuals spoke of? It appeared that such an item could serve as some form of ammunition. This world likely possessed technologies he was unaware of. However, Xiao furrowed his brow, remembering a crucial detail. What about the red seed core? He recalled placing it in his pocket, and it seemed those individuals had not discovered it during their search. Suddenly, the live broadcast system's marketplace interface popped up unexpectedly. Xiao was startled. He turned to look around, ensuring that no one else could see it before he breathed a sigh of relief. Staring at the interface that had appeared out of nowhere, he realized it wasn't the marketplace, but rather an item inventory, currently containing 10 slots. At that moment, the seed core lay nestled within the inventory. Wait, there's an item inventory? Why wasn't I informed earlier? Xiao was at a loss for words. Had he known, he would have placed the crowbar in the inventory. But then again, why did the seed core automatically enter the item inventory while the crowbar did not? As if to clarify, the system automatically displayed an explanation of the item inventory. Items in the marketplace originated from the previous world and could not be placed in the inventory. The inventory was exclusively for items from this world and could be carried back to the previous world. This meant the item inventory functioned as a sort of transport backpack, only accommodating items from this world, and upon returning to the previous world, One could only retrieve items, not carry resources from that world. Resources from the previous world could solely be acquired through the live broadcast system. Returning to the previous world? Yi Xiao's heart surged with joy. Could it be that he could return? However, the conditions for his return were not specified here. Just as Yi Xiao pondered this, the person ahead suddenly halted, turning to cast a glance in his direction. Upon meeting the gazes of several individuals, the panel before Yi Xiao vanished in an instant. The lean man looked at the bald-headed one and inquired, "Hey, didn't this kid acquire a seed core yesterday? Didn't you find it when you searched him?" The bald man shook his head, replying, "No, he doesn't have a seed core on him." The lean man clearly disbelieved him and approached Yi Xiao with a menacing glint in his eyes, signaling to the shorter man. The diminutive figure quickly stepped forward, rummaging through Yi Xiao's person again, only to shake his head. "Where's the seed core you got yesterday?" The lean man fixed his gaze on Yi Xiao, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Yi Xiao's heart raced. He anticipated this confrontation. Nonetheless, he remained composed, knowing these individuals were unlikely to uncover the truth. Yet, if he feigned ignorance, they surely would not be convinced. Yi Xiao concocted a plausible excuse. I don't know. I had it in my pocket yesterday, but it might have fallen out when I fled last night. Damn it, what a useless fool." The lean man cursed, tugging sharply at the rope. The force he exerted was surprisingly strong, causing Yi Xiao and the others to stumble forward unceremoniously. Yi Xiao managed to steady himself, but the woman in front was not so fortunate. Her already tattered clothing, with jeans frayed at the knees, was now further torn, exposing her skin. Upon hearing Yi Xiao's words, the trio appeared to harbor little doubt. The lean man shot Yi Xiao a disdainful glance, muttering under his breath, but opting not to pursue the matter further. The shorter man turned to the lean man, speaking quietly, "We're running low on stock. Let us prepare some seed cores before we proceed." The lean man nodded, saying, "Let us find a spot soon and set a trap." He cast a casual glance back at Yi Xiao and the others. They would soon serve a purpose. Yi Xiao and his companions were led forward, with Yi Xiao in the middle, flanked by Zhou Chirue behind him and the woman ahead. This woman, filthy and exuding a foul odor akin to the three men, appeared to have gone a long time without bathing. She wore a tattered tank top, her body marred with bruises. The deep marks on her neck and wrists suggested she had been restrained for an extended period. Like Zhou Chirue, she gazed downward quietly, mechanically following along, completely indifferent to the abrasions on her knees. Yet, Yi Xiao's demeanor remained undaunted. After all, succumbing to despair was not an option if he wished to survive. He continuously observed his surroundings and the movements of the trio, recognizing this as a valuable opportunity to learn. During the day, the mutated beings that roamed at night seemed absent, and the route these individuals traveled appeared to be quite deliberate. In areas devoid of substantial vegetation, they traversed closely alongside the buildings, even when the roads were spacious, remaining in proximity to the structures. Moreover, upon reaching more open spaces, these individuals fell into a profound silence. When confronted with the immense roots of trees or the sprawling tendrils of vines, they would meticulously scrutinize, seemingly to ascertain if any peculiar entities resided above the plants. Upon sighting flora adorned with colossal blossoms from a distance, they instinctively chose to steer clear, even opting for detours. As dawn broke, the glaring sunlight swiftly transformed the abandoned city into a tapestry of light and shadow. The previously sparse audience in the live stream suddenly surged, likely coinciding with the morning commute. "Good morning, streamer," one viewer greeted. "I just woke up." Checking if the streamer is here, another chimed in. "Is the streamer still alive?" A third inquired. Has the day of captivity begun?" Another commented. "Is the streamer planning an escape today?" Yet another asked. As the viewership escalated, several comments caught Yi Xiao's attention. "Is this a movie?" One queried. "No. The streamer is broadcasting from the apocalypse," another clarified. "If this is a live stream, why isn't he speaking?" Another remarked. "Brother, can't you see the streamer and his companions have been captured? How can he converse?" Came the retort. "Is this a film shoot?" Another asked. "The newcomers might not know. The streamer is live from a post-apocalyptic world," another explained. Yi Xiao silently observed the barrage of comments. Evidently, a considerable number of new viewers had joined the stream. He was currently unable to speak, yet the live streaming system seemed incapable of designating moderators. But the streamer should be able to post comments. With a thought, Yi Xiao replied in the chat, "Streamer, Yi Xiao, I possess a live streaming system and have traversed into the apocalypse. Currently captured and unable to interact. Those with wealth could assist by sending gifts, allowing me to exchange for weapons in the system's marketplace. Streamer, Yi Xiao, these individuals may soon use us as bait. We must devise a means to escape." Quite convincing, isn't it? One reacted. Chapter 10, still not running? Evidently, some of the newcomers, much like the earlier viewers, remained skeptical, adamantly insisting it was merely a film. After all, Xiao was too apprehensive to engage with them, and his silence indeed resembled that of a cinematic production. A firearm required 1,000 points for redemption, and accumulating such points appeared a daunting task. However, Xiao's attention shifted to the weapons slung across the backs of the three captors. These armaments likely belonged to this world and could potentially be stored in his inventory. Yet, pilfering weapons from their grasp seemed an insurmountable challenge. A voice from ahead, belonging to the bald man, suggested that there appeared to be no signs of other activity in the vicinity. The gaunt man cast a perplexed glance back at Xiao and the other individual. Zhou Chirui, pondering their unexpected presence, clean and unblemished. How could the high walls have easily released them? Suddenly, the shorter man spoke up. Wasn't there a vehicle that circled the outskirts a few days ago? Could they be a part of a convoy that got separated? The gaunt man furrowed his brow, seemingly contemplating this possibility. They still held on to their high-end smartphones, undoubtedly the privileged ones from behind the high walls. The bald man sniffed, remarking that those two phones could fetch a handsome price. If they pulled off this job, they would surely prosper. The emaciated man frowned deeply, spitting in disdain. Who cares? Let us push further in. It would be troublesome if those people come looking for us. We need to move quickly. Once we deliver the goods, we can enjoy ourselves in the Black Iron District. The short man sulked. If only we had a vehicle. Listening to their conversation, Zhou Chirui suddenly reached out and tapped Xiao on the back. Xiao turned to look at him, only to see Zhou Chirui mouthing, "Aren't you running?" Xiao rolled his eyes in response. Did Zhou Chirui expect them to flee right under the noses of this group? Was he not afraid of getting shot? Moreover, in Xiao's eyes, Zhou Chirui was merely a burden. Although he could abandon Zhou Chirui and escape, he was uncertain how the audience in the live stream would react. They had barely begun broadcasting, and if someone were to die right after being brought in, who would dare to join the stream thereafter? At that moment, the barrage of comments in the live stream was rife with agitation. Niu Ma Shi Wa, why aren't they running? Han Jiang Shui, seriously, what is the host waiting for? Run already. Sun Hua, given the current situation, it is ill-advised for the host to act recklessly. San Hu, those with money should board the ship. Let the host exchange for weapons. How can one run without arms? Qing Xiao Di, why aren't they running? The host is too cowardly. Xiao Shuiji, the host is truly a coward. Can't he run? Nai Dan Budan. Oh my, I have an elective class soon. When is the host going to escape? Suddenly, the footsteps of the three in front came to an abrupt halt, and Xiao felt the rope binding his hands tighten. Instantly, they were yanked into a corner. The three in front gripped their guns tightly, peering around the corner. They engaged in hushed conversation. The emaciated man said, "We're very close to the depth zone. Should we hit a job here?" The short man examined his firearm, peering down the street. "All right, once we finish this job, we can continue circling through the suburbs." The emaciated man nudged the bald man and pointed to a tall building across the street. "Let us head to the rooftop." After their exchange, the bald man turned to cast a warning glance at Xiao and Zhou Chirui. "Keep your mouths shut and stay close." Xiao and Zhou Chirui were somewhat bewildered, and just then, the force of the rope pulled them around the corner. The emaciated man led the way, crouching low as they jogged across the wide street toward the tall building. As Xiao was pulled around the corner, he glanced back at the direction the three had been observing, and it instantly widened his eyes in astonishment. Unlike the previous area, which was overrun by vegetation, this section of the street was largely barren of plant life, perhaps due to its proximity to the city center, where greenery was scarce, with only a few stout roots clinging to the buildings. Consequently, the derelict buildings here appeared less desolate. Yet, the most striking difference was the peculiar, grotesque growths attached to the outer walls of these structures. A colossal red tumor, reminiscent of an egg sac, hung precariously from the corners of the building. Atop the structure, a gigantic crow, adorned with twisted tentacles, stood vigilantly, swiveling its head from side to side. Suddenly, the stout root beneath it stirred, prompting the immense crow to plunge downward with a swift dive, its powerful wings generating a gust that was palpable even to the group of Xiao at the street below. The enormous bird executed a dive, then glided back to the rooftop, its beak now brimming with a half-meter-long insect. A mere glance at the creature sent a shiver coursing through Xiao's body. The street beyond was undeniably a portal to hell. The force of the rope tugged insistently, compelling the trio to advance into the building. This was an office tower, its glass shattered in disarray, long abandoned and stripped of its former opulence, now a mere shadow of its past glory. Upon entering, a foul odor assaulted their senses. reminiscent of desiccated flesh, infused with a pungent, briny scent. The source of this stench appeared to emanate from the corners of the floors, where black, viscous substances coalesced, perhaps remnants of shattered egg sacs that once housed something alive. The lean man approached these dark entities, prodding them with his foot. The dried, sticky mass crumbled into dust under pressure. Sighing with relief, he declared, "It has been a long time. There should be no danger. Let us proceed to the rooftop." Xiao and his companions were pushed to the front, while the short man, armed with a gun, took up a defensive position at the rear. Xiao and Zhou Chirui found themselves with no avenue of escape. They ascended the safety stairs to the top floor, where the lean man cautiously opened the rooftop iron door, ensuring it was safe before turning to the short man. "You stay here and keep an eye on them. We'll go take a look." With that, he and the bald man stepped onto the terrace. The short man, flashing a grin that revealed yellowed teeth, kicked at Xiao and his companions, urging them to huddle in the corner. He settled on the stairs ahead, one hand gripping his gun while the other delved into his pants pocket, retrieving Xiao's phone. The short man triumphantly examined the device, its screen glowing with a prompt for a password. He clicked his tongue and glanced at Xiao, raising an eyebrow. "Hey kid, what is the password?" Xiao surveyed the rooftop's iron door and then the opposing figure before replying, 920,301. The short man bent down to input the password, his attention momentarily captivated by the phone. Aside from the audience in the live stream, no one noticed Xiao as a shopping panel materialized before him, displaying a current score of 389. Xiao's gaze fixated intently on the gun held in the short man's right hand, while the latter remained engrossed in the phone screen. Xiao exchanged a glance with his companions, Zhou Chirui and the woman, both appearing bewildered, seemingly oblivious to his silent communication. Xiao's gaze was fixed intently upon the gun's muzzle. As he noticed its aim shift, he suddenly exerted force beneath his feet, extending his bound hands in a desperate lunge towards the weapon. Chapter 11. The streamer has killed. Xiao's abrupt dive startled the shorter man, who instinctively squeezed the trigger, only to discover that his weapon had vanished into thin air. "What?" the diminutive figure exclaimed, only to be swiftly pinned to the ground by Xiao's momentum. A nearby woman rushed over to assist, but to her astonishment, the short man possessed an unexpected strength, making it difficult for Xiao to subdue him completely. Just then, the man abruptly drew a cleaver from his thigh and swung it menacingly at Xiao. The chilling aura, tinged with a metallic scent, sent a shiver down Xiao's spine. He instinctively leaned back, the sudden movement tightening the rope that bound him, causing the sharp blade to slice through it effortlessly. With inertia propelling him, Xiao tumbled to the ground, while the short man, quick as a flash, pivoted and raised the cleaver high above his head, preparing to strike. In that critical moment, Xiao spent 235 points to exchange for a wilderness survival dagger from the marketplace. A 28 centimeters blade materialized in his restrained hands just as the diminutive figure lunged toward him. The event unfolded so swiftly that even Xiao was momentarily stunned. The sound of the blade piercing flesh echoed sharply. The short man's body halted mid-motion as he gazed down in disbelief at his chest, where the blade had found its mark, embedding itself directly over his heart. Crimson began to seep from the wound, blossoming like a flower upon his chest. Xiao, equally taken aback by the scene, quickly rolled the lifeless man aside. A loud crash jolted him back to the present. He turned sharply to see Zhou Chirui and the woman still tethered together by ropes, desperately gripping the doorknob, their faces a mixture of fear and urgency. "Hurry. We can't hold on much longer." Zhou Chirui's voice trembled as they exerted every ounce of strength to brace themselves against the door. Xiao snapped back to reality, swiftly retrieving the dagger from the side of a fallen body and hastening towards the iron door. He joined the effort to reinforce it, simultaneously using the dagger to cut through the ropes binding his wrists. The iron door was a heavy, outward-swinging model, requiring immense force from the outside to the shouts from outside penetrated through the crack of the door. Yet it was evident that the two individuals dared not raise their voices too loud. Their tones were suppressed, as if they feared disturbing something. Xiao's brow furrowed in concern. Having already eliminated one of their adversaries, being captured by these two would surely lead to dire consequences, perhaps even severe retaliation. This time, they had to escape. His gaze fell upon a mobile phone resting on the stairs, and an idea suddenly struck him. He hurriedly descended a few steps, snatched up the phone from the ground, activated the music player, and selected an energetic dance track, cranking the volume to its maximum. He then placed the phone beneath the crack of the door, directing the speaker towards it. The pulsating music erupted through the opening, filling the balcony with its raucous sound. Behind the door, the two men erupted into frantic curses. Damn it, cursed. Following this, Xiao and his companions heard a peculiar shriek approaching their direction. Baldy! Came the thin man's urgent cry from behind the door, followed by the deafening crack of gunfire. The roars and monstrous screeches intertwined, and Xiao realized that their adversaries were now too preoccupied to notice them. Seizing the moment while the surrounding creatures were drawn to the commotion, this was their optimal chance to flee, evading the peril of being discovered by the monsters. With a dagger in hand, Xiao hurriedly untied Zhou Chirui and the woman, then swiftly wrapped a rope around the door handle and a nearby railing. He shouted to the woman and Zhou Chirui, "Grab the machete and the backpack, quickly." Zhou Chirui glanced at the short figure on the ground, eyes wide open in eternal rest, and hastily picked up the machete that had fallen to the side, while the woman retrieved the backpack. Once Xiao secured the rope, he snatched the backpack from the woman's hands, urging them both to run downwards. "Run, quickly." The trio dashed down the staircase, their speed accelerating as the music from above gradually faded. Xiao, an athlete by training, led the way, with the two trailing closely behind as they burst out of the building. Surprisingly, the woman's physical condition proved impressive, her pace swift, while Zhou Chirui, upon reaching the ground floor, appeared pale, devoid of color in his lips. Wait. I can't run anymore," Zhou Chirui panted, trembling as he called out weakly to Xiao ahead. Xiao dismissed his pleas, retorting, "If you can't run, you might as well wait for death." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chirui dared not voice any complaints, gritting his teeth and summoning all his strength to keep pace with Xiao. The rooftop of the building was in chaos, and in the distance, countless monstrous silhouettes converged towards the top of the edifice. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion reverberated from above, startling the three just as they emerged from the building. Something had crashed into the adjacent structure. The woman abruptly pointed in a direction, towards the outskirts. The trio then sprinted along the street in the direction she indicated. After racing through several blocks, they finally found themselves unable to continue and took refuge in an abandoned apartment building. Their brains felt starved of blood, and they collapsed onto the floor of a room. Utterly spent, Zhou Chirui collapsed onto the ground like a lifeless dog, his expression one of agony, gasping for breath. This ordeal alone could equate to a year's worth of exertion. The woman leaned against the wall, sliding down to sit, relief evident on her face as if she had narrowly escaped a calamity. Xiao tossed his backpack aside and braced himself, inhaling deeply. The three of them took a moment to recover, allowing their oxygen-deprived minds to regain clarity. The livestream's barrage of comments surged chaotically across the screen. Sanhu, impressive. The host is phenomenal. Chenxi Jihua, thrilling. Wow, so exhilarating. What a treasure of a live stream. Sunhua, that knife earlier wasn't a prop. It was a real murder. Nidam Budan, I almost screamed in my elective class. Wow, that was intense. Debiaogu, the host has committed murder, and you all are still calling it thrilling. Mei Xiao Nanzhan, sure. Are you going to call the police? Are you an idiot? This is the apocalypse. Sure, by demand. Surely, there's no one left who doesn't realize the host is in an apocalyptic scenario. If you don't fight back, are you just waiting to be slaughtered? Hua Ji Mianju, are you out of your mind? This is clearly a movie. How can you be so foolish? Chapter 12. The basic gift package. The comments continued to flood the screen, accompanied by a relentless stream of gift notifications. Xiao glanced over and was surprised to see that he had already garnered 10 captains. Suddenly, a livestream panel popped up before him. The number of viewers has reached 10,000, and you have received a basic gift package. A gift package? Xiao's face brightened, and glancing at the woman beside him, he stood up and said, "I need to use the restroom." With that, he made his way to the bathroom. Xiao hurried into the restroom, gently closing the peeling plastic door behind him. In a hushed tone, he began, "Hello everyone. I didn't interact earlier due to the circumstances. As you can see, I've been transported to the apocalypse. Hua Ji Mianju, no way is this real?" The group, initially believing they were merely watching a film, began to flood the live stream with comments in a frenzy. Clearly, Xiao's sudden engagement shattered their skepticism. Xiao Yujiang, didn't I mention it earlier? Some people just refuse to believe. Gonstar, the host is incredible. Supporting from the ship. Debiaogu, the host has killed someone, and you still support him. Is there no humanity? Xiao took a deep breath. Recalling the lifeless face staring back at him, the chest stained crimson. He felt his hands tremble slightly and shook his head vigorously, striving to steady his thoughts. In such a situation, if I did not resist, it would have been my demise. Those people would not offer any notions of the rule of law. Merely surviving was a blessing. Sanhu. Exactly, the host's primary objective is to stay alive, being a saint in the apocalypse. Do you have any sense? Xiao, why? When you should have run earlier, why did you wait? Running now is akin to courting death. Bu Hui Chu Ming. Elementary students should refrain from pontificating. You would have been terrified long ago. Xiao, why? Laughing to death, what is there to fear? It's just the way it is. If there's a knife, one should have fled long ago. Nai Dan Bu Dan. Oh, you're so tough. Can you outrun a bullet? Xiao, why? Can't you at least hide in the neighboring house? Such foolishness, a gathering of ineptitude. Falling into the sea to become an immortal, I merely chuckled silently. Everyone understands. The little boat has capsized. You seem a bit sinister. We all comprehend. We all comprehend. With a cunning expression, falling into the sea to become an immortal garnered agreement from the fans who had been present yesterday. They had all witnessed the calamity that befell the second master, and now there were still those fanning the flames in the comments. Xiao shook his head in mild exasperation. This group thrived on chaos. Currently, Xiao had accumulated 878 points, and the tally was still rising. With new arrivals boarding the ship intermittently, the live stream's audience count had reached 13,563. And there was the grand gift. Suddenly recalling, Xiao exclaimed, by the way, since the viewership has surpassed 10,000, the system has bestowed a grand gift. He eagerly clicked on the basic gift package before him, wondering what treasures it might hold. Just as his words fell, a wild survival backpack materialized in midair, landing on the ground with a thud. Many new viewers in the comments were startled by the sudden appearance of the backpack. What the heck? What's happening? Is the host performing magic? Oh dear. Basic skills shouldn't be overlooked. Just watch, you'll get used to it. Hurry and see what good items are in the backpack. Prompted by the comments, Xiao began to inspect the backpack. It appeared to be a wild survival pack. Quite large, it had a straight knife hanging from its exterior. Xiao, having followed numerous wilderness survival vloggers and tactical enthusiasts on video platforms, recognized the knife. It resembled Cold Steel's Bushman, lightweight and not cumbersome, equipped with a fire starter. Most importantly, the knife's handle was hollow, allowing it to be affixed to the top of a stick to be used as a spear. The backpack boasted ample capacity and numerous compartments, filled to the brim with various items. 1 sleeping bag, 1 rain tarp, 1 thermos, 3 bottles of water, 6 packs of compressed biscuits, 6 energy chocolates, 2 windproof lighters, 2 fire starters, 1 portable cooking pot, 1 folding stove, 1 headlamp, 1 powerful flashlight, 10 batteries, and 1 first aid kit, along with gloves, paracord, tape, and rubber bands. In addition to the backpack, there was a small chest pack containing essential emergency tools, such as a multi-tool, a small flashlight, fire starters, a water purifier, 26 purification tablets, a small knife, paracord, and a warm pack mask. In summary, this gift arrived just in time, preventing him from wandering naked in this apocalyptic world. After inspecting the contents, Xiao slung the backpack over his shoulder and stepped outside. Zhou Chirui glanced at the backpack in his hands and deduced that it was indeed a gift from the live streaming system. The woman's gaze fell upon Xiao's back in astonishment, yet she refrained from asking further questions, though she had already found it quite strange and curious to see the knife materialize in Xiao's hands. Those who survived in the apocalypse understood a fundamental truth: take care of oneself and refrain from asking unnecessary questions. Xiao set the backpack aside, then reached for the one he had acquired from the shorter individual. As he unzipped the bag, he discovered a collection of miscellaneous items. From one side, he fished out a stainless steel water bottle and gave it a gentle shake. The sound of water sloshing within caught the attention of Zhou Chirui, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. Xiao unscrewed the cap and took a sip, realizing there was only half a bottle of water remaining. Although they had received some water earlier, the dilapidated surroundings suggested that resources would be scarce, necessitating careful rationing. He handed the water bottle to Zhou Chirui with a stern admonition: drink sparingly, just a sip each. Zhou Chirui eagerly accepted the bottle, gulping down a generous mouthful before reluctantly licking his lips and passing it to the woman beside them. She obediently took a sip and returned it to Xiao, expressing her gratitude with a warm smile. Thank you, she said appreciatively. The woman appeared to be in her early 20s, similar in age to Zhou Chirui. Her hair was somewhat unkempt, hastily tied back, and her sun-kissed skin bore a scar on her cheek, which marred her otherwise pleasant features. However, in such dire circumstances, concerns about beauty were trivial. Survival was the priority. Xiao inquired, "What is your name?" The woman smiled shyly, replying, "You can call me a Fei." Xiao nodded. Introducing himself, "I am Xiao, and this is Zhou Chirui." She acknowledged them with a nod. Her curiosity piqued as she asked, "Are you from beyond the high walls? Which district do you belong to?" Xiao furrowed his brow at her mention of high walls and districts. while Zhou Chirui appeared utterly bewildered. Xiao couldn't help but suppress an eye roll at his companion's cluelessness. Fortunately, Fei seemed oblivious to Zhou Chirui's reaction. Xiao was reluctant to reveal their ignorance about this place, fearing it might invite trouble. Seeing Xiao's silence, Fei urgently implored, "Please, can you take me with you? As long as I can enter the high walls, I will do anything." Her words suggested that the high walls were a desirable location, and given their unfamiliarity with the area, it might be worth exploring. Yet, Xiao was puzzled as to why she, along with the earlier trio, was so certain that he and Zhou Chirui hailed from the high walls. Was it possible that individuals like them only existed within those confines? Xiao nodded. "We can. But we are lost and unfamiliar with the outside world. We do not know how to return." Fei's face lit up with hope. "That's all right, I have a map," she exclaimed, hastily rummaging through her backpack. After a brief search, she pulled out a leather-bound notebook, secured with a clasp. The exterior was grimy and worn, indicating frequent use, and the notebook was bulging, suggesting it contained numerous items. Eagerly, Fei opened the notebook, exclaiming, "I often see them using this." Upon opening the notebook, the thick pages within had already begun to yellow, chronicling a wealth of information. Fei flipped through the central pages and uncovered several maps. She spread one of them on the ground and declared, "This must be it." Xiao and Zhou Chirui leaned closer to the map, which was adorned with unfamiliar cities and terrains. The map bore various markings made with a pen, categorized into 4 distinct symbols: triangles, small squares, circles, and crosses. Although the significance of these markings eluded Xiao, he could not suppress his excitement. These artifacts must represent crucial intelligence and information recorded by the trio. Pointing at the markings, Xiao raised his gaze to Fei and inquired, "Do you know what these all mean?" Fei nodded and replied, "I have overheard some of their conversations." The cross appeared to denote a forbidden zone, a perilous area they had mentioned, where entry was synonymous with certain doom. Lowering her gaze to the square marking, she continued, "The triangle indicates a stronghold. The large triangle represents a major gathering place, while the small one signifies a minor outpost. The circle marks cities or regions that have been visited. This small square indicates a passable road junction." Xiao nodded in understanding and began to sift through the other maps, which seemed to represent various provinces. Indeed, he soon spotted a new symbol on another map. "What do these small solid triangles signify?" he asked. Fei glanced at the spot he was pointing to and replied, "Oh, that marks the entrance to the underground black market." Xiao felt a twinge of confusion. "Underground black market?" Fei nodded matter-of-factly. "You may not have heard much about it behind the high walls. It is an underground city built upon the subway system. It is said to be a hub for the black market, where rare goods from various districts converge. You can find anything you desire there. Furthermore, it serves as a crucial nexus among several districts, frequented by wanderers and expedition teams seeking supplies or entertainment." Fei then cast a peculiar glance at Xiao and Zhou Chirui. After a moment of hesitation, she spoke, "It would be wise for you not to venture there." Xiao raised an eyebrow. "Why do you say that?" Fei pursed her lips, gazing at Xiao as if grappling with something difficult to articulate. Ultimately, she said, "In any case, you individuals from behind the high walls, if discovered outside, risk being sold as commodities. In places like the black market, once you enter, it is unlikely you will emerge again." Xiao furrowed his brow and nodded solemnly. Fei's words heightened his concern. What was it that made those from behind the high walls so distinct? They were merely ordinary people, yet did their existence imply a value that warranted their commodification? Yet, what precisely set them apart? Stealing a glance at Fei, Xiao sensed that this question could not be posed directly, for it would surely reveal their peculiarities. Thus, he swiftly redirected the conversation. "By the way, which is the nearest high wall district? Our journey here may have been lengthy, and it would be perilous to return on our own." Fei found it reasonable. She diligently located their position on the map. They were in a place called Yanqing, and the nearest high-walled area was estimated to be over 400 kilometers away. Even by car, it would take 5 to 6 hours. Goodness, that is quite far. Zhou Chirui, who had remained silent until now, was taken aback, twitching his eyelid in disbelief, his face contorted with distress as he turned to look at Xiao. "Given the current situation outside, how on earth are we supposed to get there? Where can we find a vehicle?" Xiao examined the map intently. This region had crossed provincial boundaries, and aside from the large triangle, the lower section bore no markings whatsoever. This implied that none of the three had ventured to those nearby locations. They were uncertain which roads were passable, but for the moment, the issue of procuring a vehicle loomed large. Speaking of vehicles, Xiao couldn't help but access the marketplace interface. Surely, vehicles could be considered supplies? Yet, He was unsure if any were for sale. As he scrolled through the weaponry section, his eyes widened with each passing item. Remarkably, there were plenty of impressive goods. Not only vehicles, but even armored tanks were listed. It was baffling where this live streaming system sourced such items, and the long string of zeros made one's scalp tingle. The marketplace certainly offered vehicles, yet the cheapest four-wheeled motorized option, a basic tricycle, still required several thousand points, let alone fuel-powered cars, which started at a minimum of 10,000 points. The barrage of comments erupted with disbelief, as a group of individuals suggested Xiao exchange for a tank. If it weren't for AFI's presence, he would have rolled his eyes at their ignorance. With his meager points, dreaming of acquiring a tank was utterly absurd. Xiao pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling a headache coming on, and closed the dizzying marketplace interface. However, AFI's expression brightened as she spoke. There's no need for such complications. She pointed to the latter half of their journey, stating that they simply needed to reach Yufeng, then descend through the waterways from Lingjiang. This route would ensure their safety. Upon hearing that a waterway was an option, Xiao's expression lightened somewhat. It was indeed worth considering. Chapter 14. The missing streamer. Xiao cast a sidelong glance at AFI. Although this woman had survived in the apocalypse alone, she was still a solitary female. Her desperate need for them to accompany her to the high walls indicated a pressing urgency. Xiao's demeanor shifted, his expression turning serious as he addressed her. We can take you there, but you should understand that entrance to that place is not easily granted. AFI nodded vigorously. I understand. As long as you help me, I will heed your every word. Xiao nodded in satisfaction, warning her, you should also know what to say and what not to say, as long as you can ensure your discretion, keeping our matters confidential. We will not make your journey unnecessarily difficult. Observing Xiao's narrowed, icy gaze and the implicit warning in his words, AFI enthusiastically nodded, nearly shaking her ponytail loose in her fervor. I understand. You can rest assured, I am very discreet and will not speak carelessly. Upon witnessing AFI's sincere expression, Xiao nodded affirmatively, stating, very well, let us embark in that direction. Just as Xiao concluded his words, a rumbling sound echoed, prompting Zhou Chirui to awkwardly rub his stomach, wearing a face of distress. Brother, let us seek something to eat. I am utterly famished. Xiao shot him a glare, retorting, I am unfamiliar with the outside. Where shall I procure food for you? His words were, in fact, directed towards AFI, who promptly interjected. Within the ruins of this city, there are places with canned goods, though locating them may prove troublesome. However, many of the fruits from the plants are edible. As long as we avoid the mutated species, we should be fine. Mutated species, could that refer to those aberrant animals? Xiao pondered. Yet he did not dwell further on it. Let us venture out to gather some food. It will also allow us to make progress towards the outskirts. Most of the apartment doors had been pried open, revealing a scene of utter disarray, indicative of prior looting. Xiao harbored little belief that anything of value remained in this desolate place. He meticulously stowed the map and notebook back into his backpack before handing it over to Zhou Chirui. In comparison to AFI, he placed greater trust in Zhou, despite the latter's seemingly lackluster intellect. After all, they hailed from the same locale. Without complaint, Zhou Chirui slung the backpack onto his back, feeling the acute vulnerability of being without supplies in such an environment. The crowbar exchanged yesterday had been taken by the bald man, a loss that weighed heavily on Xiao's heart. He glanced at the machete in Zhou Chirui's possession. That would suffice for now. Zhou nodded in agreement. Xiao then noticed AFI, unarmed, and hesitated as he regarded the field knife in his own hand, reluctant to part with it, as it appeared exceptionally sharp, featuring a blood groove and serrated edge. Casting a glance at the attachments on his survival pack, Xiao instructed AFI to wait. He then entered the interior, rummaging about, and emerged moments later, now wielding a spear. The spear was fashioned from a mopping stick. Though the wooden handle had begun to splinter, it remained serviceable. At one end was affixed a blade from a bushman knife, rendering it functional as a spear. Xiao handed the spear to AFI, saying, You may use this for now. AFI accepted it with a smile, and the trio finally departed from the apartment building. Yet, as they stepped out and crossed the street, unbeknownst to them, a gaunt figure clad in a short-sleeved shirt, dragging a battered body, staggered forth from the end of the street shortly after their exit. In the live broadcast, Xiao, Zhou Chirui, and AFI cautiously made their way out of the apartment building towards the opposite street. A vehicle came to a slow halt, drawing the attention of those watching the live stream away from the screen. The middle-aged man in the driver's seat, clad in a police uniform, addressed the young officer in the passenger seat, who was engrossed in his phone. Xiao Zhang, we have arrived. Is this individual still broadcasting? The fair-faced young officer nodded, hurriedly disembarking from the passenger seat. The blue and white police vehicle bore the bold characters for public security, parked outside the entrance of an apartment complex. Although the building had seen better days, the surrounding environment was quite pleasant. Despite its age, the property had no significant issues. Primarily, it was inhabited by elderly residents, ensuring a tranquil atmosphere and affordable rent. A middle-aged officer stood before the vehicle, lighting a cigarette as he gazed up at the six-story building. According to the information he had, the suspect resided on the fourth floor, room 402. He cast a resigned glance at his partner, Xiao, thinking to himself, "Can you truly trust the words of the informant? This is utterly absurd." Xiao, with a serious expression, approached the officer's side. "Master, you do not understand live streaming. I believe this matter is far more complex than it appears. I have been observing the live stream for several hours. It is said that this individual has been transmitted to an apocalyptic scenario since yesterday, and many people have witnessed it, all convinced of its authenticity." With a swift motion, the officer delivered a light smack to the back of Xiao's head, admonishing him, "No one believes it. No one is foolish enough to fall for such a ruse. Does the world not have enough scams already? I think you have been playing too many games and have become deluded. I understand that this is merely AI video editing. I am accompanying you on this excursion only to teach you a lesson. Do not jump to conclusions without evidence." As he spoke, the officer strode purposefully towards the staircase, muttering, "By the way, what is it called online when someone behaves like you?" "Ah yes, Chinibu." Xiao, his face flushed, scratched his head as he followed his mentor up to the fourth floor, where they paused before room 402. The officer signaled to Xiao, who stepped forward and knocked on the door. The old-style security door resounded with a series of thuds. Before long, a voice called out from within, "Who is it?" The door then opened to reveal a young man, who appeared momentarily taken aback upon seeing the two officers. "Hello, comrade. May I ask if Xiao resides here?" the officer inquired. The young man nodded slowly, "Yes. I am his roommate." Xiao pressed further, "Is he home now?" The young man shook his head. "No, actually. He mentioned he was going upstairs to dry some bedding yesterday, and I have not seen him since. He did not return last night." Xiao's eyes lit up with intrigue, and he quickly asked, "Which room does he occupy?" The young man stepped aside and led them inside. They passed through the living room and arrived at an open door leading to a tidy room. The space was neat and orderly, though the furniture was somewhat dated. A clean bedsheet adorned the bed, with a pile of blankets resting atop. The walls were decorated with posters of sports stars and various anime characters. On one side of the desk lay books, while on the other sat a gaming computer. The roommate pointed to the blankets on the bed, saying, "These are the blankets I brought back from upstairs after work yesterday. I called him several times, but he was unreachable, stating he was out of the service area." Chapter 15. Brother, are you serious? The middle-aged police officer, who initially anticipated an entertaining spectacle, now wore an unusual expression, furrowing his brow and standing silently in the room, surveying the details around him. Zhang, eager to press on, inquired, "Are you aware that Xiao is streaming live?" The individual nodded, acknowledging, "Yes." He mentioned that during this period of unemployment, he plans to stream, spending his days holed up in his room playing games. He gestured towards the computer on the desk, indicating that it was the very one used for his broadcasts. Zhang glanced at his mentor, who was now wearing a serious demeanor. The officer subtly inclined his chin, urging him to continue. Zhang persisted with his questioning. "Do you know about his streaming channel? Have you watched him live in the past couple of days?" The roommate appeared perplexed, responding, "Yes, but he hasn't been around all day. He hasn't streamed." Upon hearing this, Zhang retrieved his phone, opened Xiao's streaming channel, and presented it to the roommate. The stream was functioning normally. However, unlike the previous gaming visuals, the current scene depicted a ravaged cityscape, with Xiao traversing through the ruins while carrying a massive backpack. "What in the world? Where has he gone?" the roommate exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock as he hastily pulled out his own phone to access Xiao's channel. Zhang, standing nearby, queried, "Is he wearing the same outfit as yesterday?" The roommate, fixated on his screen, nodded affirmatively. Subsequently, he hastily typed in the chat box of the live stream, "Big King patrolling the mountains. Where are you, buddy? Big King patrolling the mountains. Is this an apocalyptic stream? Are you serious?" A familiar ID appeared in the chat, prompting Xiao, who was walking towards the city outskirts, to look in surprise at the screen. He glanced back at Fei, who was 3 meters behind him, then turned back and whispered, "Hey, brother. I've been transported to an apocalyptic world. Remember to help me gather the blankets I left on the rooftop. Big King patrolling the mountains. Already taken care of. I was wondering where you went. The police are here." "The police?" Xiao raised an eyebrow in astonishment, pondering if someone had indeed alerted them. To his surprise, within just a day, the authorities had taken his fans' words seriously, even locating his residence, demonstrating a commendable sense of responsibility. Free Fox, is the police uncle also here in the live stream? Milk tea with 3 sugars, here to search for missing persons. Falling into the sea to become an immortal. Oh, does this mean the stream will end? Sucking on a slippery plum. No, please. We can't lose such a treasure of a live stream. Milk egg not mild. It won't end, haven't you noticed? The stream is still active even after a murder. Xiao softly remarked, the stream won't disappear. Moreover, the arrival of the police is futile. There's no point in trying, as I'm stuck in this apocalyptic realm. And there's nothing you can do to assist me. Wait a moment. A sudden thought struck him, and he cheerfully added, you can help me by sending more gifts and boosting my rank. The greater our support, the higher our chances of survival. As for the fans being transported here, that's beyond my control. It's a mechanism of the streaming system. Please, do not blame me. I am also a victim. It must be clarified. He certainly does not wish to be mistaken for a trafficker. If he had the choice, he would prefer not to find himself in this desolate and barren place. Initially, he embarked on live streaming with the intent of earning money, not to endure the arduous struggle for survival in this post-apocalyptic world. However, since it is a live streaming system, one would expect some form of acknowledgement from it eventually. Xiao glanced at the number of followers above. The current count had reached an impressive 12,547. Within a single day, his followers had surged by over 10,000. A notification appeared below, with an increase of 10,000 followers. Fan teleportation can be initiated, allowing for the transportation of 2 fans this time. With an increase of 20,000 followers, fan teleportation will be forcibly activated. Fans must survive for a minimum of 30 days. After 30 days, one can consume a teleportation opportunity to send fans back to their original world. Xiao was somewhat taken aback. The number of fans eligible for teleportation had indeed increased. According to the mechanics of this live streaming system, as the follower count grew, there was an obligation to extract fans within a certain time frame. Moreover, each individual must remain for a full 30 days. Once the duration is complete, if they wish to return, he would need to expend a teleportation opportunity to send them back. Xiao could not help but marvel at the intricacies of this live streaming system. The trio had journeyed for a considerable part of the day. A Fei, having survived in this apocalyptic world, significantly eased the burdens for Xiao and Zhou Chirui. They navigated cautiously and were now nearing the outskirts of the city. The buildings had noticeably thinned out, and they found themselves beside a national road that encircled the city. The road was wide but congested with various abandoned vehicles. It seemed a car crash explosion had occurred, leaving many vehicles charred and reduced to mere skeletons. The greenery along the roadside was lush and thriving, with verdant grass encroaching upon the road itself, enveloping the buildings on either side. One small structure had been partially crushed by the wildly overgrown canopy of trees, revealing enormous red fruits within, reminiscent of pumpkins. These fruits hung precariously, swaying amid the dense foliage. After a lengthy trek, the water in their backpacks had run out, and their stomachs began to grumble. A Fei glanced at the darkening sky and remarked, "It will soon be nightfall. It becomes perilous after dark when the night dwellers emerge. During the day, they hide underground or in shadowy buildings, but at night, they venture out to forage." Xiao nodded, having witnessed this phenomenon the previous night. He surveyed the surroundings and recalled the place where the 3 had sheltered last night. It was suitably enclosed, soundproof, and equipped with sturdy doors for safety. Xiao promptly decided that since there appeared to be no basements nearby, they should seek a place with good enclosure. The trio approached the half-collapsed building, noting that several large fruits had fallen outside. Observing a Fei bending down to collect them, Xiao and Zhou Chirui each picked one up as well. They pried open the thick skins and began to consume the flesh inside. These fruits were primarily water-rich, while they provided a substantial caloric intake. They did not suffice to satiate their hunger. The outskirts of the city were largely devoid of tall buildings, with most structures standing at just 4 or 5 stories high. At this moment, Zhou Chirui pointed towards a weathered sign of a hotel and inquired, "Shall we head there?" A Fei followed his gesture and shook her head. "No. That place offers too much concealment. It will certainly attract many nocturnal wanderers. Without formidable weapons, it would be perilous to confront those night dwellers." With no other option, as dusk began to descend, the trio settled on a self-constructed building. Chapter 16. The seed gun. The building, nestled between towering structures, appeared rather unremarkable. It stood 4 stories tall, adorned with security grills, and its ground floor was protected by a heavy silver security door. The windows and doors were tightly shut, suggesting a robust fortification. After circling the structure, they arrived at the rear. The back door was also secured with a security gate, and as they approached, an eerie sound emanated from the upper window, resembling a monstrous growl from within. The surrounding architecture was gradually enveloped in a golden veil, which would soon dissipate, leaving only darkness in its wake. Xiao, unwilling to waste any more time, retrieved the firearm he had previously seized from the short man and asked Afai, "How does this contraption work?" Afai gazed at the weapon that had seemingly materialized in Xiao's hand, her eyes wide with astonishment, clearly taken aback by his unexpected display. This was a modified gun crafted by the Wanderers. She pointed to the left side of the weapon, where a metallic cylindrical container housed a small glass section, revealing remnants of a crimson liquid at the bottom. This contained a seed nucleus, serving as the energy source. She then gestured towards the metal rectangular box above the firearm, which contained ammunition. Ammunition? Xiao opened the compartment above the loading port and peered inside, finding it filled with shards of metal and nails. Are these truly the projectiles? Afai nodded. Yes, using the seed nucleus as a power source, even these fragments can deliver bullet-like force, and they produce minimal noise. Xiao's eyes sparkled with realization. This was likely the key. He extracted the red seed nucleus from his inventory, noticing a circular indentation at the front of the cylindrical container. Afai indicated the indentation, instructing him to press one end of the seed nucleus against it. Following her guidance, Xiao pressed the nucleus into the recess, and a sharp spike shot out, piercing the nucleus. Subsequently, the red liquid began to seep into the container, quickly filling it to the brim. Now armed with a potent weapon, Xiao felt a surge of confidence. To further ensure their safety, he spent 1,000 points to acquire a handgun from the marketplace and 200 points for a magazine. After loading the handgun, he handed it to Zhou Chirui. Upon receiving the weapon, Zhou Chirui's face lit up with joy. He eagerly took hold of it. Although the pistol's design was somewhat antiquated, it was certainly more effective than a knife and offered the advantage of distance. With the gun in hand, he felt a sense of reassurance. "Thank you, boss." Zhou Chirui grinned widely, displaying his teeth as he excitedly examined the handgun. Xiao felt a shiver run down his spine as he anxiously warned, "Stop playing around. Be careful not to misfire." He approached Zhou Chirui from behind and retrieved a small metal box from his backpack, handing it to Afei. Upon opening the box, Afei revealed several lock-picking tools. In her words, after the Great Catastrophe, the ability to pick locks became an essential skill for those wandering outside. With practiced ease, Afei inserted the tools into the lock, and within mere moments, the security door swung open. Xiao couldn't help but give her a thumbs up, impressed by her skill. Afei stood up, blushing slightly as she smiled and returned the tools. As the single security door creaked open, a staircase leading upwards came into view. Xiao, holding his gun, led the way, his gaze swiftly scanning the open door on the right. The first floor housed a glass counter and shelves, resembling a small grocery store. But everything appeared to have been ransacked, and spoiled food lay strewn across the floor. Suddenly, a shrill scream echoed from upstairs, prompting Xiao to aim his gun toward the staircase. As he cautiously ascended, rounding the corner of the half-flight, he stumbled upon a long-decayed skeleton slumped at the second-floor landing. In an instant, a colossal creature erupted from the side, crashing down the stairs and crushing the skeleton beneath its weight. The beast resembled a monstrous mass of flesh, equipped with several claw-like appendages and 3 heads, as if haphazardly assembled from various parts. It was grotesquely fused together with pulsating, blood-red flesh, extending countless leech-like black tendrils that writhed in the air. The sudden appearance of this abomination startled not only Xiao, but also the viewers in the live stream, who flooded the comments with frantic messages. The creature's massive form, over 2 meters wide, scuttled rapidly toward Xiao, its twisted limbs crawling along the walls. Instinctively, Xiao raised his firearm, disengaged the safety, and aimed at the oncoming monstrosity, pulling the trigger. A sharp crack echoed as he felt the weapon jolt in his hand, a wave of heat surging from the barrel. Countless shrapnel and nails burst forth from the gun, exploding against the creature just 2 meters away. The shot tore through the monster's flesh, sending chunks of blood and gore splattering everywhere. Yet, the creature's momentum did not wane. Its enormous body barreled toward Xiao. "Good grief!" Xiao exclaimed, hurriedly leaping down the stairs. Zhou Chirui, clutching his handgun and shrinking back, frantically pulled the trigger at the creature, but only a series of empty clicks responded. Panic rising, Zhou Chirui shouted, "Why isn't it working?" As the monstrosity charged down again, he swiftly turned and fled. Xiao dashed outside, pivoting sharply to face the entrance, raising his gun. As the creature neared the threshold, he immediately squeezed the trigger, unleashing a rapid barrage of shots. The iron shards that erupted were akin to countless bullets. exploding into massive craters upon the creature's body. The relentless barrage of shrapnel incessantly widened the gaping wounds, rendering the flesh a grotesque mess. Chunks of meat and broken tissue were scattered everywhere, as thick, dark blood pooled upon the ground. The creature collapsed thunderously at the threshold, yet peculiarly. Its limbs appeared to still exhibit neural responses, twitching slightly, while its contorted visage emitted strange, mournful wails. Black, leech-like tendrils writhed laboriously, causing Xiao to hesitate in approaching too closely. To one side, a Fey gripped her spear and plunged it into the gaping, bloody flesh, unleashing a piercing scream that sent chills down one's spine. Xiao discerned that the chilling cry did not originate from the creature's head, but rather from the tendrils and the flesh itself, inducing a sense of unease. After a Fey thrust her spear several times, the creature lay utterly still. A large, orange seed core was expelled from the mangled flesh, sliding through the viscous black blood until it came to rest at Xiao's feet. Orange. Xiao picked it up, and a Fey inquired, "Surely, this is of no use to those within the high walls." Of no use? Xiao pondered whether the orange seed core differed from the red one. He chose not to respond to a Fey and instead placed it directly into his inventory. Darkness was descending. They needed to retrieve this item and find shelter for the night. With the deceased creature posing no further threat, the three of them grasped its arms and dragged it outside. They collectively exhaled in relief and stepped back into the house. As Xiao ascended the staircase, an unexpected voice pierced the air behind him. "Hey, kid, we meet again." Chapter 17. How is this guy still alive? The voice that emerged was harsh and grating, as if the very words had torn through a throat, laden with a sense of laborious strain. The familiar tone unmistakably belonged to the individual who should not have been present, the gaunt man. As Xiao climbed the stairs while monitoring the barrage of comments, the voice behind him suddenly froze him in place. He swiftly turned around, causing Zhou Chirui, who was on the staircase, to recoil several steps back, seeking refuge behind Xiao. At the entrance, a Fey stood rigid, her body tense. The gaunt man loomed directly behind her, one hand gripping her shoulder while he leaned in, ambiguously rubbing against her ear. The other hand, no, that right hand could scarcely be deemed a hand anymore, was a grotesque mass of torn muscle, protruding with thick, leech-like tendrils that shimmered with a sinister bluish-black hue. The elongated tendrils intertwined, writhing around a Fey's waist, ensnaring her. His face had undergone a disconcerting transformation, with orange-red growths swelling on his forehead and neck, and his hair had become patchily sparse. With his head bowed and a sinister grin, he rubbed against a Fey's face, his mouth rolling over something, and then a long black tendril slowly emerged from his lips, gently sweeping across a Fey's face. "Darling, why did you run off with them? I miss you terribly." "Do you miss me?" A Fey stood frozen in terror, her face pale and her body trembling violently, her hands shaking uncontrollably. The barrage of comments in the live stream surged wildly as the sudden appearance of the emaciated man astonished everyone. "Free Fox, what the hell is happening? This guy is still alive? Blade Hero, how is he not dead after that? Windmute, has this guy mutated? Gross. Maba, it's over. This beauty is done for. Perseus, what kind of beauty is this? You must be starving." On the staircase, Xiao and Zhou Chirui dared not make a move. They were taken aback by the fact that the emaciated man had not perished. It was evident he had undergone a transformation. The man grinned at the two frozen on the stairs, baring his teeth, his eyes filled with malice. "Who would have thought that I would fall into the hands of these two wall climbers? I initially presumed you were not ignorant fools, but it seems I underestimated you." He lowered his gaze to his right arm, now bristling with tendrils, his visage grotesque as he spoke. "I have been forced into this form, and you shall not fare any better." His shrill laughter sent chills down their spines. At this moment, Xiao's mind raced, unsure of how to react. A Fey was in the man's grip. One wrong move could result in her being harmed. Meanwhile, the black tendrils slowly crawled up a Fey's legs, coiling around her waist as the emaciated man continued to utter lewd remarks. "Darling, shall we explore this state together? Ha ha ha, you've never tried this, have you?" A Fey was now crying in fear, her tears streaking her face. Her eyes, filled with desperation, pleaded with Xiao for rescue. The tendrils tightened around her waist, rendering her immobile. Moreover, the sinister emaciated man was using her as a shield. Even if Xiao drew his weapon, he could not shoot without risking a Fey's life. The situation was at a standstill, and gradually, Xiao regained his composure. After all, a Fey was not particularly close to them. Her demise posed no significant threat to them. He had already returned his gun to the inventory, and to the man, he likely appeared harmless. Perhaps he could take advantage of the man's lowered guard to launch a surprise attack. With this thought, Yi Xiao's tension began to ease. Folding his arms, he inquired, "What do you intend to do?" The emaciated man chuckled darkly. "It's almost dark. Things will soon become lively." Yi Xiao's brow furrowed. In a sudden movement, he turned and shoved Zhou Chirui, shouting, "Run." Immediately, the two dashed upstairs. The unexpected action stunned the emaciated man for a moment, and he cursed viciously before the bizarre tendrils that ensnared Afai violently hurled her away. Afai crashed into a corner on the first floor. Immediately, the emaciated man propelled himself against the wall, his body leaping like a wild beast, and with a few swift movements of his limbs, he surged into the living room on the second floor. His target was not the woman, but rather Yi Xiao and Zhou Chirui. His intent was vengeance. Zhou Chirui, in a state of panic, was rushing toward an inner room, glancing back over his shoulder. Upon witnessing the beast-like figure lunging into the living room, he hastily darted towards a side room. However, suddenly, several long black tendrils lashed out like needles. The taut, elongated tendrils pierced the doorway, prompting Zhou Chirui to instinctively retreat, landing squarely in the corner. In a flurry, he reached for the handgun at his waist, but by then, the black tendrils had retracted, preparing for another assault. A sharp click echoed as a shotgun was readied behind the gaunt man. He whipped around to see Yi Xiao standing at the half-closed door, brandishing a gun designed for shorter individuals, aimed directly at him. Without allowing him a moment to react, Yi Xiao decisively pulled the trigger, and the shrapnel erupted forth like bullets, hurtling toward the mutated figure of the emaciated man. The instinctively raised hand, covered in tendrils, was obliterated in the blast. A horrified scream pierced the air as the contorted figure staggered, and the gaunt man let out a roar as red tumors on his body began to burst. From the ruptured masses on his forehead, neck, and shoulders, grotesque, flesh-colored tendrils emerged. Without granting the adversary any chance to retaliate, Yi Xiao resolutely fired again. This shot shattered the man's chest, sending flesh and gore splattering everywhere. Despite the distance of 2 meters, his front was completely torn apart, revealing a gaping, bloody cavity. Next to the crimson heart, an orange seed firmly clung to one side, with strands of blood hanging loosely, and the orange seed plummeted to the ground. Subsequently, the mangled body collapsed lifelessly. Panting, Zhou Chirui cautiously rose and approached, trembling. "Is he dead?" Yi Xiao nodded, affirming, "Yes, the seed has fallen out. He should be thoroughly dead." With that, he crouched down, picked up the seed, and placed it in his inventory. Chapter 18. Do you think this is a water gun? Milk egg not mild. Oldine bai. Milk green matcha. Truly an oldine bai. I love eating pig heads. Indeed, no matter how formidable the enemy, they fear the oldine bai. Beside him, Zhou Chirui, feeling frustrated, drew out his handgun and furrowed his brow, asking, "Is this gun broken?" "It's utterly useless." Yi Xiao shot him an exasperated glance, his eyes brimming with disdain. "Brother, you didn't disengage the safety or chamber around. What do you expect? Do you think this is a water gun? Just pulling the trigger isn't enough." 3 Fox. Ha. I was just thinking, is this guy here to provide comic relief? The individual known as Big Brother remarked, "This fellow possesses a modicum of intelligence, though it is rather scant, truly amusing." To which AI and I De Chong responded with laughter. "Indeed, I find it utterly delightful to watch." The user known as Scarlet Knight commented, "The host is valiantly slaying monsters, while this guy endeavors to be humorous." Meanwhile, Xian Yubu Hui Fanshin questioned, "Is there truly an issue with not knowing how to use a gun? As if you all are experts." The user Shiha Guai disparaged, "What a worthless individual. A hindrance of this sort would be better off dead. Absolute rubbish." To which San Hua suggested, "The host should teach him how to use it." Yi Xiao took the gun from Zhou Chirui's hands and inquired, "Do you not watch films? Have you never seen a gun before?" Zhou Chirui bashfully scratched his head, and Yi Xiao pointed to the safety switch on the side of the handgun, explaining, "This is the safety. When engaged, it prevents accidental discharge. You must disengage it before firing, then pull back the slide to chamber around. This handgun holds only 15 bullets, so you must keep track of your ammunition." Yi Xiao returned the gun to Zhou Chirui, adding, "This weapon lacks the lethality of mine. Aim for the monster's hearts, and do not shoot your allies. Remember to engage the safety after firing to avoid accidental discharge." Zhou Chirui nodded in understanding, securing the handgun. He glanced at the corpse on the ground and asked, "Should we dispose of this body?" In order to prevent it from rising again, Yi Xiao nodded in agreement. The two of them each took hold of the corpse's feet and began to drag it down the stairs. As they did so, Afai was slowly making her way upstairs, leaning on her waist. Yi Xiao observed her and asked, "How are you? Are you injured?" Afai forced a smile and shook her head. No, I merely bumped my waist. I'm not seriously hurt. Xiao nodded. Then you should rest. With that, they continued their descent with the body. Afai silently nodded, clutching her waist as she ascended to the second floor. She trudged into the living room, casting a glance at the scattered remnants of flesh on the floor, and quietly made her way toward the bathroom. Perhaps due to the room's enclosed nature, aside from a thick layer of dust, it remained relatively intact and free from decay. She stepped into the bathroom, closed the door behind her, and then lifted her gaze to the mirror. A substantial layer of dust coated the mirror's surface, so she took a towel from the edge of the sink and carefully wiped it clean. As the dust fell away, Afai's reflection gradually emerged with clarity. She tossed the towel onto the sink and, facing the mirror, slowly lifted the hem of her tank top while pushing down the waistband of her pants, revealing her abdomen. The mirror reflected a scar located on her lower abdomen. From left to right, it appeared as though something had scraped away the outer layer, revealing the flesh-colored tissue beneath. Strangely, this wound, measuring over 10 centimeters in length and 3 to 4 centimeters in width, did not exude a single drop of blood. The perimeter of the wound seemed sealed by a layer of mucus, completely preventing any blood from escaping. Afai felt somewhat disoriented, her lips trembling as she cautiously lowered her clothing to conceal the injury. She then gingerly exited the bathroom. A sound of heavy objects scraping could be heard from downstairs, followed by Xiao and Zhou Chirui ascending from below. Afai managed to smile towards them, gesturing towards a door on the side, saying, "I'll sleep in here." Xiao nodded in agreement, replying, "All right, just make sure to lock the door. We'll check upstairs." Silently, Afai made her way to a bedroom. Her eyelids, slightly drooping, reflected her fatigue. Upon reaching the bed, she tossed aside the blanket, disregarding the dust, and flopped down onto the mattress. The purplish-red mark on her neck began to spread gradually, her eyes rolling back as her consciousness faded into a heavy stupor. The closed door separated Xiao's view, and he glanced at the door leading to the second floor's living room before shutting it. He then signaled Zhou Chirui to ascend to the third floor. By this time, the sky outside had darkened, ushering in the night. The room was dim, with the windows and curtains nearly sealed, complemented by a layer of security mesh outside, suggesting that the small building was relatively secure. Xiao held a flashlight as he made his way to the third floor. Each level was essentially a small suite, and the living room door on the third floor stood wide open. As the flashlight beam scanned the room, it illuminated a table cluttered with cans, biscuits, and various snacks, revealing the chaos in stark contrast to the light. Half of the items had already been consumed, carelessly piled to one side. Noticing this, Zhou Chirui rushed over, eagerly inspecting the cans on the table. Xiao turned to close the door, but unfortunately, it was broken and could not be locked. "Brother Xiao, these cans seem edible," Zhou Chirui exclaimed from behind, prompting Xiao to approach the table, surveying the disarray. A number of bottled waters were stacked to one side. It was fortunate that the grocery store downstairs had a considerable stock, now relocated here. Much of the supplies had been consumed, leaving half a box of biscuits, 2 cans, plenty of water, almost a dozen bottles, and assorted snacks. Meanwhile, fans in the comments celebrated Xiao's fortune. Friday madness. This day is truly exhilarating. Cousin wonderful. A bounty of supplies, so much water. Chapter 19. If you have the guts, take a shot at this moment. Xiao finally found a moment of leisure. He settled onto the couch and lifted a bottle of water, tilting his head back to drink. Beside him, Zhou Chirui quickly opened a bottle as well. Gulping it down eagerly, Xiao glanced at the interface, noting that his score had risen to over 5,000. A considerable number of viewers had joined the livestream today, making his efforts worthwhile. Viewers could send gifts to support the host. Such gestures would enable the host to earn points, which could then be exchanged for more formidable weapons. Perhaps it was due to the evening hour that many had finished work, and a peculiar livestream like his would never be promoted by the platform. Those who managed to tune in were either fortunate or had benefactors promoting the stream. At this moment, the number of online viewers had surprisingly reached 20,000. With the fan count exceeding 20,000, reaching 30,000 would mean a substantial influx of new followers, necessitating the transfer of fans. Given the current situation, it likely would not be long before that happened. However, despite the high number of viewers, it seemed that, perhaps due to the lack of exciting events at night, few were inclined to send gifts. Many new fans were engaged in discussions with longtime followers, inquiring about the authenticity of the livestream. What kind of livestream is this? An apocalypse livestream? What on earth? Is the host doing an eating show? Just eating this. LOL, an eating show featuring mutated monsters? The ones with tentacles? I missed the afternoon stream. What a shame, it was really something. What happened in the afternoon? A friend recommended it to me, said the live stream is incredible. The host is in an apocalyptic setting. It's quite thrilling. Just a rundown place, and it's an apocalypse? So much food. Are there zombies? I feel those creatures are scarier than zombies. Utterly disgusting. Sounds like a joke. Laughing my head off. The scripts are getting more absurd. Xiao paid no heed to the bickering in the comments. After all, those who doubted would come to believe as they continued watching. There was no need to waste words attempting to prove anything. Sitting on the couch, he took a packet of biscuits, munching thoughtfully while quietly muttering, "Those monsters." According to that woman, the larger mutated beings are called aberrants, while the mutated humans seem to be referred to as night wanderers. Most aberrants are active during the day, whereas night wanderers predominantly emerge at night. Their vision has mostly deteriorated, yet there are some monsters capable of seeing. Speaking of which, it was thanks to that modified seed core gun that I was able to take down those two monsters today, delivering maximum firepower. As he spoke, he placed the dry biscuit onto the coffee table and retrieved a modified gun from the prop rack. He slowly turned it over in his hands, examining it meticulously. The audience in the live stream watched intently, able to discern even the intricate details of the weapon. Is that a real gun or a fake one? One viewer queried. Why does this gun look so peculiar? Another asked. Of course it's real, a third asserted. You're hilarious. If it were real, why not fire a shot? Came another comment. Xiao glanced at the barrage of comments and remarked, those who were in the stream this afternoon should have witnessed the power of this gun. This particular weapon was supposed to possess a uniquely potent energy, capable of launching iron shards and various debris with a range akin to that of bullets, yet with significantly greater destructive potential. Unlike typical shotgun shells that merely perforate, this weapon could instigate shockwaves and explosions, obliterating targets entirely. Suddenly, recalling other items available in the shop, Xiao hastily opened the system's marketplace and navigated to the third menu, Equipment Blueprints. As he flipped through the options, he wondered aloud whether there existed blueprints for such modified guns. Curiously, Zhou Chirui leaned closer, unable to see Xiao's panel, and inquired, are there any? His eager eyes reflected his desire for a weapon of that caliber. Xiao, feeling somewhat disheartened, shook his head. No. There are no such technologies from this world within the inventory. Could you at least act a bit more convincingly? Why not fire a shot? One viewer taunted. Yeah. Why isn't the host firing? Afraid of being exposed? Another chimed in. Opening fire at night is dangerous. Isn't it equivalent to attracting monsters? Someone cautioned. Have you noticed how softly the host speaks? Another commented. Haha, a bunch of fans playing along. This is hilarious. One viewer laughed. Did you see that guy across? He's the one who used to argue with us. Another noted. I'll believe it when the host fires a shot. Yet another insisted. Don't pay attention to those fools. They're just trying to provoke, came a retort. The barrage of comments clamored for Xiao to fire a shot, but he had no intention of complying. The night had fully descended, and while the sound of gunfire might be muted, the noise of bullets striking objects would be unmistakable. He had no desire to court danger. Leaning back, he tucked the gun away, dismissing the notion of shooting as an unnecessary complication. However, he could offer them a glimpse of the outside world. Cautiously, Xiao approached the window and said, the curtains are drawn tightly here, and there are remnants of food left uneaten. I suspect that the previous hybrid monster was once human. It seems this family had taken refuge here after the catastrophe, living in hiding for some time before one of them unexpectedly mutated. Zhou Chirui, upon hearing this, felt a chill and asked, Brother Xiao, does that mean we might mutate too? Xiao shook his head, uncertain. I don't know, but keeping our distance from those monsters should minimize our risk of mutation. We must extract more information from that woman. Xiao cautiously approached the window, gently parting the curtain to reveal two pairs of eyes gazing outward. The camera in the live broadcast followed his movement, turning toward the street outside. Due to the distance and the barrier of glass, only distant, faint cries could be heard from within the room. Several distorted, humanoid figures staggered along the dimly lit street illuminated by the moonlight. Although these entities appeared to move clumsily, they possessed an astonishing speed once in motion. In the shadows of the corner, a few others crawled on all fours, twisting between the walls and plants. Merely observing this scene made Xiao's heart race and his palms sweat. Good brother 7171. It's pitch black. Can't see anything. Just ghosts. Clear sky. I bet they'll say it's a green screen. Kevin the fool. Real or fake, it must be special effects. Clear sky. Ha. I knew it. The king comes to patrol the mountain. Dude, go get some rest. Whoever stares will wet themselves. Huh? Is tonight really ending like this? I was all set for an all-nighter. Chapter 20. Despairing of Fei, Xiao carefully lowered the curtain and retreated to the center of the living room, stating, let's leave it at this for today. We have to travel tomorrow. So much has happened in just 2 days. I need to rest. He bid farewell to the audience in the live stream, then made his way to a side room. As he stepped into a bedroom, Zhou Chirui promptly followed him in. Yi Xiao halted, turning around in bewilderment to look at Zhou Chirui. Why did you come in? There's a room across from us. Isn't there? Zhou Chirui awkwardly grinned, stammering, Bro, I'm scared alone. Yi Xiao rolled his eyes and replied, Get out. The room was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light source. For safety, Yi Xiao placed a flashlight beside the pillow, alongside a combat knife. On the 3rd floor, both Yi Xiao and Zhou Chirui fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, in a room on the 2nd floor, the individual who should have been sleeping soundly was forced to sit up. Despite her heavy head, a face struggled for a long time and found herself unable to sleep. She felt feverish, her entire body burning, and an unsettling sensation gripped her abdomen, instilling a deep sense of fear within her. Slowly, she rose and staggered toward the bathroom. The bathroom's curtains were thin, allowing moonlight to filter through the ventilation window, illuminating the dim space slightly. Standing before the mirror, she gradually lifted the hem of her shirt. Upon seeing her reflection, she couldn't help but whimper, tears suddenly spilling uncontrollably as she murmured, No, please no. What had once resembled a raw, torn wound was now replaced by a swollen, red tumor. The edges of the tumor glimmered with an eerie gray hue, coated in a viscous substance. No, it cannot be. She anxiously glanced around before hastily exiting the restroom, returning shortly with the spear that Yi Xiao had given her. Her bloodshot eyes fixated intensely on the mirror, while the red and purple veins on her body resembled a spider's web sprawling across her face. AFI, clutching her garment with one hand, trembled slightly as she steadied the spear's tip against the grotesque mass of flesh. A sharp gasp escaped her lips as she bit down hard. Yet her hand did not falter. She persisted in driving the blade deeper, attempting to gradually peel away the layer of flesh that nearly spanned her abdomen. The searing pain rendered her body quivering uncontrollably. With a soft thud, the flaccid mass was severed and fell to the ground. Haha, it's all right. The face in the mirror seemed to exhale a sigh of relief, forcing a smile as a form of self-comfort. A peculiar sound echoed in the otherwise silent restroom, akin to squirming flesh, reminiscent of the unsettling friction between muscle and fat, evoking a sense of nauseating discomfort. The rigid smile froze on AFI's face, her bloodshot eyes wide with terror as they fixated on her abdomen in the mirror. Slowly, she lowered her gaze in disbelief, staring at her wound. Pink, fleshy tendrils, resembling strips of meat extruded from a meat grinder, crowded and writhed outward. The moment these pink tendrils came into contact with the air, they appeared to be stimulated. Swelling dramatically, these fleshy appendages tore at her wound, expanding larger and thicker, like a newborn struggling to break free from its mother's womb. No, please, no. She whimpered in despair, her bloodshot eyes filled with hopelessness. I don't want to become a monster. I don't want to. Suddenly, AFI's entire body convulsed violently. She looked down at her abdomen, sensing an overwhelming force tearing her apart. With a sickening snap, flesh was violently ripped from her belly, the torn muscles and blood streaming forth towards her chest. The writhing tendrils continued to emerge from the gaping wound, revealing rows of densely packed, eel-like teeth at the center. AFI's upper body was forced backward, her abdomen uncontrollably thrusting forward, contorting into a grotesque posture. In her final distorted view, she could only see the scene behind her. Yi Xiao, help me. In the live stream, several night owls remained active, occasionally surfacing to chat. Whoever stares too long will wet themselves. Is everyone asleep? Milk egg is not bland. No, I'm staying up all night to keep company. Cold river snow. I was out running errands this afternoon, didn't he catch it? Wolf eating sheep. What a pity, you missed a lot this afternoon. Whoever stares too long will wet themselves. Hey, did you all hear that sound? Milk egg is not bland. Yes, it sounds like someone outside is calling for the host. Cold river snow. Host, wake up. Wolf eating sheep. Sounds like that woman's voice. Could she be trying to crawl into bed? As the crowd engaged in casual conversation, Yi Xiao had already awakened. One hand rested on the flashlight while he gradually turned to sit up. With the other hand, he grasped the dagger lying beside his pillow. Without a mobile phone, he had no idea what time it was. Yi Xiao cautiously lifted the blanket that covered his abdomen. To be on the safe side, he had not removed his shoes. After all, should anything happen, he would be prepared to flee at a moment's notice. Outside the door, the voice of a fae indeed called out his name, though the tone was somewhat hoarse, lingering, and intermittent, reminiscent of a soul being summoned. Yi Xiao furrowed his brow, pondering why this woman was seeking him at such an hour. He gently moved his legs to the floor, preparing to rise, when he heard several disjointed words trailing behind him. "Help me. What is happening?" Xiao stood up and cautiously approached the door. However, as he neared the threshold, a peculiar and clammy sound sent chills down his spine. Gurgling, gurgling. The sound was eerily familiar, reminiscent of the way the monster's tentacles writhed to produce noise. A sense of foreboding washed over him, quickly followed by the unsettling sound of nails scraping against the door. Those watching the live stream, who had been up all night, immediately began to flood the chat with messages. "Whoever stares gets scared. What is that sound?" Chapter 21. "It's a Faye. She has mutated. How thrilling to come here at night. Thankfully, I have held on until now. Oh my, this is terrifying. My heart races. Xiao, go, be cautious. There seems to be something wrong with the woman outside." The commotion against the door was clear to everyone in the live chat, accompanied by that strange calling. It made one feel utterly uneasy. The situation outside the door was amiss. Xiao silently placed the dagger on the bed, then turned on the flashlight, positioning it to face the door. The beam focused on the entrance, and he retrieved a seed gun from his inventory. Pressing himself against the wall behind the door, he minimized the risk of being ambushed by any lurking monstrosities. Although he was uncertain of a Faye's condition outside, it was evident that she was no longer herself. With his right hand gripping the gun, he cautiously reached for the doorknob with his left hand, twisting the safety latch to unlock it. A crisp click resonated, and before Xiao could even twist the doorknob, it began to turn slowly on its own. With a creak, the door swung open, and the muffled sounds from outside grew increasingly clear, resembling a strained voice struggling to draw breath. Thud! Stumbling footsteps entered the room, akin to the unsteady gait of an elderly woman. As the door opened wider, the light from the bed spilled over the threshold, illuminating whatever had crossed the threshold. A shrill scream erupted as a Faye, now exposed to the light, let out a guttural cry. Her voice still bore the rawness of a torn throat, compressing both pitch and volume. How blinding, how blinding. She waved her arms erratically, her upside-down face emerging from behind the door. That grotesque posture left Xiao rooted to the spot, momentarily forgetting to react. "Xiao, help me, help me." The distorted face was marred by a network of purplish-red veins, with bulging, bloodshot eyes and a neck that strained to pull the chin down, forcing her mouth wide open. Behind that inverted head, thick, grayish-blue tentacles writhed wantonly across her heaving chest and abdomen. The figure, now unrecognizable, seemed to retain a flicker of reason. In those bloodshot eyes lay a desperate plea. With a click, Xiao chambered a round in his shotgun and immediately plunged the blade of the weapon into the swollen mass of flesh on her shoulder, then pulled the trigger. Boom! A muffled, oppressive sound reverberated within the room. Afi's contorted body erupted violently. Her head was reduced to a pulp, yet the remaining torso's tentacles instinctively coiled toward him. Boom! Another shot rang out, obliterating the body entirely. Blood, flesh, and shattered tentacles were scattered everywhere. The two remaining legs, oozing a dark liquid, collapsed helplessly to the ground. As he gazed at the orange-red seed kernels oozing from the carnage, Xiao exhaled deeply and swept his eyes over the remnants of Afi strewn across the floor, involuntarily cursing under his breath. Damn it! Xiao felt a haze clouding his mind, although he had resolutely pulled the trigger to end the life before him. He was now engulfed in confusion. How could a person, once whole, transform into this nightmare? Click! The door at the end of the corridor creaked open, revealing Zhou Chirui, who cautiously approached with a handgun in hand. Peering into the room, he nearly stumbled back in shock at the sight of the severed lower half lying on the floor. "Xiao Ge, what? What happened?" Xiao holstered the seed gun and wiped his face vigorously. "It's Afi. She has mutated." Zhou Chirui stood speechless at the doorway, clearly as bewildered as Xiao. Xiao glanced at the chat panel, surprised to find that even at this late hour, some viewers were still awake. Psychiatric Rehabilitation Center. Damn, I just got up to pee and caught a glimpse. Nearly scared me to death. Sheep eats wolf. It's like a horror movie. Too terrifying. I'm wide awake now. Eggs not mild. I almost screamed in the internet cafe. This is horrifying. Cold river snow. What happened to this woman? Why has she turned so terrifying? Stare at who and urinate. She must have mutated. How tragic. The audience members, having stayed up all night, were thoroughly frightened and began showering the stream with gifts. After all, Afi's appearance was indeed a shocking visual spectacle at such an hour. Xiao sighed, lamenting, It's truly relentless. He reached for the seed kernels, then moved to the bedside, wiping his hands carelessly on the blanket. The splattered blood and flesh had made this place utterly uninhabitable for sleep. Xiao slung his backpack over his shoulder and stepped out of the room. Zhou Chirui pointed towards the corridor, indicating another room inside. The two walked silently down the hallway. Xiao felt a bit speechless. Was it abnormal to be courageous? It was innate. He recalled how, in the past, he had ventured into haunted escape rooms with classmates, standing firm like a rock. Entering one of the rooms, he found it to be a girl's chamber, complete with a vanity in the corner. He placed his belongings down and took a deep breath, acknowledging that while escape rooms are known to be fabricated, the objects here were all too real, eliciting a certain trepidation. After all, these were life-threatening items. Zhou Qirai lingered at the doorway, prompting Xiao to glance back at him with curiosity. Aren't you going to sleep? Why are you just standing there? It seemed the boy had the good fortune of staying in a more secluded room. Had he been in the front, he likely would have been terrified. Zhou hesitated, saying, now that the woman is gone, it's just the two of us. How do we get to that high wall? With a sigh, Xiao bypassed him and exited the room, determined to proceed as he had initially planned. Holding a flashlight, he cautiously descended the stairs. The security door on the first floor was tightly locked, and the cabinet behind it remained undisturbed. Outside, faint rustling sounds indicated a gathering of night wanderers not far from the house. Instinctively, Xiao turned off his flashlight and retraced his steps to the third floor, cautiously peering out from the window at the staircase. Numerous distorted shadows were sprawled on the ground, surrounding the monstrous corpse discarded nearby, as if indulging in a feast. A chill ran down Xiao's spine. Fortunately, the modified gun had not made a loud noise, or it would have caused considerable trouble. Chapter 22. Look. She's right here. After ensuring there were no safety hazards, Xiao quietly returned to his room, locking the door behind him. He settled on the bed and glanced at the comment panel, stating, there shouldn't be any issues tonight. Everyone should head to bed. Pausing, he added, tomorrow morning, I will commence the lottery. Xiao raised an eyebrow at the comments, bemused. Is it the one I'm thinking of? No way. I'm definitely not coming tomorrow morning, came the replies. Xiao smirked slightly at the banter. I'm off to sleep. I want to see who the unfortunate winner will be tomorrow. Good night, good night. Let us support the streamer. Hopefully, I won T be the chosen one. Thanks to Sheep-Eating Wolf for the captaincy. Xiao shook his head in mild exasperation before rolling over to sleep. In the morning, Xiao was roused by the chirping of birds outside. As he sat up in the dimly lit room, he felt somewhat dazed. He hadn't slept well during the latter part of the night, having been awakened by Afu, and subsequently endured a series of bizarre dreams. Xiao rubbed his face and turned to glance around. Fate continued to bestow its peculiar favor upon him. He remained ensnared in this perilous world, far from returning to his former life. Alas, with a sigh, Xiao realized that after merely 2 days, he found himself wistfully reminiscing about the past. The experiences of these 2 days had been excessively exhilarating, perhaps even overwhelming. He turned and stood up, making his way to the window. Lifting a corner of the curtain, he peered outside. The dawn's rosy hue blanketed the sky, and the rising sun cast a golden sheen over the area. Being close to the outskirts, the abundance of vegetation and forests allowed for the sight of numerous ordinary flocks of birds and even small creatures darting through the grass. This vibrant scene starkly contrasted with the distorted and bizarre sights of the city. Stretching his limbs in the open space, Xiao glanced at the live streaming room, where the audience had already swelled to several thousand. Good morning, everyone. He greeted warmly before stepping out of the room and knocking on the door of Zhou Qirai across the hall. Qirai, time to get up. Before long, Zhou Qirai emerged. Rubbing his eyes and yawning, Xiao grabbed a bottle of water from the living room and proceeded to the bathroom. He picked up the toothbrush from the sink, rinsed it briefly, and began to brush his teeth. Zhou Qirai, mimicking Xiao, picked up his own toothbrush and reached for the toothpaste, preparing to squeeze some onto it. Yet, Xiao swiftly pressed down on his arm, took a sip of water, rinsed his mouth, and spat into the sink. This toothpaste must be expired. Don't use it. Oh, Zhou Qirai could only comply, rinsing it out quietly. After a brief wash-up, the two settled in the living room, selecting a box of cookies to serve as their breakfast. 3 foxes. Good morning, streamer. Another day of not wanting to go to work. Allah Lantern God Ding. Good morning, streamer. Yet another thrilling day. Wealthy lady's joyful ball. I also don't want to go to work. Morning dawn fire. Damn it, I'm still crammed in the subway. As the audience lamented about work, Zhou Qirai turned to Xiao and asked, Brother Xiao, now that Fei is gone, it's just the two of us. Xiao continued munching on his cookie, casting a sidelong glance at him. And? Zhou Qirai awkwardly tugged at the corner of his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something but hesitating to voice it. 3 foxes. Wait, that woman is dead? What happened? Sunny sky. Wasn't she fine yesterday afternoon? Sea falling to immortality. Did I miss something last night? Morning dawn fire. Dead? How did she die? The viewers in the live stream clamored for details, prompting Xiao to rise and walk towards the first bedroom in the corridor. He pushed open the slightly ajar door, revealing a scene of utter disarray within. A Fae's lower half lay in a pool of black blood by the door, with scattered chunks of flesh splattered throughout the room, even covering the bed. At the foot of the bed, a half-destroyed face was visible. Xiao nonchalantly continued nibbling on his dry cookie, seemingly unfazed by the gruesome sight. "Here she is," he remarked. The bullet screen erupted in a frenzy of exclamations, flooding with shock and countless exclamation marks. "Ah, what on earth is this?" exclaimed the first commentator, horrified. "My goodness, the upper half is completely shattered. What has happened?" Another chimed in. "Is this the kind of excitement we're greeted with so early in the morning?" A third added, while someone else lamented their interrupted breakfast. "Why on earth must I witness this?" Another voice echoed in disbelief. "Such an impressive prop," noted one, while another questioned why such a ridiculous host hadn't been banned yet. "If you don't like it, then leave. Don't flaunt your intelligence here," retorted another. Xiao shrugged and closed the door, beginning to recount the events of the previous night. "What a pity to have died so abruptly," one remarked. "The host is rather ruthless. We were at least acquaintances, yet no emotion was displayed," another observed. "Doesn't the host feel any discomfort?" Someone else pondered. "The host is a bit terrifying. They kill without a flicker of an eye," remarked another. Xiao rolled his eyes at the barrage of comments, turning to walk towards the living room. In this apocalyptic world, showing kindness would only lead to one's demise. He plopped down onto the wooden sofa, unscrewed a water bottle, and took a sip. It was evident that she had been injured and infected when that man had coerced her. Yet she had kept this information from us, fully aware of her condition. Transforming into a monster in the dead of night, had the door not been intact, she could have wreaked havoc. Zhou was somewhat fortunate to be in a room away from her. A ticking time bomb like her could easily spell disaster for everyone. Xiao cast a fleeting glance at the comments. "If any of you had been in that room yesterday, did you truly believe that remaining behind closed doors would keep you safe?" "Exactly. A bunch of people talking without feeling the pain," one retorted. "Wow, you all are such saints," another sarcastically remarked. "It's hilarious. Some are actually sympathizing with the monster," another chimed in. "Last night was genuinely thrilling. Far scarier than any horror film. I nearly died from fright." Someone else exclaimed. "If you all can still say such things after witnessing last night, I'm in awe of you," another added. The comments were in a frenzy when one in particular caught Xiao's attention. "Is the missing person Zhou present?" Xiao raised an eyebrow, gesturing towards Zhou seated beside him. "Here. Hey, Zhou, are you from Jiaofeng City?" Zhou, oblivious to the comments and with his mouth full of biscuits, nodded blankly in response. "Wow, you've been found," one exclaimed. "Look, the police have arrived." Another interjected. "Is this host a fraud? Is he about to be arrested?" Someone speculated. "Comrade Zhou, are you safe right now?" the police inquired. Xiao looked at Zhou with exasperation. "Hey, the police want to know if you're safe." Zhou, visibly annoyed, rolled his eyes. As if in this monster-infested place, anyone could feel safe. "Comrade Zhou, your family is searching for you. Please contact them as soon as possible," the police urged. Upon hearing Xiao's relay, Zhou nearly lost his composure. "Are you out of your mind? If I could contact them, I wouldn't be in this situation. Do you think I'm not aware of the apocalypse? Police of Jiaofeng, Xiao, please return safely with your team as soon as possible. Your actions are suspected of being illegal." Xiao, feeling speechless, slowly approached the window, drew back the curtains, and revealed the desolate and bizarre world outside to the live broadcast. "Now, tell me, where should I return to? If I had that ability, would I still be here? Police of Jiaofeng, please correct your attitude. Otherwise, we will hold you criminally liable. Good brother 7171. Ha, foolish broadcaster. Keep performing. Looks like you've messed up." Chapter 23. The second lucky viewer. The other viewers in the chat were enjoying the spectacle, laughing heartily. Xiao, feeling helpless and at a loss, returned to the sofa and casually remarked, "Feel free then." He understood that explaining himself through the live stream was futile. The truth would reveal itself in time. "All right, let us get down to business. Today we will draw a lucky viewer. Milk egg is not bland. By the way, I want to make live stream clips for the broadcaster, but I can't record the screen. 3 foxes, lottery. Erha loves to destroy. Ha. Is it time to draw the unfortunate one again? Latitude 90, a lottery? There's still a lottery? Nothing at all. A lottery right when I arrive, hooray. Falling into the sea to become an immortal. Please don't draw me. Milk egg is not bland. Don't draw me. Crimson Knight, don't draw me. Morning Fire, don't draw me." Seeing a group of old fans with this survivor, Badge all uniformly pleading not to be drawn. The newly joined fans were left puzzled. Night banquet. What does this mean? Why doesn't anyone want to win? Kevin the Fool. All the fans here are insane. Good brother 7171. Back at it again. If you're brave, draw me. In the past 2 days, his fan base had grown rapidly. He needed to draw a fan before reaching 30,000. After all, once that threshold was crossed, the system would forcibly select a winner. If the timing was off, it would only worsen the situation. As it stood, things weren't too dire. An extra person could help carry supplies. Although he wasn't sure how long those supplies had been there, they were still edible. Beside him, Zhou Chirue, upon hearing about the lucky viewer draw, immediately sat down. His slightly plump face was alight with excitement, looking even more eager than Xiao. Drawing a newcomer? How splendid. I can't wait to see which unfortunate soul it is. Ha! Zhou Chirue's malicious delight was unmistakable. The thought of someone else sharing his plight brought him joy. In the live stream, a lottery machine appeared at the center of the screen, its lever automatically pulled down. Countless avatars and usernames began to whirl wildly. The chat room was inundated with frantic messages pleading, "Don't draw me." All the bewildered inquiries were drowned in the flood of comments. Gradually, the spinning slowed, finally stopping at a cartoon avatar with the player name displayed below, Good Brother 7171. In the realm of the online broadcast, the spectators began to revel in the unfolding drama, with veteran fans eagerly flooding the screen with comments. Within mere moments, a figure clad in a gray work uniform appeared on a wooden sofa to one side. This individual, sporting tousled yellow hair and a somewhat tanned complexion, stood at a modest height of just over 1.7 meters, with a slender frame. At that moment, he looked disheveled, clutching a mobile phone in hand. His expression one of bewilderment as he surveyed his surroundings. Let us warmly welcome our new member, the dear sibling 7171, exclaimed Xiao with a cheerful grin. Zhou Chirue, brimming with excitement, dashed around to the bewildered newcomer, seizing his hand and giving it a vigorous shake. Ah, fresh little black sheep. Welcome, welcome. The barrage of comments on the screen was filled with question marks from many newly arrived fans, echoing the bewilderment of the official host. Clearly, they were astonished by Xiao's sudden transformation of the newcomer into a lively participant. Wait. The individual in the gray work attire abruptly shook off Zhou Chirue's grip, his eyes wide with shock as he prepared to speak. In an instant, Xiao drew a combat knife from his waist, the cold blade menacingly directed at the newcomer's throat, mere inches away. The young man, who had been poised to shout, immediately sealed his lips. Xiao regarded him with a calm, yet warning gaze. Do not speak recklessly here. The greatest taboo is raising one's voice. If you seek to endanger yourself, do not involve us, or you may find your tongue severed. Frozen in place, the newcomer dared not move as Xiao sheathed the knife. Zhou Chirue, assuming a senior's demeanor, displayed a hint of smugness. What is your name? Xiao inquired. The newcomer, still in a daze, had just moments ago been downstairs in his apartment, finishing breakfast. Now, inexplicably transported to this strange setting, he had begun to entertain the notion of this so-called apocalyptic broadcast. He opened his mouth, his voice hoarse. I am Liang Kai. You may call me a Kai. Xiao glanced at the emblem on the chest of Liang Kai's uniform, which read Hongfeng Automobile Repair. Raising an eyebrow in surprise, he asked, You can repair cars? Liang Kai nodded silently. Yes, I am a mechanic. Excellent. Xiao's eyes sparkled with interest. You must understand a bit about machinery then? Liang Kai hesitated for a moment. Well, somewhat yes. Xiao felt a surge of delight, pleased to have encountered someone useful. He turned to Zhou Chirue and asked, by the way, what skills do you possess? What was your occupation before this? Zhou Chirue appeared taken aback, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. I was in sales. Xiao rolled his eyes in disinterest, then fixed his gaze back on the still confused Liang Kai. Now that you are here, it would be wise to quickly accept the reality of your situation. Otherwise, you may find yourself in peril. Allow me to clarify. According to the rules here, you must stay for a minimum of 30 days. After that period, I will be able to send you back. Upon hearing that they could return, the two individuals immediately displayed expressions of joy. Xiao cast a casual glance at them and remarked, Do not rejoice too soon. Firstly, you must find a way to protect yourselves and survive within these 30 days. Furthermore, if I meet my demise, your chances of returning will vanish as well. Observing their faces fall, Xiao continued, Thus, to ensure your survival, you must adhere closely, behave obediently, and refrain from any foolish antics. The system determines who will be teleported and when. However, the system's marketplace offers numerous valuable items that can be exchanged if the audience bestows gifts upon us. So we are not without leverage. Zhou Chirui and Liang Kai nodded silently, recognizing that they had no other options. Yi Xiao glanced at the flip-flops on Liang Kai's feet and said, "There are shoes in the stairwell. Find a pair that fits you. Also, search the inner rooms for a backpack so you can gather supplies and take whatever you can." Chapter 24. Brother, I was wrong. In a world of apocalyptic survival, supplies are indispensable. Even though Liang Kai was reluctant, lamenting the unfairness of fate and cursing his ancestors, it was of no consequence. The stark reality was evident, and he had no choice but to accept it. Liang Kai stood up and walked towards the stairwell. Noticing his direct approach to find shoes, Yi Xiao called out, "Are you going to wear shoes without socks?" Liang Kai wiggled his toes, accustomed to the practice. Yi Xiao's gaze fell upon his filthy feet, and he could not help but roll his eyes. "Accustomed? We have a long journey ahead, and if you wear your feet raw and cannot run later, do not blame us for abandoning you." Upon hearing this, Liang Kai's expression changed, and he immediately turned to walk inside. He casually pushed open the first room door. But before he could step inside, he collapsed onto the floor. His face visibly paled, filled with terror as he stared into the room. He quickly raised his hand to cover his mouth, scrambling to get up. Yi Xiao, exasperated, pointed toward the restroom, and Liang Kai, still covering his mouth, stumbled inside. Within moments, the sound of retching echoed from the restroom. "Ha ha!" Zhou Chirui burst into laughter, reveling in his misfortune. The audience in the live broadcast also erupted in laughter. "Morning fire. Ha ha, this kid just vomited. 3 foxes, what happened to the bravado? Little Blackie. Milk egg, live streaming survival in the apocalypse. Teaching Little Blackie a lesson. Suck on plums, wasn't it all props? Why is he vomiting? Become an immortal, equal opportunity for every Little Blackie, ha ha." Before long, Liang Kai emerged from the restroom, his face ashen. Yi Xiao found amusement in his distressed expression. "Did you not claim it was all props? What are you afraid of?" "Brother, I was wrong. I truly was wrong." Liang Kai's face, twisted in despair, was a sight to behold. He approached Yi Xiao with a pleading look and knelt before him. "Brother, I beg you, please send me back. I implore you." At that moment, he exclaimed, "No matter the cost, I shall provide it." He hurriedly retrieved his mobile phone from his pocket and thrust it into Yi Xiao's hand. "This phone, take it." Yi Xiao glanced at the device, promptly powered it off, and turned to Liang Kai with an impassive expression. "Did you not hear my earlier words? If you wish to stay, I can abandon you here. No, please, do not leave me behind." Liang Kai, on the verge of tears, pleaded. Yi Xiao remained unmoved, fully aware that remaining in this place could only lead to demise. "What are you waiting for? Quickly gather your belongings." "Oh right." Liang Kai, no longer daring to protest, quietly rose and headed towards the corridor, though he refrained from entering the first bedroom and instead ventured further inside. Yi Xiao stood up and said to Zhou Chirui, "You should also find a change of clothes." Zhou Chirui nodded and turned to walk deeper into the building, while Yi Xiao made his way outside, for he had not thoroughly searched the premises. On the 4th floor, which appeared to be a series of rented rooms, Yi Xiao discovered a set of sportswear, a few pairs of socks, and took a backpack with him. Although the garments were somewhat moldy from disuse, they were certainly preferable to having nothing at all. On the 2nd floor, Yi Xiao found some useful items, for candles, a sewing kit, a packet of salt, and a telescope. Returning to the 3rd floor, he placed the items into the backpack and handed it to Liang Kai. Liang Kai stuffed a set of clothing into the bag and began to pack food and water. Zhou Chirui filled a water bottle to the brim and carried 2 additional bottles, while Liang Kai took 3. The group was now prepared to embark on their journey. Yi Xiao approached the window and gazed outside, when he heard Liang Kai's voice behind him. "Brother, could you also provide me with a weapon?" He glanced enviously at Zhou Chirui's machete and handgun. Yi Xiao's gaze remained fixed outside as he replied, "There is a spear by the door, go retrieve it." Liang Kai turned to look at the entrance of the living room, where indeed a long spear leaned against the wall. He joyfully walked over and grasped the spear in his hands. Upon returning to the window, Yi Xiao was expressing gratitude to the fans in the live stream. "Thank you for your gifts. As I am unable to constantly monitor the gifting situation, the system automatically detects them. I trust you all can understand. But I sincerely appreciate the gifts and support from the commander. Ah, thanks to Admiral of Noah's Breath. Thank you, thank you." The current points had reached 13,025, allowing for a considerable exchange. Although firearms could be redeemed, their loud reports would attract monsters. Thus, a nuclear-modified firearm seemed most practical. Nevertheless, it was prudent to possess a firearm for emergencies. Yi Xiao used 5,000 points to redeem 2 handguns for magazines and 2 silencers. He distributed the items to Zhou Chirui and Liang Kai, then beckoned Zhou Chirui, "Hand me the previous one." These two are of superior quality. Zhou Qiruwei gladly complied, immediately returning the former handgun to Yi Xiao. Liang Kai, clutching his handgun, wore an expression of exhilaration. Yi Xiao tucked the handgun back into his waistband and said, "Attach the silencer. Each of you gets 2 magazines." Although the silencer is equipped, the sound of the gunfire will still be present, unlike what is portrayed in films. Therefore, it is crucial to use it only at pivotal moments. Otherwise, it will only attract more monsters. The two nodded in agreement, and Yi Xiao continued, "If conditions permit. Once we reach the base, let us see if we can procure schematics for modifications, and then we can retrofit 2 nuclear pistols." Subsequently, Yi Xiao spent 3,200 points to purchase 4 grenades and 3 smoke bombs. He distributed 2 smoke bombs to Zhou Qiruwei and Liang Kai, instructing them on their usage. Zhou Qiruwei, with a grin, flattered, "Brother, you really know so much." Yi Xiao twitched his eye. "It's from watching too many movies." At that moment, his attention was immediately drawn to several moving shadows on the distant street outside the window. "Shoo!" Yi Xiao quickly gestured for silence to the two, then retreated to the window and beckoned Zhou Qiruwei. "Hurry, pass me the binoculars." Zhou Qiruwei hurriedly rummaged through his backpack, while Liang Kai, curious about Yi Xiao's demeanor, stealthily lifted a corner of the curtain to peek outside. In a hushed tone, slightly excited, he exclaimed, "Brother, there are cars out there." Yi Xiao shot him a glance. "What is there to be happy about? To the people here, we are mere commodities. Do you think this is a good thing?" Liang Kai fell silent. A bit taken aback, Zhou Qiruwei promptly handed the binoculars to Yi Xiao, asking curiously, "Brother, could these people with cars be from the base?" Yi Xiao raised the binoculars, focusing intently on the 4 vehicles slowly approaching along the national highway. However, soon enough, they were obstructed by a cluster of abandoned cars congesting the lane. Chapter 25, Trouble. We've been discovered the 4 vehicles halted by the roadside, and from the lead car emerged 4 individuals. They varied in height and build, yet shared a common feature. Their skin was deeply tanned from sun exposure. Through the binoculars, Yi Xiao could discern the purplish-red veins sprawling across their arms. One of the larger men had a cigarette clamped between his lips, and after a few puffs, another tall, lean fellow snatched it away from him. Zhou Qiruwei, crouched by the window, suddenly whispered, "Brother Xiao, I see some unopened cigarettes on the first floor. Should we take them? Those are rare goods and might fetch a good price." Yi Xiao found some merit in Zhou Qiruwei's suggestion, but thought it would be cumbersome to carry them all, as even a single pack was heavy. He signaled to Zhou Qiruwei to just grab a few packs and to be cautious. Zhou Qiruwei nodded and quietly headed to the first floor. Yi Xiao continued to observe the group through the binoculars, his gaze fixated on the vehicles they had arrived in. Liang Kai's voice cautiously interjected from the side. "Those vehicles must have been modified. They make no sound at all. They are likely utilizing a new energy source, similar to electric cars." As Liang Kai murmured, Yi Xiao recalled the nuclear pistols, realizing that these individuals had likely made modifications to their vehicles as well. The 4 individuals who had disembarked were all armed and, after inspecting the front of their cars, gestured towards the vehicles at the back. Soon after, a new group of individuals arrived, each equipped with an array of firearms, unmistakably indicating a level of organization. The leader, a tall and slender man with disheveled short hair, wore a prominent pink scar on his jawline, resembling a pink caterpillar crawling upon his skin. He was currently directing his associates in clearing the obstacles on the road. With a cigarette clenched between his teeth, his eyes darted about aimlessly, seemingly surveying the surroundings. Yi Xiao speculated that these individuals were unlikely to be attempting to cross the national highway, as it was significantly congested. Instead, they were clearing a side path that led into a nearby residential area. Could it be that they intended to enter the city? Yet, it appeared that vehicles would have difficulty navigating within the city limits. As Yi Xiao pondered this, he suddenly noticed the man near the vehicle glancing in their direction. He hastily lowered his binoculars and crouched by the window. The curtains on one side fluttered slightly due to his movement, causing Yi Xiao's heart to skip a beat as he quickly pressed down on one corner of the curtain. This was not good, he thought to himself, tilting his head cautiously to peer through the gap in the curtains. The man by the vehicle was now brandishing a gun, running toward them with several others in tow. This was bad, Yi Xiao exclaimed in alarm, urging Liang Kai, "We need to go, quickly." Liang Kai, startled by Yi Xiao's urgency, saw him grab his backpack and dash downstairs without hesitation, prompting him to follow suit without delay. "Zhou Qiruwei, hurry. We've been discovered." Zhou Qiruwei, who had just unwrapped a pack of cigarettes, scrambled to stuff a few packs into his backpack before clumsily making his way outside. At that moment, Yi Xiao and Liang Kai managed to push aside the cabinet blocking the security door. As they flung open the door, The three of them bolted into the street like rabbits fleeing for their lives. They sprinted down the alley, heading northeast. The armed men behind them were clearly formidable adversaries, and Xiao was certain that capture would bode ill for them. In their frantic escape, the trio paid little mind to the heavy backpacks burdening their backs or the sound of their footsteps pounding against the ground. However, to Xiao's astonishment, those pursuing them were far swifter than he had anticipated. "Hey, those guys are running that way," a voice echoed from above. Xiao turned in disbelief to see an individual who had somehow scaled the rooftop. Like an agile monkey, he leaped and bounded across the rooftops of the adjacent row of houses, hot on the heels of Xiao and his companions. Xiao's eyes widened in shock as he swiftly turned back, his heart pounding. Was this something a human could achieve? It seemed impossible. The viewers in the live broadcast, witnessing this extraordinary scene, erupted in incredulous exclamations. Is that Spider-Man? Could there possibly be superpowers in this place? The atmosphere was thick with tension as disarrayed footsteps echoed from the distant alleyway, followed by an authoritative shout. "Hey, stop. Wait, we mean you no harm." Behind him, Liang Kai called out tentatively to Xiao. Yet, Xiao, panting heavily, showed no inclination to halt. Believe their empty words? They claim they won't harm us. Yet they pursue us with such fervor. He was resolute in his belief that they should not relent. Those pursuing them could not chase for long. Navigating through the labyrinthine streets with Zhou Chirui and Liang Kai in tow, the distance between them and their pursuers diminished. Zhou Chirui and Liang Kai were not particularly athletic, with Liang Kai managing to keep pace due to his laborious work. Zhou Chirui, however, was less fortunate, feeling as though his lungs might burst. Were it not for the abundant vegetation providing ample oxygen, he feared he might have succumbed to asphyxiation. Suddenly, a rapid, inhuman rhythm of footsteps pierced the air, drawing Xiao's attention. Woof woof. A cacophony of distorted barks erupted ahead, hinting at more than one dog. Abruptly, Xiao skidded to a halt at the intersection. Three grotesque dogs sprang forth without warning, one of which was a short-haired mutt with a visage that was barely recognizable, its mouth grotesquely split into three parts, adorned with eerie tendrils. Another dog bore only half of its fur, its swollen body having ruptured its skin, festooned with crimson, festering lumps. A human hand embedded in its belly, its gaping maw extending up its elongated neck. The third was unrecognizable as a dog, its fur entirely shed, leaving only a bloodied mass of flesh. By the heavens! Zhou Chirui and Liang Kai exclaimed in unison. Xiao swiftly pivoted, veering into the right alleyway, cursing inwardly, lamenting that had he known the dangers that lay ahead, he would have departed sooner. Chapter 26. The asymptomatic The three mutated canines relentlessly pursued them, and suddenly, several ragged figures clad in tattered garments burst forth from the alleyway. "Huh, run, let us see where you can escape." The leader of the group laughed triumphantly, only to find Xiao and his companions showing no signs of stopping, charging directly towards them. "My word, mutated dogs," a short figure cried out, promptly drawing a crossbow from behind and pulling back the string, aiming it at the pursuing beasts behind Xiao and his companions. With a swift motion, he released the trigger. Whoosh! The sharp iron bolt hurtled towards the foremost of the aberrant hounds. The arrow flew with remarkable accuracy, piercing directly into the gaping, three-pronged mouth. The dark barrel of the gun suddenly rose, aimed squarely at Xiao and his companions. Xiao abruptly braked, his gaze fixated on the tall, slender figure opposite him brandishing the core gun. If the adversary were to pull the trigger, the three of them would likely face dire consequences. The lanky man let out a snicker, his hand holding the gun perfectly still. The modified gun he wielded was also a shotgun, a weapon Xiao had previously handled. It was quite heavy, yet in his grasp, it appeared as light as a toy, demonstrating his astonishing arm strength. With their numbers, Xiao felt that resistance would yield little chance of success. "Don't move, kid. After all, I have no intention of firing," he thought silently as he raised his hand, followed by Zhou Chirui and Liang Kai, who also lifted their hands, panting heavily, clearly at their limits. "Big Black." A soft call came from behind, prompting Xiao to curiously glance back at the unfolding scene. The four figures were well trained. Among them, a tall and robust bald man wielded a peculiar large knife. The handle, over 30 centimeters long, contained a swirling orange-red liquid within. At that moment, the knife blade, measuring over 50 centimeters, emitted an eerie orange-red glow. The short individual with the crossbow suddenly sidestepped to evade an attacking mutated dog, and then Big Black, wielding the large knife, charged forward. With a decisive swing, he cleaved down upon the just-landed mutated dog, the blade slicing effortlessly through its body and crashing into the ground. The motion was fluid, as if there were no resistance, bifurcating the creature with ease. Goodness, that knife is formidable. Liang Kai couldn't help but exclaim, while the tall, scarred man chuckled, seemingly unperturbed by the battle's outcome. Indeed, within a few exchanges, the four swiftly dispatched the three mutated dogs. Classmate Takagi, the strength and speed of these individuals are astonishingly abnormal. Third generation, the mutated dog's speed was impressive, yet they managed to evade it. The streamer cannot compare. Sanhu, perhaps the streamer should refrain from fleeing. It seems you wouldn't be able to escape. Indeed. The viewers in the comments echoed Xiao's thoughts. The speed and strength of these individuals were extraordinary, as if they had received some form of enhancement. After eliminating the three mutated dogs, one of the group produced a dagger to excavate the seed core. A monkey-like figure leaped down from the rooftop. Resembling Liang Kai in stature, wearing a hat and tattered fingerless leather gloves, he lazily approached Xiao and his companions, inspecting them with a discerning eye that lingered particularly on their necks and hands. Hey boss. The monkey-like man leaned close to the lanky figure, his astonishment evident. These three individuals are asymptomatic. Asymptomatic? The monkey's description sparked Xiao's interest, confirming the significant differences between them and these individuals. Asymptomatic? The other individuals gradually gathered around, observing the trio with an air of curiosity, as if they were mere spectacles. The gleam in their eyes suggested that the three were something rather desirable. Liang Kai, who had previously entertained a glimmer of hope, now comprehended Xiao's apprehensions, his countenance reflecting a hint of panic. Boss, it seems we have struck luck. Dehei raised an eyebrow, a flicker of delight evident in his gaze. The short man wielding a crossbow approached the leader with urgency, inquiring, Boss, what do we do? The tall, gaunt man appeared particularly vigilant, furrowing his brow as he directed his gaze towards the monkey-like man. Xiao, have you spotted anyone else? The monkey-like man shook his head, replying, No, it's just the three of them. They don't seem to belong to a group. The scarred-faced man, with his weapon unwaveringly raised, fixated his cold stare on Xiao. What about your companions? At this moment, Xiao's mind raced. Based on the information provided by the previous three and of Fei, it appeared that asymptomatic individuals like them had been sheltered within the high walls. Thus, it was only natural for them to assume the existence of a group. Their origins were already shrouded in mystery, and it was imperative that these individuals remained oblivious to the truth. After all, it was evident that should they discover the existence of others from a different world, the consequences would be dire. Xiao concocted a tale, stating, We were previously within another high wall, slated for relocation, but we were ambushed en route and subsequently scattered. Initially, there were 4 of us traveling together, but ultimately, they either perished or mutated. He forced a wry smile, adding, We were left with no choice but to forge our own path back to the high wall. The onlookers responded with comments of disbelief and tension, but they seemed to accept Xiao's narrative, as they could conceive of no other possibility. The individuals clad in clean attire were indeed an anomaly. The one named Xiao whispered to the scarred man, Boss, how shall we deal with these 3? The scarred man stroked his chin, surveying the trio before responding. Let us take them back for now. With that, Xiao and his companions were compelled to follow the group back to their vehicle. They returned to a road overgrown with weeds and vines, choked by abandoned, dilapidated vehicles. 4 heavily armored vehicles stood silently, their windows and doors shielded by iron bars, reinforced bumpers, and spikes welded to the roofs. These vehicles resembled beasts of burden, adorned with patches of rust and fortified to the very tires. As the group cleared the roadblocks, they expressed their surprise upon seeing Xiao and his companions being returned. Curiosity painted their faces. 4 asymptomatic individuals were indeed a rarity in this post-apocalyptic world, and their existence seemed to hold extraordinary value. Xiao and his companions were pushed from behind, forced to climb into a modified van designed to seat 6. Chapter 27. Continue crafting. The exterior of the van was transformed into a fortress, while the interior remained surprisingly intact. Above, a sunroof could be opened at any moment, secured by a latch. Xiao and his companions were reluctantly seated within the vehicle, observing a group of individuals outside rummaging through the items they had scavenged from them. A wave of discomfort washed over Zhou Chirui, who whispered to Xiao, Brother Xiao, are we just going to let them take everything? The audience in the barrage was equally vocal, sharing their suggestions. Formosa, someone should have thrown a few grenades over there to blow them up. Legendary leg hair, that's wishful thinking, it wouldn't necessarily kill them. 3 foxes, there are too many of them, the host might not escape. Silent forest, the sound of an explosion would attract even more monsters. Hip-hop monster, if it were me, I'd say the host is just a coward. Just go for it. Pumpkinhead. Exactly. What's there to be afraid of? Don't we have grenades? White Copperblade. Just steal the car, drive it away. Wolf eats sheep. These people don't seem to intend to harm the host. They are just biding their time. A comment from SC of Crimson Knight. Some idiots shouldn't speak without understanding. These people currently have no intent to harm. If the host resists, it could be ineffective, and they might just open fire. In the end, it would be the host who gets hurt. Amidst the chaotic barrage, Xiao was not inclined to pay attention. Instead, he meticulously scrutinized the expressions of the individuals outside, noting their disdainful laughter as they inspected his equipment, seemingly unimpressed. Xiao felt reassured, sensing that these individuals looked down upon their belongings. Brothers, if you find these items of no use, could you possibly leave them for us? The scarred man, dubbed the leader, scoffed, leaning against the van's window with a grenade in hand. Rest assured, we have no interest in your worthless junk. It's all pretty much useless. He kicked Xiao's wilderness survival pack, remarking, however, this bag is rather peculiar. The items seem quite new. Noticing the slight skepticism in the man's gaze, Xiao calmly explained, that was issued to us when we set out. It was specially equipped for us. It is quite normal for the base to extend special care to asymptomatic individuals like us. After all, these people may not have encountered asymptomatic individuals from beyond the high walls and wouldn't know the details. Indeed, upon hearing Xiao's explanation, the scarred man ceased his doubts. He smiled at Xiao while holding the grenade, noting that while it appeared useful, it posed significant risks. And those 3 handguns of yours, equipped with silencers, would attract the attention of the aberrations. We have no need for such items. Out here, grenades are far more effective than Molotov cocktails. Those inside the high walls are truly a bunch of fools. Xiao awkwardly tugged at the corner of his mouth, realizing they likely deemed the items unnecessary, merely providing them for self-defense. Huh, the scarred man scoffed. We'll take the bag, but we'll hold on to these few items for you. Xiao's heart sank, but he refrained from saying anything further. Just then, a monkey-like man named Xiao suddenly exclaimed with delight. Boss, come look. These boys have some good stuff in their bags. He pulled out several packs of cigarettes from Zhou Chirui's backpack, grinning broadly. The others nearby rushed over, eager to snatch them up, but the scar-faced man kicked at them, shouting, Hey, what are you fighting over? Get lost. He reached into Zhou Chirui's bag and lifted a pack of cigarettes, shaking it lightly, while raising an eyebrow at Xiao and the others in the car. Oh, looks like you've got some fine goods. Xiao feigned innocence, chuckling. Bro, if you want some, there's plenty more over there. We didn't manage to grab it all when we left. Zhou Chirui nodded in agreement. Yes, there's still a few more. Hearing this, the scar-faced man's eyes instantly lit up. Xiao pointed towards the small building they had passed earlier, saying, It's that building, on the first floor. The scar-faced man immediately signaled to the monkey-faced man, and together with the one called Dehe, they hurried off in that direction, clearly in a good mood. The scar-faced man's spirits were lifted by the cigarettes, prompting Xiao to engage him further. What should I call you? The scar-faced man, appearing to be in his 30s, opened a pack of cigarettes, took one out, and inhaled its aroma with a satisfied sigh. A smile crept into his gaze as he looked at Xiao. Just call me Brother Chun. Xiao grinned widely. Brother Chun, I'm Xiao. And this is Kai, and this is Chi Rue. Zhou Chirui and Liang Kai awkwardly nodded from the car, aware that Brother Chun could easily perceive their novice demeanor. Apart from Xiao, the other two appeared rather timid, leading him to believe that they posed no real threat. Brother Chin, where are you planning to take us? Xiao asked cautiously. Brother Chin lit a cigarette, taking a leisurely puff before exhaling slowly, his expression distant. What? Afraid we might sell you out? Xiao shrank back, fully embodying the role of a timid coward. How could I not be afraid? They say the outside world is perilous, but now that we have a car, we feel a bit more secure. Just a few days ago, we got lost in the city, and that was even scarier. Brother Chin scoffed, casting a glance at Xiao and retorted, You're really a coward. He exhaled a cloud of smoke, chuckling, I have a whole gang of brothers to support. Don't worry. I'll get you a good price. A price? It was evident that these men were indeed after money. If they sought profit, then negotiations could proceed smoothly. Zhou Chirui and Liang Kai trembled nearby, but Xiao remained composed, continuing his fabrication. Why not just take us directly to that high wall in the northeast? Noticing Brother Chen raise an eyebrow, Xiao pressed on with his elaborate tale. The team assigned to escort us has perished, and the initial reward was substantial. They claim to be quite capable, but look at the situation now. Why don't you take over the task and deliver us there? You could earn a handsome reward. Though Xiao's words were entirely fabricated, they logically aligned with the circumstances. Based on his deductions, individuals like them, who were asymptomatic, should be considered a rare existence and, in a certain sense, quite valuable. For those high-walled bases, asymptomatic individuals are undoubtedly valuable assets that necessitate careful escort during any transfer, which inherently warrants substantial rewards. Furthermore, their significance cannot be overstated. Should an asymptomatic individual go missing en route, although the base may not expend resources in a futile search. If the loss is linked to certain disreputable groups, those groups would certainly face dire consequences. According to the previously emaciated man, the trio intended to sell them to an organization known as Free Fire. This organization is evidently not aligned with the high walls, and its capacity for direct trading engendered in Xiao a distinct aversion towards it. He must devise a plausible and more lucrative alternative for these individuals, thereby preventing them from selling the trio to some unsavory locations. As long as this group harbors no suspicions regarding their identities, the series of fabrications he concocted would remain unexposed. Chapter 28. They believed indeed, as Xiao had surmised. Brother Chun was quietly leaning against the vehicle, smoking, evidently convinced by Xiao's words. He did not even question the veracity of Xiao's claims and was already contemplating acceptance. Xiao chose to remain taciturn, avoiding any semblance of insincerity. Beside him, Zhou Chirue and Liang Kai maintained their silence, exchanging glances, surprised by Xiao's adept storytelling. At that moment, the livestream panel was abuzz with excitement, clearly entertained by Xiao's clever ruse. Morning fire. Ha! The host's knack for nonsense has truly flourished. Nai Dan Bu Dan. This is hilarious. If I hadn't been watching from the start, I might have believed it. Sanhu, someone come. There's a scammer here. Winter is coming. What a smooth talker, even more so than I am in sales. Sheep eats wolf. The host's psychological fortitude is genuinely impressive. Host, Xiao. If these individuals agree, we can proceed as previously planned, secured by bodyguards and enjoying the convenience of a ride. What is not to like? Host, Xiao. If they still intend to sell us, we can always seek an opportunity to escape along the way. The two individuals who had gone to fetch cigarettes returned, clutching them like two simpletons. The members of the convoy surged forward, each receiving a pack. Brother Chin glanced at Xiao, then opened the car door, tossing the 3 backpacks inside. Xiao and his companions hurriedly clutched the backpacks to their chests. And as the door closed, Brother Chun gathered the convoy members at the front of the vehicle to discuss something. Xiao discreetly tugged at the car door, which remained steadfast. In the back seat, Liang Kai leaned forward, gently tapping Xiao's arm, and whispered, Brother Xiao, what shall we do now? They've taken all our weapons, leaving us with nothing. Xiao was unfazed. He noted his current score of 7,650. After spending so many points previously, it was now gradually increasing again. As long as gifts were bestowed, he had no worries about acquiring weapons. What was there to fear? These individuals not only would not harm them, but would also provide protection. Zhou Chirue nodded in agreement, emphasizing that only pristine goods hold value, and they could be considered rare commodities. Xiao silently observed the group of individuals at the front of the vehicle. Some were bodyguards, others were rideshare drivers, making their task considerably easier. As long as you two refrain from speaking out of turn, we should be fine, Xiao cautiously warned. The two nodded earnestly in acknowledgement. Remember, do not give yourselves away. If they inquire, just say you are under strict supervision and are unaware. Zhou Chirue and Liang Kai nodded solemnly. While they enjoyed stirring up trouble in the livestream chat, they were not entirely foolish. They understood that their kind's sudden appearance in this world could lead to dire consequences if discovered. Xiao's admonition was etched carefully in their minds. Moreover, considering that their return relied on Xiao, they dared not disobey. The group ahead occasionally glanced their way. Evidently, Brother Chun was discussing the matter Xiao had mentioned. A few minutes later, Brother Chin approached the vehicle, tossing the keys to a Xiao before sliding into the passenger seat. A Xiao then took the driver's position, while the burly bald man opened the back door, squeezing Zhou Chirue into the rear seat. Brother Chin took a final drag from his cigarette, discarding the butt out of the window once it burned down to the filter. Turning to Xiao, he stated, since you are heading to the Gaoding base, we will take on this task. Stay close to us. Otherwise, if trouble arises, we won't hesitate to leave you behind. A smile flickered in Xiao's eyes, though he feigned a look of relief and gratitude. Thank you, Brother Chin. Thank you. Brother Chin signaled to the imposing figure beside Xiao, who tossed a bag to him. Xiao opened the tattered canvas bag to find their knives and 3 handguns inside. Elation surged within him, but he maintained a facade of confusion as he glanced at Brother Chun. Since these are for self-defense, take them. Use them only in emergencies. Brother Chun waved his hand dismissively. Yi Xiao grinned broadly, exclaiming, "Thank you, Brother Chun." He then took his knife and gun, passing the bag to Zhou Chirui and Liang Kai in the back seat. Their tense hearts finally eased as they gleefully divided the items. Observing the trio's foolish antics, Xiao rolled his eyes in the rearview mirror, disdainfully scoffing before starting the car. The vehicle jolted along the cleared path, trailing the car in front as it meandered through the alleys. After navigating several narrow passages, they emerged onto a wider road. Due to the poor condition of the roads, their pace was moderate, averaging around 40 miles per hour. However, the mere fact that they could sit in a car instead of walking was already sufficient. Zhou Chirui longed to take a nap in the vehicle, as he had been tirelessly running for the past few days. As the car steadily progressed along the road, it distanced itself from the city, revealing suburban highways that were less densely covered by vegetation. The flora on either side of the road, though exceedingly lush, did not exhibit any grotesque mutations. Aside from the occasional sighting of abandoned vehicles along the highway, the desolation of this world was not immediately apparent. Yi Xiao could not help but voice his thoughts, noting that the outside appeared far more normal than the city. The driver, Xiao, suddenly let out a derisive laugh, retorting, "Isn't that obvious? You pampered gentlemen from behind high walls must have never seen the outside, have you? Scared to death?" Yi Xiao bit his lip, refraining from engaging further. Initially, he had merely been taken aback, though it was amusing to note that both Zhou Chirui and Liang Kai had nearly been frightened out of their wits. Brother Chun, unable to resist, pulled out a cigarette and lit it with a lighter. He opened the window that had been sealed off and exhaled a puff of smoke, stating, "I heard that this parasitic virus originally spread among humans before gradually affecting animals and plants. It is said that most plants possess some resistance to this virus, which makes the situation in the cities even worse." At that moment, Xiao suddenly cursed, "This is just ridiculous. In merely 6 years, it has devolved into such a state." As Yi Xiao and his companions departed the city, a heavily armed, wasteland-style team was advancing toward the city center on the other side. They had chosen a tall office building as their observation point, but halted just before reaching the rooftop. A corpse lay at the corner of the stairway leading to the rooftop, half-eaten and already decaying, emanating a foul odor. The door to the rooftop was tethered to the railing with a rope, as if to block something. On the ground behind the door, a dark object caught their attention. A hand adorned with a flame tattoo picked up a somewhat intact smartphone. Chapter 29. Uncommon new fans. The beastly vehicle cruised steadily along the highway, its swaying motion lulling Zhou Chirui and Liang Kai in the back seat into a state of drowsiness. The live stream audience had swelled to nearly 30,000, all marveling at the audacity of these two. The glass windows on either side were reinforced with iron bars, and even the windshield was similarly fortified. Xiao could only observe the outside through narrow gaps. Yi Xiao had never been particularly fond of traveling by vehicle. Even if he had a phone to occupy his time, sleep was elusive. The atmosphere inside the vehicle felt stifling. Given the necessity of camaraderie on this journey, it was essential to foster good relations, even if only superficially. Speaking of which, he had scarcely introduced himself to the other two occupants. With a cheerful smile, Yi Xiao extended his hand toward the bald man beside him, asking, "What do you go by, brother?" The burly man turned to glance at Yi Xiao, then abruptly raised his large hand to grip Yi Xiao's shoulder, squeezing his arm to test the muscle. He then crossed his arms, his deep voice resonating. "Have you trained before?" Yi Xiao feigned innocence with wide, naive eyes, scratching his head and replying sheepishly, "Just a bit of casual exercise." The silent giant nodded slightly, suggesting they should call him Black Brother. "Hello, Black Brother." Yi Xiao greeted him with a smile, and Zhou Chirui and Liang Kai, who were behind, also promptly extended their greetings to Black Brother. After acknowledging Black Brother, Yi Xiao turned his gaze toward the driver in front. "This is Xiao," Chen Gu remarked from the side. The driver, Xiao, did not respond, yet Yi Xiao still called out, "Brother Xiao." In the passenger seat, Chen Gu held a walkie-talkie and retrieved a map from the box in front of him, unfolding it before him. Subsequently, he pressed the button on the walkie-talkie. "Let us hurry during the day and aim to reach Zhoan County before nightfall." A crackling sound emanated from the walkie-talkie, followed by a voice processed through the signal. "Understood." Noticing Chen Gu turning off the walkie-talkie, Yi Xiao leaned forward, inquiring, "Chen Gu, how long until we reach the base?" "Huh." Chen Gu in the passenger seat chuckled, reclining his seat and resting his legs on the dashboard as he leisurely replied, "It'll take quite a while. It may not seem far on the map, but not to mention the road conditions, the vehicle cannot travel fast. There are many areas where we cannot proceed due to impassable roads. Before night falls, we also need to find a place to stay, not to mention food and resupplying. It'll take at least 3 days to arrive." 3 days? That's not too bad. Yi Xiao sighed in relief, thinking it better than walking. If they had to rely on foot, who knows how long it would take. Seeing that Chun Gu and Black Brother had begun to rest their eyes, Yi Xiao chose not to disturb them. He turned his head toward the window, feigning interest in the scenery outside, while secretly checking the barrage panel. Welcome to the live stream, isekai'd, our first governor. Sanhu. Wow, the boss is generous. Nai Dan Bu Dan. 6. This ID seems new, becoming a governor on the first visit, wealthy. I admire it. isekai'd, recommended by a friend. How can such a treasure of a live stream not be on the homepage? Suwa Gulu Lu Mei. With so much bloodshed, it's unlikely to get promoted. Yang Qilang. If the live stream couldn't be shut down, the platform would have probably banned it already. Anchor. Yi Xiao. Thank you, isekai'd. For the governorship, much appreciated. isekai'd. I heard there were thieves a few days ago. Is the anchor truly in the apocalypse? Where are they heading? Anchor. Yi Xiao. I'm live streaming from the apocalypse. The past few days have been quite perilous. But now I've hitched a ride and gathered a few bodyguards, preparing to go to the base. Crazy bittermelon. Haha. Don't listen to the anchor's nonsense. He's just fooling around, pulling a fast one. Ingji Run. The previous promotional posts have vanished. Sanhu what? Nai Dan Bu Dan. The recommendation post I made on the forum has disappeared. It was harmonized. Xiao Guai. Anyway, I'm spreading the word everywhere in the group. Sanhu. Can't even record the screen, and it seems like the officials are keeping an eye on it. Kenyang Han Shui. New here, I heard the live stream can teleport viewers? isekai'd, teleport viewers? What does that mean? Kenyang Han Shui, can someone explain the specifics of the live stream? Upon seeing the inquiries, Yi Xiao, who initially intended to respond, hesitated in his actions. Furrowing his brow, he scrutinized the individual's remarks multiple times, sensing an underlying dissonance. This person appeared far from an ordinary audience member. Typically, a casual spectator would first exhibit curiosity or skepticism. Even those brought in by recommendations would likely inquire about the current circumstances. Yet, this individual, known as Sanyang Hanshua, exhibited an unusual focus, immediately inquiring about the teleportation of viewers, indicating that this was their primary concern. Furthermore, the tone of their subsequent question was excessively formal, a style that ordinary viewers would seldom adopt. It felt more akin to an investigative inquiry, although Yi Xiao refrained from responding. The enthusiastic veteran spectators in the live stream began to elucidate the situation. Sanhu, allow me to enlighten the newcomers, first and foremost. The host is indeed in a post-apocalyptic world, no doubts there. Liang is I. Those with means can generously offer gifts, allowing the host to earn points to exchange for weapons. Nai Dan Bu Dan. Furthermore, it seems that every interval necessitates the teleportation of a fan. Sanyang Hanshua, what are the requirements and mechanisms for teleportation? Nai Dan Bu Dan. I'm not certain, however, from the host's words. It appears to be a system mandate. Luo Hai Cheng Xian. So far, both individuals teleported have been naysayers, Xiao Chuan Fanlo. Indeed. Let's promptly teach those critics a lesson. Liang is I. They really have it coming. Sanyang Hanshua, can they return? Sanhu. The system stipulates a mandatory stay of 30 days. Fei Hongji. Of course, whether they survive until then remains debatable. Observing the exchange between Sanyang Hanshua and the livestream fans, Yi Xiao became increasingly convinced that this individual was, with an 80 probability, affiliated with the authorities. However, he felt no surprise. It was curious if the officials had not taken notice. Yi Xiao chose not to confront the individual for the moment. Could it be that the officials intended to conduct surveillance within his livestream? He was intrigued by this person's intentions and how the authorities might respond. Host, Yi Xiao, newcomer, why not send a light sign? It would illuminate the fans' light board. Host, Yi Xiao, the live stream operates 24 hours. Feel free to watch whenever you wish, but do not strain yourself by staying up late. Host, Yi Xiao, if there are outsiders present, it becomes difficult for the host to engage with everyone. I will strive to interact with you through text. Sanhu, the host is focused on survival in this apocalyptic world. We will lend our support. Nai Dan Bu Dan, perhaps we should form a group. Yisa Gxine, I can create it. I have the capacity for a group with 3,000 members. Sanhu, wow, this big shot is truly remarkable. Chen Shijihua, awaiting the group number. Host, Yi Xiao, thank you. Yisa, I appreciate everyone's efforts. Yi Xiao stifled a smile. Recognizing that Yisa Gxin was undoubtedly a wealthy scion, potentially attracting even more affluent fans, he had entered the scene with an air of authority and generosity, ensuring that he would not be short of gifts in the future. With such connections, his points would be secured, alleviating any concerns regarding weapons and supplies. As the system mentioned, upon returning to the original world, a substantial reward will be granted. At that time, I shall certainly treat these gentlemen to a grand feast. Chapter 30. The unwelcome asymptomatic. The convoy traveled for an entire day, occasionally pausing for a respite, and finally reached a town on the outskirts of Xiao County as dusk approached. As seasoned vagabonds and adventurers, they typically avoided spending the night near county towns, for such locales attracted more nocturnal visitors. The vehicle came to a gentle halt by the roadside, and Xiao, yawning, stretched beside it, playfully tapping Xiao on the arm. "Stop daydreaming. Get out," he urged. Chun-Gu and the others had already alighted from the vehicle, prompting Xiao to turn and rouse the two drowsy companions in the back. Hey, wake up. We've arrived." The two, startled awake, blinked in confusion. Liang Kai rubbed his sleeve against the corner of his mouth, wiping away drool. Zhou Chirui, still half asleep, murmured, "Huh? Have we arrived so soon? Quickly get out," Xiao implored, grabbing his backpack and leaping from the vehicle. The car had halted along a narrow road, likely a provincial or county road, featuring only 2 lanes of traffic, which, fortunately, was not congested. On either side of the road stood the self-built homes of the villagers, interspersed with vast fields. And beyond them, the mountains loomed. These homes exhibited a variety of architectural styles, most resembling traditional matchbox designs. Those with wealth constructed slightly taller buildings, adorning the exterior with tiles or crafting quaint little Western-style houses. In contrast, the less affluent remained with red brick exteriors or had only partially renovated their abodes, leaving much space empty. A few recently built houses boasted iron gates or security doors, while the majority still relied on wooden doors. These residences were densely packed on either side of the road, enveloped by farmlands, ensuring that this stretch of highway and its houses remained largely unencroached by vegetation. Xiao glanced into the distance, where the skyline had been painted a fiery crimson by the evening glow. Nightfall was imminent. A door slammed nearby, signaling that Zhou Chirui and Liang Kai had exited the vehicle. Xiao and the others hesitated by the car, observing a few companions from the vehicle behind them approaching, burdened with large bedding rolls. Chun-Gu, with an unlit cigarette dangling from his lips, surveyed the surrounding houses with a keen eye. He pointed to a seemingly newer 3-story building and signaled to a few individuals. "Zhou Yao, take a few people to inspect that house. If all is well, we shall stay there tonight." No sooner had Chun-Gu spoken than a man clad in a distinctly vintage leather jacket led a small group toward the 3-story building. Next to the vehicle, the vagabonds stood along the roadside, smoking. Xiao refrained from smoking, but Zhou Chirui and Liang Kai, unable to resist their cravings, sheepishly requested a cigarette and began to banter with the group while puffing away. Xiao remained near Chun-Gu, quietly observing the scene unfold. A man with a head full of yellow teeth and curly hair exhaled a smoke ring, scrutinizing Liang Kai with a curious gaze that lingered on the embroidered letters on his shirt. With a tone of bewilderment, he inquired, "What? Were you a mechanic before?" Just as Liang Kai was about to nod in affirmation, he noticed Xiao's intense stare, as if any misstep in his words would result in the immediate severance of his tongue. Suddenly recalling Xiao's warning, he forced a laugh and replied, "I know a little, but I didn't study much and became an apprentice quite early." Another individual, cigarette in mouth and eyes narrowed, reached out to touch Zhou Chirui's clothing. The attire of these individuals appeared to be a haphazard collection of tattered rags, as if they had been stacked in a box for years. Even the few decent pieces were worn to the point of being unrecognizable. In stark contrast, Zhou Chirui and his companions wore clothing that seemed excessively new. The man flicked the ash from his cigarette to the side, chuckling derisively. "You seem to be living quite well behind those high walls, well-fed and well-dressed. Truly enjoying a life of luxury." Beside him, a scrawny figure hunched over, nudging him with his elbow while gesturing towards Xiao. "And there's that little young master. Look at his delicate skin and handsome face. We poor beggars, forced to roam outside, can hardly compare to these young gentlemen." Listening to their sardonic remarks, Xiao could distinctly sense an unmistakable air of arrogance towards Zhou Chirui and Liang Kai from these individuals. Initially, he thought that Xiao's disdainful attitude was merely a reflection of his character. However, the flippant and contemptuous language exchanged between these people and Zhou Chirui and Liang Kai was glaringly evident. Clearly, though they, the asymptomatic individuals, were considered valuable resources in the eyes of these vagrants, there lay an underlying disdain towards them. Zhou Chirui, being in sales, was acutely aware of this dynamic, yet he dared not express it openly due to their presence. Before long, someone emerged from the house, beckoning to the crowd. Brother Chin took a deep drag from his cigarette, but before extinguishing it underfoot and gesturing with his hand, "Come on, Let us head inside. It's getting late. The trio of Xiao followed the group into the house. The interior was quite rudimentary, with simple whitewashed walls. The furniture was predominantly wooden, now covered in dust, exuding a musty odor. The group settled carelessly within the space, while a somewhat portly Mediterranean man stood at the entrance of the kitchen on the first floor, grinning broadly. Hey, an old stove. How about we cook some noodles tonight? Brother Chun, seated on a bamboo chair, casually waved his hand in response. Noticing Xiao glance over, he scoffed lightly, unscrewing a bottle of water and taking a swig. What's the matter? Do you want to eat? Don't you have your own food? Zhou Chirui shot a sharp glance, quietly moving to Xiao's side, lamenting that they had taken all the food, leaving him with only a single bottle of water. Zhou Chirui spoke with a cautious, almost mosquito-like voice, as if afraid that the group might overhear. Yet, Xiao remained unperturbed and directly addressed Brother Chun, inquiring, "Have you not taken everything already? Are you planning to starve us on the road?" Brother Chun furrowed his brow and turned to look at Xiao and his companions, who sat on the stairs. Xiao shrugged and spread his hands, stating, "I didn't take anything. It was old Lu and the others." Xiao then glanced at a man with a square face and stubble on his chin. The man, with his slanted eyes, disdainfully regarded Xiao and his companions, his expression mocking as he sneered, "We've finished it all." Chapter 31. Are you playing me for a fool? The man with slanted eyes grinned sarcastically, while Xiao maintained a stoic silence. Observing Xiao's lack of response, the slanted-eyed man taunted, "What's wrong? Do you have an issue? Should I regurgitate it for you?" This drew laughter from the surrounding crowd, their yellowed teeth flashing as they regarded Xiao and his companions with a lazy derision, akin to spectators at a circus. The air was filled with jeers, and Zhou Chirui and Liang Kai clenched their fists, standing silently behind Xiao. They were deeply unsettled, yet dared not retaliate, instead glancing at Xiao for guidance. The audience in the live stream began to voice their frustrations. Psychiatric Rehabilitation Center. My fists are clenched. This pack of dogs. Strongman Ben. Come on, streamer, take him down. Isaac's heart. I despise this trash. But we mustn't act impulsively now. Hip-hop monster. The streamer is a coward, too scared to even curse. Awakening from a dream. Can you really tolerate this? Fight back. Cold sun, frigid snow. Streamer, don't act rashly. Now is not the time for emotion. Cold sun, frigid snow. Avoid letting momentary anger harm others. Three foxes. Though this scoundrel deserves a beating, it's not the right moment. I'm off. I'm done watching. The streamer is a coward, useless. The live stream chat erupted into a chaotic exchange, but at that moment, Xiao remained composed. While he had no intention of escalating the conflict, he also refused to suffer in silence. Otherwise, this group would only perceive the three of them as easy targets. Is that so? Then go ahead and spit it out. Xiao's sudden retort left the previously laughing crowd momentarily stunned. The triumphant grin on the slanted-eyed man's face faltered as Xiao directed a calm, yet cold smile towards the man named Lu Feng, saying, "Please, do try. You might find it quicker to induce a gag reflex." The muscles in the slanted-eyed man's face slackened completely, and the crowd, once mocking, now regarded Xiao with surprise. Clearly, they hadn't anticipated Xiao would possess the audacity to retort. Lu Feng chewed his jaw, his cheeks bulging as he abruptly tossed his cigarette but to the ground and stood up abruptly. "Damn it, you little brat, are you seeking death?" he exclaimed, reaching for the gun at his side. Xiao remained steadfast, confident that his adversary would not dare to act against him. Before Lu Feng could make a move, Brother Chun, who had been silent until now, intervened, saying, "Lu Feng, what are you doing? Have you forgotten the rule about not damaging the cargo?" The triangular-eyed man spat to the side, his fists cracking ominously as he glared at Xiao and shouted, "So what if I did? What are you going to do about it?" Xiao shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "Not much, really. I just thought you meant what you said about vomiting it out." The triangular-eyed man, infuriated, stepped forward, reaching for Xiao's collar, but Xiao deftly stepped back. "What? Planning to make a move?" Lu Feng licked his lips, surveying Xiao with a derisive smirk. "What's wrong with taking action? I can beat you up and still meet my obligations. As long as you're alive and your blood is intact, you still hold value." Suddenly, Lu Feng turned to Brother Chun, adopting a languid demeanor. "Xiao, why go through the trouble of sending them to those big shots in the base? We could just sell them to Freedom Fire directly. We could do as we please along the way. Freedom Fire is not particular about their requirements." Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, discerning that the blood of asymptomatic individuals was highly coveted, likely for the creation of some sort of potion. With this understanding, he felt emboldened. A faint smile graced Xiao's lips as he inquired, "Is the medical equipment at Freedom Fire remarkably advanced? His unexpected question left the onlookers perplexed. In this dilapidated post-apocalyptic world, only the major bases possessed adequate medical facilities and supplies. How could other places possibly offer such good conditions? Xiao continued cheerfully. If you were to inflict an external injury on me, given the conditions we're traversing, it would inevitably lead to infection, causing tetanus or gangrene. If you were to inflict an internal injury, it could result in organ rupture. Internal injuries are more challenging to treat and can easily lead to inflammation or complications. Xiao fixed his gaze intently on Lu Feng. Tell me, what do you think would happen if you handed over blood with hidden dangers to freedom fire? His words rendered the room eerily silent. Even Brother Chen raised an eyebrow, regarding Xiao with newfound respect. Xiao observed Lu Feng's twitching lips with a cold expression, then grinned. Brother Lu, look at the three of us. We are all soft-skinned and delicate. Behind Xiao, Zhou Chirui nodded eagerly, adding pointedly, exactly. And surely, you are not the type to jeopardize the team's interests just to vent your frustrations? Zhou Chirui's remark effectively silenced Lu Feng, serving as a reminder to the onlookers. Xiao cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Chirui, appreciating his skill in deflecting conflict, a testament to his salesmanship. The discord between Lu Feng and them was trivial, but any harm to them could potentially diminish future gains, adversely affecting the interests of the entire team, interests that others might not be willing to compromise. Indeed, the expressions of those around Lu Feng began to shift subtly. A man in a floral vest tilted his head toward Lu Feng. Why bother? Why squabble with these three kids? Another man in a t-shirt, his belly protruding, waved at him. Exactly. Isn't that beneath you? Sit down and play cards. As Lu Feng received an opportunity to retreat, he realized it would be unwise to cling to his pride, for that would only lead to further embarrassment. With a disdainful snort, he spat in Xiao's direction and gestured towards his nose with a nod. Kid, I'll let you off this time, but rest assured, I have plenty of ways to make your life difficult. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Xiao's eyes. It appeared that this fellow intended to pursue him relentlessly. During his university days, he had encountered such self-important individuals before, persistent and bothersome. However, Xiao was well equipped to handle such nuisances. After delivering his menacing remark, Lu Feng turned and strode away. Yet, just as he did, Xiao's voice drifted hauntingly from behind, clear despite its subdued volume. Hey Lu Go. You may not dare, but I certainly will. This cryptic statement sent chills down Lu Feng's spine. He spun around. Irritation etched across his face as he glared at Xiao, who remained rooted in place. His eyes slightly narrowed and lips curling into a sardonic smile that made Lu Feng uneasy. Chapter 32. Shadows outside the window. San Hu. Ha! Take that, you foul fool. Nio Le Gunyo. I absolutely adore this venomous tongue of the streamer. Kinyang Han Shui. Protect yourself. Be wary of this guy's underhanded tactics. Shihaguai. Pathetic, he only dares to run his mouth. Doesn't he have a gun? Mei Shaon and John Sure. Is someone who speaks of guns an idiot? Sure by demand. Perhaps he hasn't even graduated from elementary school. He'll be obedient next time. Nai Dan Bu Dan. This kind of fool will only drag us down. Dili Ben. Watching this guy suffer is utterly delightful. You say Tian Xing. This fellow can only rage impotently. What a waste. Fire when Site. Spit it out. Why don't you? You crack me up. Thanks to Isaac's heart for the starry train. Thanks to Isaac's heart for the explorer's departure. The fans in the live stream, who had previously been filled with righteous indignation, suddenly found themselves amused again. The esteemed Isaac, without uttering a word, proceeded to shower the stream with gifts. Old Han, come help me cook some noodles. A voice called from the kitchen. One of the team members stood up, his face adorned with an unkempt beard that had clearly gone untamed for quite some time. Though not tall, his physique was robust, with bulging muscles in his arms. As he walked past Xiao, he cast him a glance and let out a light chuckle before entering the kitchen. Xiao raised an eyebrow. The laughter bore no hint of mockery. Disinterested, he found a spot to sit with Zhou Chirui and Liang Kai. The three of them took out their water supplies, and Xiao retrieved a slab of compressed biscuit resembling a brick, unsealing it to share with the others. Zhou Chirui picked up his portion and attempted to bite into it, only to find it unyielding. After some effort, he finally managed to gnaw off a small piece and began to chew, grimacing at the dry and cardboard-like taste. Goodness, is this compressed biscuit really this dreadful? Liang Kai silently stuffed his mouth, while Xiao let out a helpless sigh, took a bite, and grimaced. There was no alternative. This dish, at the very least, was filling. As Xiao spoke, his gaze remained fixed on Lu Feng in the distance, his expression impassive, yet his eyes unwavering. Shortly thereafter, individuals emerged from the kitchen. presenting porcelain bowls filled with noodles to everyone present. Although the broth was thin and insipid, it nonetheless caused Zhou Chirui and Liang Kai to stretch their necks in anticipation. Xiao remained indifferent, seated in place, his eyes still intently fixed on Lu Feng across from him. Outside, darkness had descended, and candles flickered within the room. In the dim light, a dozen figures either sat or stood, bowls in hand, bringing noodles to their mouths. The sound of slurping echoed around. While Chen Gu placed his bowl on the coffee table, one hand wielding chopsticks, the other clutching a cigarette. As Lu Feng continued to eat, he seemed to sense something amiss. Upon raising his head, he caught sight of that unabashed gaze. Xiao, unwavering, stared at him, and upon meeting his gaze, the corner of his lips curled slightly. "What are you staring at?" Lu Feng scowled, irritation evident in his brow, muttering under his breath. Nevertheless, Xiao maintained his tight-lipped smile, quietly observing him. "Damn it, what's wrong with you?" Lu Feng spat again, lowering his head to continue eating. Liang Kai, munching on a compressed biscuit nearby, looked quizzically at Xiao, who had yet to shift his gaze, and asked, "Xiao Gu, what are you doing?" While chewing, Xiao replied, "Nothing, you two join in." Zhou Chirui, puzzled, inquired, "Join in what?" Xiao pressed his lips together, fixing his eyes on him. "Remember, keep your gaze on him at all times. We will take turns." Liang Kai and Zhou Chirui were uncertain of Xiao's intentions, yet they recognized that Lu Feng was someone who could harbor grudges. Thus it was indeed prudent to keep watch. After finishing their meal, the bowls were carelessly discarded on the table, and they subsequently retreated to their rooms. The three of them were assigned to a room on the second floor of the three-story building. Inside, there was merely a hardboard bed and simple bedding, with dust stirred up from long neglect. The room was not particularly large, with a half-open window, the glass intact. However, such rural self-built houses typically lacked security screens. On the opposite side of the room stood an old double-door wardrobe. Zhou Chirui and Liang Kai were shaking out the dust from the sheets and blankets, while Xiao approached the window to close it. The sky had grown dim, a stark contrast to their world. In the city, lights glittered, and even at 7 or 8 o'clock, it remained bright, devoid of darkness. However, here, there was no illumination whatsoever. As the sun set, it felt as though a shroud of darkness enveloped the surroundings. Xiao glanced outside, just as he was about to pull the window shut, when he heard a rustling sound nearby. He curiously leaned his head towards the window and glanced outside, only to behold a round, rotund creature scuttling towards him with several legs reminiscent of a spider. "What the hell?" Xiao exclaimed, quickly retracting his neck and pulling the window shut. The creature leapt onto the glass, producing a dull thud. Startled, Xiao stumbled back a few steps, and just as he was about to direct his flashlight toward the commotion outside, the creature vanished without a trace. "What was that?" Liang Kai, evidently startled, tossed the blanket he was holding back onto the bed. Cautiously, Xiao approached the window and shone his flashlight outside. The underbrush behind the small building quivered, suggesting something was moving within. He silently retreated a few steps, casting a glance at the wardrobe to one side, and waved urgently to Liang Kai. "Hurry, come help." Liang Kai rushed to the other side of the wardrobe, and together they strained to lift the heavy, old wooden cabinet. Liang Kai, with his slender arms and legs, was practically exerting every ounce of strength he had. His face flushed as he managed to squeeze out a few words to Zhou Chirui. "This is so heavy. Come and help." The three of them managed to shift the wardrobe close to the window, effectively blocking it. "This place doesn't seem safe either," Liang Kai gasped. Collapsing onto the bed, Zhou Chirui carefully checked to ensure the wardrobe adequately shielded the window, then turned to Xiao. "Xiao Gu, should we inform Chen Gu and the others?" Xiao nodded, opened the door, and stepped out, only to find that Chen Gu and his group had not secured a room, but were instead locking the doors to other rooms. From their demeanor, it seemed they intended to spend the night in the living room. Xiao called out to Chen Gu. "Chen Gu, it seems there is something outside." Chen Gu, lounging on the sofa with his legs crossed, remained unmoved, while Xiao chuckled. "Isn't that normal? It's strange if there is nothing." Chapter 33 Xiao Gu. "I'm a straight man." The group appeared indifferent to Xiao's warning, not out of disdain, but rather a natural instinct for caution. Their actions of firmly shutting doors and remaining in the living room indicated they were already on alert. Xiao nodded, since they were aware. He felt no need to elaborate further. They were undoubtedly more seasoned than these novices in the post-apocalyptic world. Xiao refrained from saying more and quietly returned to the room. Zhou Chirui and Liang Kai had made the bed, each lying on one side, already tucked under the covers. Xiao looked at them, slightly speechless, hesitating for a few seconds before speaking. "You two are newlyweds?" The pair exchanged glances. both turning red and awkwardly rolling off the bed. Zhou Chirue, with a disgruntled twitch of his eye, lamented, "Xiao Gu, I'm a straight man." Liang Kai shot him a look. "Am I not straight as well?" Laughter erupted in the comments, playfully teasing the two. Yi Xiao chuckled, closed the door, and walked towards the bed. "All right, let us get some rest." As he spoke, he approached the bedside, rummaging through his backpack to retrieve a sleeping bag, which he laid out on the ground before settling down directly upon it. Zhou Chirue intended to remove his shoes and climb into bed, but Yi Xiao glanced over and advised, "Leave your shoes on. The night may not be peaceful, and we should seize the opportunity to rest." With that, he switched off the flashlight. In an instant, the room was enveloped in utter darkness, punctuated only by the slightly anxious breaths of the three individuals. Leaning against the sleeping bag, Yi Xiao kept his pistol close at hand, turning slightly to observe the live streaming panel. To his astonishment, he noticed a button labeled Night Market Mode on the panel. Could it truly activate a night vision mode? Intrigued, Yi Xiao activated the Night Market Mode. Indeed, the next moment, the previously chaotic barrage of unreadable comments in the live stream transformed entirely. Lieutenant Xinglang. "Oh, there's a night vision mode. Sheep-eating wolf. This streaming system is remarkable. It can switch to night market mode. Remnant sun cold snow. This place is unsafe. And those people may not be trustworthy. Remain vigilant. Cold river snow. It's over. I have a feeling tonight will be another sleepless night." Eldon Pharaoh. Isaac says this live stream is impressive. I must see how impressive it truly is. Welcome Eldon Pharaoh as the governor of this live stream. Isaac's heart. Are we going to sleep now? Three foxes. Don't worry, boss. The hosts probably won't be able to sleep tonight. Nai Dan Budan. The host has been here for 3 days and hasn't had a good night's sleep. How tragic. Yi Xiao's heart raced. Yet another governor. It seemed that Isaac's acquaintances were all affluent heirs, effortlessly becoming governors upon their arrival. He hurriedly expressed his gratitude, thanking Eldon Pharaoh for the governorship and the support from the boss. Then, with a hint of resignation, he quietly remarked, "It seems I can only manage a few hours of sleep tonight. The most perilous moments occur at midnight. I didn't clearly see what was outside the window earlier due to the darkness, but it didn't seem like an animal." Furrowing his brow, Yi Xiao recalled the shadowy figure and its slender, peculiar legs, speculating it might be some mutated insect. "You all continue chatting. I'll rest for a bit." The comments in the barrage quickly urged him to sleep, and Yi Xiao closed his eyes, attempting to cultivate a sense of drowsiness. However, the bed creaked incessantly on one side. He was unsure if it was Zhou Chirue or Liang Kai, who seemed to be tossing and turning without respite. Losing his patience, Yi Xiao softly reprimanded, "What are you two doing? Are you planning to sleep or engage in a deep conversation?" Miss Luna. "Ha ha ha, Tine and Tong. Coffee without sugar. I wonder how one engages in such a deep conversation. Ha ha. Liang is me. I'm going to die laughing. My brother Xiao is in a dire situation." A voice of grievance from Liang Kai reached him. "Brother, I can't sleep. I'm used to staying up late. It's barely a few hours in." Zhou Chirue shifted to the edge of the bed, blinking in the darkness, and weakly murmured, "Moreover, we both napped in the car today." Yi Xiao understood that night owls accustomed to late nights found it exceedingly difficult to sleep early, and he sighed. "Well then, if you two can't sleep, keep watch while I take a short rest." The two individuals chuckled in response, urging, "Go on, sleep." Yi Xiao turned over and fell asleep shortly after, having been exhausted from the day's labors. Outside the door, the soft murmurs of conversation gradually faded away. In the stillness of the night, the live streaming room fell into a profound silence, where only the three individuals lying within could be discerned in the dim light. Outside, there was no sound of insects, only an enveloping quietude. A sudden urge to relieve himself roused Yi Xiao from his slumber. He groggily turned and sat up. The two others on the bed were snoring, deeply immersed in their dreams. Rubbing his eyes, Yi Xiao glanced at the streaming screen and yawned, asking, "What time is it?" The comments section replied, "It's 10:36 p.m. You've been asleep for over 4 hours." Noticing the precise timing in the comments, Yi Xiao climbed out of his sleeping bag, grasped the flashlight beside him, and switched it on. The bright beam instantly illuminated the dim room, piercing the darkness with its glaring light, causing a momentary discomfort to Yi Xiao's eyes. Shielding his gaze with a hand, he adjusted to the brightness before seizing his handgun and rising to his feet. "Where are you going?" inquired Sanhu. Yi Xiao tucked the handgun into his pocket and headed toward the door, "To relieve myself." Upon opening the door, he found the living room bathed in the eerie glow of a nightlight, the green luminescence casting faint shadows on the white walls, creating an unsettling atmosphere. The figures sprawled haphazardly in slumber appeared, under the eerie green light, akin to a scene from a horror film, as if the room were filled with lifeless bodies. Exiting the room, Xiao turned to see Xiao seated on the stairs, awake and seemingly keeping watch. He looked at Xiao and asked, "Where are you off to?" Xiao shrugged, "To relieve myself." Xiao pointed toward the corridor on the left of the stairs, indicating it was just a few meters away. Xiao nodded, flashlight in hand, and walked toward it, pushing open the wooden door. He glanced at the tightly shut window and quietly made his way to the squat toilet, relieving himself. The live stream's camera, sensing the moment, shifted to avoid intruding on Xiao's privacy. After finishing, he closed the door and nodded to Xiao, preparing to return to his room. Xiao yawned languidly, the flashlight's beam lazily illuminating the ground ahead. However, just as he reached the stairs, something suddenly darted up from below, flashing briefly in the light before vanishing into the darkness of the living room. Xiao's drowsiness evaporated in an instant. He froze, bewildered by what he had just glimpsed. What was that? A head. Chapter 34. Was that a head? Cola should be served with ice. What on earth was that? Did you all see it? Sanhu damn. That startled me. Isaac's heart. Was it a cat? Or a dog? Hanjiang Shui. There can't be any normal animals in this live stream. Elden Pharaoh. Is the excitement about to begin? In the dimly lit room, the strange object flickered momentarily under the beam of the flashlight. Xiao, sitting on the stairs with a cigarette in hand, was also caught in a state of shock. The velocity of that entity was so swift that he scarcely had time to discern its form, instinctively rising to his feet. Xiao turned to the side to inquire of Xiao, "Did you catch a glimpse of what it was?" Xiao shook his head, carefully sweeping the flashlight across the living room. The brilliant beam illuminated the space, startling several team members who shielded their eyes against the blinding light, their irritation evident as they raised their hands. A series of faint footsteps echoed, followed by a shadow the size of a soccer ball darting just beyond the edge of the flashlight's glow, swiftly retreating into the open doorway of the bedroom. What on earth? The awakened team members in the living room grumbled in annoyance. Shoo! Xiao urgently gestured for silence among the group. His hand had already found its way to his back, drawing forth a uniquely designed handgun. Its silver body housed a container of some kind of nuclear liquid. Yet this weapon was seamless, appearing far more refined than the crude modified gun in Xiao's possession. The startled individuals in the living room cautiously rose, gently nudging their teammates awake one by one. Xiao had by now arrived at the threshold of the open bedroom, flashlight in hand, with Xiao closely following. Weapon drawn. The beam of light pierced into the bedroom, revealing Zhou Chirui and Liang Kai still lost in slumber, their snores resonating throughout the room. As the light fell upon the hard bed, both Xiao and Xiao discerned the object perched atop the bulging blanket. Both men inhaled sharply, frozen in place, unsure of how to articulate the horror before them. It was a human head. No, it was indeed a human head. Yet, this head was bizarrely standing atop the raised blanket. Black tendrils writhing from the severed base, while flesh-colored appendages sprouted from either side, resembling a spider that propped up the cranium. As if sensing the light, the grotesque head, which had been facing away from the door, slowly turned, revealing a lifeless visage of a man, its murky eyes fixating on the entrance. Suddenly, its mouth gaped open, emitting a series of sharp, eerie laughter. In that instant, both Xiao and Xiao, in perfect synchrony akin to the barrage of comments flooding a live stream, exclaimed, "What the hell?" Zhou Chirui and Liang Kai, who had been sleeping soundly, were abruptly jolted awake, rubbing their eyes as they sat up. "What is happening?" they mumbled, still dazed, turning towards the source of the light streaming through the doorway. The head, now visible just a meter away atop their blanket, came into their view. Suddenly, the head on the blanket twisted around, shrieking as it lunged towards them. "Ah!" Two terrified cries erupted as the occupants instinctively flung off their covers, tumbling out of bed in a panic. The grotesque head was ensnared beneath the blanket, thrashing violently upon the bed. Xiao shouted, "Hurry!" Immediately, he lunged forward, with Xiao closely following, the beam of their flashlight flickering violently. The two positioned themselves on either side, firmly pressing down on the quilt covering the object beneath. The quilt bulged ominously, pulsating with vigorous movement. Liang Kai and Zhou Chirui, paralyzed with fear, huddled against the wall, utterly immobilized. Suddenly, a figure burst into the doorway. It was Dehei. Without uttering a word, he brandished his machete and struck down forcefully on whatever lay concealed within the quilt. With all his might, Dehei delivered several blows. A piercing scream erupted from beneath the quilt, followed swiftly by the cessation of its struggles. To prevent the creature from reviving, Dehei twisted the machete and plunged it deep into the quilt once more. At that moment, Xiao and Xiao finally exhaled in relief, releasing their grip and stepping aside. Zhou Chirui and Liang Kai, their faces ashen, clung to the wall like frightened geckos, barely able to support their noodle-like legs. "Are you both all right?" Yi Xiao inquired, glancing at the two, who trembled and shook their heads, prompting a sigh of relief from him. Just then, Brother Chun and his team entered the room. A Xiao lifted the quilt, revealing the object beneath. The head was crushed, creating a deep dent, and the blade had pierced through the eye, oozing a viscous, murky black liquid that emitted a nauseating odor. Liang Kai and Zhou Chirui could not suppress their retches and quickly turned away, unable to bear another glance. "Miss Luna, I can't look anymore. It's too terrifying." Captain Xinglang. "Goodness, this is truly horrifying." Heart of Isaac. "Ugh." Sunran. "Excuse me, I need to go vomit." Elden Pharaoh. "I'm having a midnight snack." Ugh. The viewers in the live stream were thoroughly disgusted, yet the gifts flooded in, indicating that such thrilling horror, while repulsive, excited the audience. Brother Chin furrowed his brow, clearly perplexed by the sudden emergence of this ghastly entity. Where did this thing come from? A Xiao stood up and replied. It came up from downstairs. Brother Chin immediately signaled to his companions, who promptly retrieved silver guns and turned to descend. Moments later, one of them returned, confusion evident in his eyes. "The first floor is secured with anti-theft nets. There are no signs of a breach. It's unclear how it appeared. The room was tightly shut. But there is a hole beneath the kitchen door, although the kitchen window is also secured. Through the chimney." A deep voice interjected. It was the Mediterranean chef responsible for the day's meals. "The stove is an old wood-burning type. It likely came in through the soot." Suddenly, a strange tapping sound interrupted their conversation. Everyone turned toward the source of the noise, which came from the window in the second-floor living room. However, the original window had been blocked by a cabinet, leaving only a small gap above that could not be concealed. The tapping sound emanated from the glass window behind the cabinet. At this moment, the crowd stood near the staircase, a sufficient distance from the window, allowing them to glimpse the gap above the cabinet. A beam of flashlight moved closer, illuminating two faces gently tapping against the glass. Chapter 35, The Head Spider. The scene, reminiscent of a horror film, sent a wave of terrified gasps through the live stream audience. However, in the live broadcast, the group remained eerily silent. Instinctively, everyone maintained their quietude, yet they carefully grasped their firearms and weapons. "Turn off the lights." Chun's suppressed voice echoed in the dark, still living room, and immediately, the beam of light focused on the faces vanished. Yi Xiao also turned off his flashlight. Yet, the cessation of light did not quell the outside knocking. Rather, the clattering grew increasingly chaotic. From the tightly shut room, the sound reverberated, muffled by the door. The frequency of the knocks intensified, as if countless ghostly hands were densely gathering on the window, haphazardly battering the glass. Zhou Chirui felt a shiver run down his spine and silently moved beside Yi Xiao. The surroundings were engulfed in darkness, illuminated only by the dim green glow of the night light in the living room, faintly allowing the group to perceive their surroundings. Liang Kai gripped his pistol tightly, his lips quivering, and his voice trembled with anxiety and fear. "Xiao Xiaogu," he softly called out to Yi Xiao, seemingly seeking courage from him. Everyone cautiously relocated to the first floor, aware that those ghastly entities possessed the ability to see. They quickly sprang into action, grabbing their belongings and descending the stairs. Yi Xiao and his companions did not dare to delay, hastily returning to their room, efficiently gathering their items, and shouldering their backpacks as they exited. At this moment, Chun and his group had already lightened their footsteps, swiftly moving down to the first floor. Yi Xiao and his companions followed suit, urgency etched upon their faces. Yi Xiao furrowed his brow, meticulously observing the expressions of Chun's group. A few held firearms, while the majority clutched knives. The creature's size rendered it challenging to hit with a gun. Yi Xiao tightened his grip on the combat knife, turning to extend his left hand, gesturing towards the two behind him who were clutching their clothes. With evident disdain, he brushed their hands away, whispering, "Put the guns away. Use the knives." At that moment, Zhou Chirui and Liang Kai's minds felt as if they were in a state of paralysis, and they nodded, complying with Yi Xiao's instructions without question. They quickly secured their guns and grasped their machetes and spears. The first-floor windows, albeit equipped with security bars, revealed a throng of heads pressing against the protective mesh under the glow of the night light. Those heads, adorned with grotesquely thin legs, jostled for space in the limited window area. Their mouths, "Oh, I adore Tentacle Girl. I am presently peering through my fingers." Isaac's heart. This is far more exhilarating than any horror film. Crazy Friday. My phone nearly slipped from my grasp in fright. 3 foxes. Goodness, it's all heads and monsters. Half an orange. I am covered in goosebumps. Arkham Asylum. Must it be this thrilling every night? Due to the presence of security grills, the external elements cannot intrude for the time being. Chin's subordinates have sealed the hole beneath the kitchen door and are now shifting items to pile them near the staircase. A sharp crack resounds from above, the clear sound of shattering glass echoing through the upper floor, the fragments cascading to the ground. Each clatter resonating with chilling clarity in the stillness of the night, where only the sound of impact prevails. The shattering noise has heightened the vigilance of everyone present. Those creatures have breached the threshold. From upstairs, a series of thumps reverberates as the door is violently struck. At this moment, Xiao feels a twinge of relief, noting that these headless beings lack hands and cannot open doors. However, the sound of rapid footsteps, sharp and distinct, echoes from the upper staircase, joined by eerie laughter. Those peculiar heads burst through the window of the third-floor staircase and surged inside. They have arrived. Dehei brandishes a large cleaver before him, his gaze fixed on the staircase. Although a haphazard pile of furniture obstructs the entrance, it cannot entirely seal off the spacious staircase. He. From one side, the strange laughter emanates. Xiao and his two companions, huddled in the corner against the wall, turn their heads toward the window. Outside the tightly closed glass window, on the security grill, those headless figures with slender legs and writhing tentacles emit bizarre cries, seemingly cheering in excitement. Ahaha. Ahaha. The peculiar and piercing laughter is as jarring as the sound of glass scraping, sending shivers down Xiao's spine. A head, laughing maniacally, leaps down from the gap at the staircase entrance. At that moment, a blinding beam of light suddenly illuminates the room, transforming the living area into a realm of daylight. The glaring brightness is directed at the staircase, where the head that just jumped down emits a shrill scream. Its slate-gray eyelids snap shut, concealing slightly murky eyes. The disoriented head plummets straight towards Dehei, who remains steadfast, motionless, before violently swinging the cleaver that obstructs his path. Xiao barely perceives a flash of orange-red electricity darting across the blade. Swish! The blade slices through the air with no apparent resistance, cleaving the head monster in two in an instant. Thud! The severed head falls to the ground like a split watermelon, not a single drop of black blood splattering. The incision is remarkably clean, as if cut by a laser. The surface revealing feign, however, reality offered them no respite nor leisure for reverie. One by one, severed heads surged forth from the upper stairwell, shrieking and gnashing their toothy maws, akin to monstrous spiders skittering rapidly across the walls, before leaping towards the crowd. Yet, the intense and blinding light acted as an invisible barrier, rendering those frenzied creatures disoriented, as if they had lost their sight. They recoiled from the harsh illumination, scrambling awkwardly with their elongated legs to seek refuge in the shadows. The sharp crack of gunfire erupted as a Xiao, gun in hand, pulled the trigger at the swarm of headless entities that poured forth from the staircase like spiders abandoning their nest. His aim was precise. Each bizarre head burst in midair, scattering grotesquely. Others wielded knives or axes, frantically hacking at the darting heads. Xiao was not idle either. He kicked away a head that had lunged at his feet and turned to plunge his combat knife into another that was scaling the wall. Zhou Chirue gripped his machete tightly, fear evident in his eyes, yet he managed to avoid remaining frozen in place. His chopping motions, however, and the sounds of his labored breathing, were somewhat lacking in vigor. Xiao cast an exasperated glance at Liang Kai, who stood dazed beside him, and scolded. "What are you staring at, you fool? Are you waiting to die?" Yet, Liang Kai could only stammer in response. Xiaoji, the window. Chapter 36. The Flesh Mountain outside the window. What window? Xiao, in a fit of frustration, glanced at the window, only to be momentarily silenced by the sight beyond. The bright light within the room allowed him to clearly observe the scene near the window. The heads that had previously clamored outside the stainless steel security grille had vanished, replaced instead by numerous hands. These hands were grotesquely fused to some form of flesh, interspersed with a gaping maw filled with jagged teeth, and long tendrils slithered from the cavernous mouth, thrashing about in midair. However, what truly rendered Xiao bewildered and paralyzed was the enormous body that completely obscured the window. Not merely one, but both the narrow window above the security door and the window on the opposite side were entirely shrouded by this colossal form. All that was visible were the congested masses of flesh, countless flailing hands, and the strange, gaping maw. Morning fire. My goodness, it's enormous. Energy Geijai. Can this Liang Kai be of any use at all? Milk tea 7 parts sweet. Ugh, how disgusting. I can barely watch this. The viewers in the live stream, following Yi Xiao's perspective, also shifted their gaze to the scene outside the window. The online audience had surged to 30,000. Chun and his group were still engaged in battle against the heads, entirely oblivious to the horrors lurking outside. Chun, the window. Yi Xiao suddenly snapped back to reality and shouted. What? In the forefront, Brother Chun wielded a dagger with impatience, suddenly turning his head back. His eyes widening in shock as his pupils constricted. He muttered a curse under his breath. Damn it! With a swift glance at the frenzied creature scurrying about, he declared. Don't worry about what's outside the window. It can't get in for now. Upon hearing Chen's words, Yi Xiao chose to disregard the external menace. Suddenly, a shadow darted at his feet, prompting him to yank Liang Kai, who was still in a daze, and instinctively kick, sending the head rolling into a corner. The severed head tumbled with a dull thud, its elongated legs thrashing in the air, while the writhing tendrils at the neck's severed end twisted violently before shooting out two blood-red appendages, instantaneously ensnaring Liang Kai's ankle. Liang Kai squealed in terror, flailing his legs in a panic. With a knife in hand, Yi Xiao found himself momentarily unable to strike, grabbing the wildly thrashing Liang Kai, and shouted, Hold still. Yet, rather than freeing himself, the tendril tightened its grip around Liang Kai's ankle. As Liang Kai swung forcefully, the head that lay on the ground was lifted, dragging the tendrils along, rapidly lunging toward his leg. With a swift motion, a blade sliced past Liang Kai's trousers, severing the tendril that had ensnared him. The head landed on the ground, and before it could spring back to life, Yi Xiao raised his foot and stomped down with force. With a disgusting squelch, the thick, black brain matter exploded outward. The floor was strewn with scattered, mangled heads, the few remaining ones retreating into the shadows above. What in the world are these things? One man cursed, shaking his machete to rid it of the viscous black residue. However, just as the group believed they could catch their breath, a sharp, piercing noise suddenly emanated from the window, akin to metal being violently twisted, scraping across their scalps. They all turned in unison to the window, where countless disembodied hands, fused to flesh, were desperately clutching the stainless steel security bars, pulling with all their might. Bang! Bang! The sound of the steel nails securing the metal bars being torn from the concrete echoed ominously. The hollow stainless steel security net outside was visibly warping and contorting under duress. Damn it! Brother Chen cursed lowly, dashing to the window, pressing a hand against the frame, and calling to the others, Lu Feng, Dong Hang. No sooner had he spoken than Yi Xiao and Liang Kai were abruptly shoved aside by a forceful push. Yi Xiao turned to see Lu Feng casting a disdainful glance at them, cursing, Get out of the way, useless. He then stepped forward to the window, raising his gun, aiming the gleaming barrel towards the outside. The others joined him at another security window, directing their weapons outward. With a commanding shout from Brother Chun, he forcefully flung open the glass window. Before the long, sinuous tentacles could slither inside, the group positioned behind the window simultaneously pulled their triggers. The orange-red liquid within the exposed glass container of the firearms surged violently, as the dull gunfire echoed. The monstrous form outside the rickety security grille erupted in a shower of flesh and blood. Strangely, despite the grotesque cries it emitted, the creature, resembling a massive ball of flesh, showed no intention of retreating. The splattered viscera coated the surroundings with a viscous greenish liquid, revealing the crimson flesh beneath. Damn it! It's a regenerating creature. Brother Chen muttered a curse, while Yi Xiao, initially puzzled, quickly grasped the source of Chen's frustration. The exploded flesh began to writhe, sprouting bizarre and robust tentacles, or perhaps teeth resembling those of a human, opening and closing with alarming frequency. Zhou Qirui gasped, incredulous. Was the gun ineffective against such monstrosities? Yi Xiao now understood the true meaning of a regenerating entity, and it was no wonder that Brother Chun and his group wore such grim expressions. With a resounding crash, the security window on the right side collapsed entirely. Countless hands hurled it away, producing a thunderous clatter in the distance. Human hands clawed at the window ledge, the immense body of the creature desperately pushing its way inside. Its cavernous maw opened wide, stretching its tentacles as they flailed in the air. The corpulent mass, akin to writhing modeling clay, seemed to defy the constraints of the narrow window, effortlessly advancing into the room. This scene left everyone inside the house in a state of stunned disbelief. Even seasoned veterans like Brother Chen encountered such a situation for the first time. For a moment, they all stood frozen in place. Yi Xiao, Liang Kai, and Zhou Qirui were not far from the window. Zhou Qirui was the first to leap to the other side, distancing himself from the window, while Liang Kai, pale as a ghost, found his legs turned to jelly, collapsing onto the floor, unable to rise. As the flailing tentacles approached, Xiao hurriedly grabbed Liang Kai's arm, attempting to pull him back. Just then, Lu Feng suddenly kicked Liang Kai with force, causing Xiao, who had been retreating with him, to topple over as well. Lu Feng's arrogant voice rang out. Damn it, useless fool, don't just stand there getting in the way. Chapter 37. Flesh and blood flying. The bizarre creature pressed madly against the window, blocking the entire opening, its repulsive, exposed flesh illuminated by the bright light. Even the seasoned veterans were momentarily taken aback, let alone Liang Kai, a novice in this apocalyptic world. Lu Feng's bravado at such a critical moment not only nauseated Xiao, but also left the viewers in the livestream feeling equally revolted. Elden Pharaoh. This bearded man is utterly disgusting. He will meet his end soon enough. Isaac's heart. What a piece of trash. Who does he think he is? The two affluent young men expressed their outrage with vehement curses while feverishly sending gifts. Cola bottle. What is up with this Kai fellow? Can he stop dragging us down? 3 Fox. My fists are clenched. I'm truly infuriated. Big Pillar. So, you think you can bully us just because we are few in number? Arkham Asylum. I cannot swallow this indignation. How can the streamer endure this? Chick, you're too beautiful. I should just kick him back. At this moment, Xiao was certainly displeased, yet he understood that yielding to momentary anger could jeopardize the grand scheme. Acting impulsively would not serve his interests, and presently, he was unable to act on impulse. Xiao pulled Liang Kai aside, distancing them from the window, his gaze settling on Lu Feng, who remained rooted to the spot after his kick, his expression darkening. At this moment, Brother Chen turned his head, glancing around, and shouted in exasperation, "Where's the flamethrower?" A younger team member trembled slightly and replied, "It's in the car. Damn it. Why didn't you bring it with you?" Brother Chen cursed vehemently. "Are you still looking? Get the electric baton." Brother Chen's furious shout snapped everyone back to reality. Dahei and another burly man produced 2 long-handled weapons, subsequently attaching them to their modified knives, effectively extending their reach. Then, as the 2 men pressed the switches on the knife handles, fierce orange-red arcs of electricity surged along the blades. Grasping the long handles tightly, they thrust downward into the gaping maw. The over 50-centimeter long blades plunged into the monstrous mouth with a sound of flesh tearing. Instantly, the orange electric arcs spread rapidly across the creature's body, prompting the 2 to crank the switches to maximum. The flickering arcs intensified, and even Xiao and his companions in the corner could hear a rhythmic buzzing. Eerie shrieks resonated throughout the room, and the enormous, fleshy mass convulsed in the air. The pulsating orange lightning inflicted immense pain upon the creature, which had been desperately attempting to force its way into the room, now retreated in haste. Tentacles extending from the gaping mouth snapped within the room, writhing in agony. The massive, fleshy body retreated outside the window, allowing Dahei and the others to withdraw their long knives and switch off the power, retreating several paces. As the monstrous mass moved away from the window, Brother Chen suddenly swung his arm, hurling a grenade that arced gracefully through the air, landing precisely in the shrieking maw. Immediately, a deep explosion echoed, and shattered flesh splattered through the window. Lu Feng and Dahei, standing closest to the window, were caught off guard, drenched in the debris of blood and flesh. A half hand, the ground resembled a burst watermelon, with blood and fragmented flesh splattered everywhere, emanating a strong, rancid odor reminiscent of long-rotting pork. Outside, a murmur arose as a massive mound of flesh, its dismembered body writhing, prepared to depart. However, Chenggu, clutching 2 grenades, rushed to the window and hurled them at the colossal creature outside. A violent explosion erupted, startling Xiao and the others into instinctual flinches. Observing Chenggu and his companions clustered at the window, Xiao curiously stretched his neck to catch a glimpse. Moments later, Chenggu turned to instruct several team members, urging them to venture outside. Xiao opened the security door, and a few team members cautiously stepped out, guns raised. Intrigued, Xiao stepped closer to the doorway. Peering out, the enormous mound of flesh lay shattered everywhere, resembling an eerie, truck-sized mass that now sprawled on the road like melted sludge. At last, Xiao discerned the full grotesque form, a giant seemingly clad in thick layers of fat. In one corner, 2 conjoined heads rolled their murky white eyes. The bloated, fermenting body was scattered with hands and feet of various sizes, along with a bizarre, gaping maw. It appeared as if dozens of human forms had been amalgamated together like clay. The live stream chat was inundated with vomit emojis, as the bright lights spilling from the house fully illuminated this monstrosity on screen. The appalling sight left viewers momentarily speechless, unsure how to convey the horror and disgust they felt. Yet, unlike the viewers confined to the screen, Xiao could not only perceive the vivid and potent imagery, but also inhale the acrid stench that eluded the audience. An indescribable foul odor provoked nausea, prompting Chen Gu and the others to pinch their noses as they sifted through the muck, unearthing an orange-red seed the size of a head. "Damn it," Chen Gu muttered, touching the scar on his face and spitting to the side. He fished out a cigarette from his pocket, declaring, "The danger has passed. What a hellish place this is." He placed a cigarette between his lips and lit it, taking a deep drag, seemingly indifferent to re-entering. He glanced at his watch. "Is it already past 2?" He gestured to the others, indicating they could not remain in this house any longer. Xiao and the others grabbed their backpacks and followed him as they stepped over the scattered heads and flesh, exiting the house. Behind Xiao, Zhou Chirui and Liang Kai, upon seeing the scene outside, could no longer contain themselves and doubled over, retching violently. Xiao turned away in disgust, reluctant to abandon them. Once they had finished, pale-faced, they joined Xiao and the group in relocating to a nearby building diagonally across the street. As the three prepared to enter, Chen Gu, standing at the doorway smoking, pointed to the grass along the roadside. "Wipe your feet before you come in." Xiao glanced down at the sticky soles of his shoes and quietly moved to one side, rubbing them against the grass. He cast a wary look at Chen Gu, who was standing nonchalantly outside, and scanned the surroundings, inquiring, "Chen Gu, with that thunderous explosion of the grenade, aren't you concerned it might attract more monsters?" Chapter 38. Roll up your pant legs. The sound of the grenade explosion had been quite deafening, amplified several times in the eerie silence of the night. Chen Gu lifted his gaze to Xiao, blinking his smoke-stung eyes, and replied, "What is there to fear? Typically, in areas where such massive amalgamations of monsters exist, especially those with a swarm mentality, other night wanderers are seldom found." He exhaled a cloud of smoke, his gaze resting on a heap of decaying flesh 20 meters away on the road. Those heads, and that grotesque mass must belong to the residents of this vicinity. Xiao felt perplexed. What exactly were these things? After all this time, wouldn't they have perished? Perish. Chen Gu scoffed. These creatures don't require sustenance. Their cells divide and reproduce on their own. Before long, who knows what ghastly forms they might take. He discarded the cigarette, but on the ground, extinguishing it with his foot. Especially these amalgamations. Those greenish night wanderers are manageable, but these aberrations are the most repugnant. At that moment, Xiao glanced at the live stream comments beside him, voicing the question that had been recurrent in the chat. What exactly has caused these mutations? It's utterly terrifying. Chen Gu chuckled derisively, shaking his head, his eyes filled with mockery. A teammate approached Chun Ji's side, clad in a yellow-green windbreaker, pulling out a cigarette from his pocket as he spoke. "What else could it be? I heard a fool tried to evolve humanity, illicitly setting up a gene-editing test tube baby clinic to create some superhumans, and ended up spawning these mutants." Chen Gu furrowed his brow. "No, where did you hear that version?" "The one I heard was about an alien virus. A spaceship crashed, and the extraterrestrial beings brought a peculiar virus that infected various creatures." Xiao felt somewhat bewildered. "Wait, are there really different versions of this rumor? The discrepancies are too vast." "TSK. Chen Gu suddenly interjected. "None of that matters anymore. The world has already descended into this wretched state, and it will only worsen. Worrying about it serves no purpose. We should focus on surviving first." He shot a glance at Xiao, his gaze sweeping over Zhou Chirui and Liang Kai behind him, mocking, "I wonder how you two have survived this long. It's no surprise you can only remain within high walls." Rolling his eyes, he turned and walked into the house, urging, "Let us rest quickly, at dawn. We're leaving. I can't stand this cursed place for another moment." Xiao and the others followed Chen Gu into the house. Upon entering, Chen Gu waved toward Xiao. "Xiao, give these three a checkup." Zhou Chirui and Liang Kai stood confused, while Xiao, seeing Xiao approach, instinctively rolled up his sleeves. He was already aware of the dangers of being injured by these ghastly creatures, and the risk of mutation was not lost on him. As Liang Kai observed Xiao seemingly inspecting Xiao's injuries, he instinctively understood that these individuals harbored no genuine concern for their well-being. Recalling the earlier entanglement around his ankle, Liang Kai involuntarily took a step back, his heart racing with trepidation. Xiao and Zhou Chirui had already undergone their examinations, leaving Liang Kai as the last to be assessed. Noticing Liang Kai's unease, Xiao's gaze grew markedly more serious. Xiao, catching Liang Kai's anxious glance, furrowed his brow slightly. At that moment, Xiao's flashlight beam focused intently on Liang Kai's right leg. The pant leg at his ankle bore evident traces of a viscous substance. Instinctively, Liang Kai's right foot shifted backward, a movement that immediately captured Xiao's attention. He coldly commanded Liang Kai to roll up his pant leg. Though Liang Kai felt a surge of anxiety, he was aware that his right leg was uninjured, yet he remained uncertain of these individuals' criteria. With a sense of foreboding, he reluctantly pulled up his pant leg. Aside from a ring of reddened marks around his ankle caused by constriction, there were no visible injuries. Xiao glanced at Liang Kai, chuckling lightly. "You lad are quite fortunate." He then gestured for the three to take their leave and rest. The trio entered a room that was almost indistinguishable from the previous one. Furnished with a simple hard bed, Xiao cautiously peered outside the door. Aside from two individuals remaining in the living room, the others had retreated to different quarters. He carefully closed the door and turned to find Liang Kai nearly collapsed onto the bed in a state of exhaustion. Xiao tossed his backpack aside and lightly kicked Liang Kai's leg. Startled, Liang Kai sat up, puzzled by the sudden jolt. Xiao settled beside him, resting a hand firmly on Liang Kai's shoulder, as if a heavy stone had been placed upon his chest. Xiao's eyes narrowed, his gaze piercing through the narrow gap, evoking a sense of discomfort and anxiety on Liang Kai's face. Xiao's hand gripped Liang Kai's shoulder like a vice, his lowered voice dripping with warning. "Where has that bravado from the live stream gone? I suggest you acclimate quickly. Next time, if you stand there like a fool, prepare for your demise." Liang Kai grimaced helplessly, refraining from retorting, and shrank his head back against the bed's edge. Meanwhile, Xiao finally had some leisure to peruse the live stream. The number of viewers had noticeably dwindled, reduced to a few thousand, as many had evidently gone to bed. Isaac's Heart and Elden Pharaoh had sent a plethora of gifts. Yet, it was the comments from Qingyang Hanyue that stood out amidst the rest. While viewers expressed their disgust with the horrific creature through a barrage of messages, this individual continued to offer thoughtful guidance from the sidelines, displaying remarkable perseverance. However, Xiao stroked his chin, acknowledging the substantial risks associated with injuries. It seemed that a wound inflicted by those entities could lead to mutation. He recalled a category in the system shop concerning formulas and promptly began to search through it. Indeed, within this realm, one can not only discover myriad pharmaceutical concoctions, but also exchange for finished medications. The item Xiao seeks is indeed present. It is known as the mutation blocker. This particular substance is contained within a green syringe, intended for intramuscular injection. In the event of an injury inflicted by a mutated individual, where there exists a risk of mutation, administering the mutation blocker prior to the onset of transformation can effectively thwart the mutation process. However, this remedy does not come cheaply. A single dose costs 5,000 points and must ideally be administered within 1 hour of injury. Should a red tumor emerge at the wound site, it signifies that the virus has spread extensively, rendering any hope futile. Recalling the earlier incident involving a fae, Xiao couldn't help but shudder. He cast a glance towards the tightly shut door and quietly warned Zhou Chure and Liang Kai. "Listen, should you be injured by those creatures, you must inform me within the hour. As long as it is within that time frame, there is still hope for you. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, the two instantly brightened, with Liang Kai eagerly nodding and hesitantly inquiring, "But what if it exceeds an hour?" Xiao regarded Liang Kai with an unspoken intensity that sent a chill down his spine. Nevertheless, Xiao merely smiled and patted his shoulder, assuring him, "Do not worry. I shall ensure your swift liberation."